Carole, Robert Marleau, est-ce que tu m'entends?
Oui, je vous entends très bien, merci.
OK, merci.
Allô, Carole, merci beaucoup.
Bienvenue.
Good morning, Carol.
Good morning, Counselor. How are you?
Good, thank you. Good morning, Councillor Sut.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, thank you. Okay,
Good morning, everyone.
Hi, Eli.
Morning, all.
Hey, Jenna. Keith. Laura.
Steve and Sean, good morning.
Jim.
Hey, Keith.
Diane.
Keith and Teresa and Eli, we were all on Board of Health last night, and here we are again. Eh? Fun.
Yeah, has it even been 12 hours?
Has it been? Yeah, it's been. Yeah, you got it done by 8. Good job.
Okay, so just a
Yeah, it was around 8.
13 and a half hours. Okay.
Not so bad. No complaints.
Tim, what's your background? Like, what is the background there? Are you on like the Meatballs spaceship there? Or?
Spaceballs. It's a classic movie.
Spaceballs, that's it. Oh my God, that's wonderful.
What did you call it first? Meatball?
I thought it was meatballs. Sorry.
Meatball. That's a Canadian movie. That's an old Canadian movie.
That was a classic.
It was, well, classic in which way?
In so many ways. My favorite part was where they're combing the desert with a pick. Do you guys remember a pick back in the 80s? The hair picks?
Hey,
Comb the desert.
we played it at the town cinema at midnight. I don't remember watching it or paying much attention to it, but we've played it.
Just so everyone's aware, we are now streaming live.
Thank you.
Well, that got quiet.
Meatballs is not a David Cronenberg, or is not a, no, it's anyway.
Good morning, everyone.
Hello, colleagues. We'll begin the meeting in 1 minute. On va commencer la réunion dans 1 minute. Merci. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs, et bienvenue au comité de finances et de développement économique pour la ville d'Ottawa pour le 1er décembre. 1st of December, to all of those members of council who were elected on December 1st, or sworn in rather on December 1st, either 10 years ago or I guess somewhere like 6 years ago, and then
or 2.
Happy anniversary. And Catherine, 2 months ago. So nice to have you all here. Do we have quorum, Madam Coordinator of FEDCO?
I believe we do. Yes, we do, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. A few reminders for today's meeting, which is being held using Zoom. You've heard these comments before, but we should remind members of the public that members of the committee and staff, please stay on mute at all times unless called upon to speak. Members of council, if you wish to speak to an item, please use the raise hand feature located at the bottom of the participants list in Zoom, *9 for members who are on the phone. This meeting will be live streamed on YouTube. Members and staff are asked to position their cameras so that their faces are centered and as close to the top of the frame as possible. Phone-in participants, please do not put the phone on hold. And before we proceed, I'll do a quick roll call of all members. Councillor Cloutier.
Present.
Councillor Deroux.
Here.
Councillor El Shantiri.
Present.
Councillor Gower? That's not Councillor Gower. Is your mic? We see you there. Is your mic not working, Glenn? No. We'll have to get Councillor Gower's. We won't have any sound, but we can see you. Councillor Harder sends her regrets. Councillor Hubley?
Here.
Councillor Luloff?
Here, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Moffat?
Here.
Councillor Sons?
Here.
Councillor Tierney?
Here.
And Vice Chair Dudas?
Present.
Okay, so we'll go through the consent agenda. Declaration of interest, déclaration de conflit d'intérêt. Confirmation of minutes, adoption de procès verbaux pour le 12 novembre 2020. Carried.
Okay.
Item 1 has been withdrawn. Next item is the operating and capital budget. We obviously have presentations and delegates to speak on that. Item 2, or the next item on our agenda, is Standing Committee on Environmental Protection, Water and Waste Management. Funding cost-effective energy evolution projects. We have people who wish to speak to that, so we'll have to come back to that. Next is divestment from fossil fuels and increase in sustainable assets. We have one speaker. I don't know if anyone on committee wants to speak to this item. Should we hold it, or we'll see if Angela Keller-Herzog is in support of it? Maybe we can ask Ms. Herzog if she's supporting, and she may not want to proceed. Just wait to see if we can. Okay. So Ms. Keller-Herzog, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So this item, there seems to be unanimity on the part of committee. Do you still wish to speak to it? We'd have to come back to it. Otherwise, we can carry it now.
I'll let it pass as I know you have a big agenda.
Okay. Thank you very much. So that's carried. Carried. Thank you. Next is Innovative Client Services Department. Mid-year procurement year in review. Carried. Midterm governance. Obviously, we have a number of delegations on that, so we'll come back to that. Ottawa ward boundary. Obviously, we have a lot of interest in that, so we'll come back to that. Next is status update, FEDCO inquiries and motions received.
Received.
Saved.
Byward Market, we'll come back to that. Lots of people want to speak on that. And Planning Services, Service de Planification, Brownfield Grant Application 256 Rideau and 211 Besserer. Carried.
Okay.
Carried.
Okay.
Next is Recreation, Culture and Facility Services, Parks and Facility Planning, Deschales Building, 205 Scholastic Drive. I'm told that the members of the public who wish to speak only will speak if it's not carried or not supported. So is there any desire for a debate on this, or are people happy with the staff report? Carried on the
Mr.
report?
Mayor, I have a technical amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. Councillor Dudas is moving all our motions today. So we'll give you the technical amendment, and the members who signed up can hear this as well. Go ahead.
Whereas on November 20th, 2020, the report titled Deschales Building, 205 Scholastic Drive, listed as item 11 on the Finance and Economic Development Committee Agenda 19 for the meeting of December 1st, 2020, was circulated to members of council and staff and posted on ottawa.ca. And whereas Schedule B of the Memorandum of Understanding, Document 1, was not included in the report, therefore be resolved that pursuant to subsection 89.3 of the Procedure Bylaw, Schedule B be added to the above noted report for today's meeting.
Yeah, that was just an admission. So on the amendment by Councillor Dudas,
Okay.
Carried.
on the report as amended,
Okay.
Carried.
carried. And I guess to our two speakers who were going to speak, if there was opposition to it, we thank Kelly Rodenheiser, and Luc Poulin. So thank you both very much. And then information previously distributed, economic development update received.
Receive.
Okay, so we'll go back to the beginning of the schedule. And we have a presentation by our city treasurer on the 2021 draft operating and capital budget for finance and economic development. So for members of the public who are signed up to speak, I'm going to make sure that you're speaking to an item that is before our committee. If it's another committee's jurisdiction, I'll politely ask you to send your comments in writing to members of council, but we have a very time-honored tradition that we try not to step on different committees' toes. So if it has to do with FEDCO, we're very happy to hear your point of view, but if it should be at another committee, we'll ask that you send it to that committee if they've already met in writing, or if it's coming up, you attend that committee in lieu of FEDCO. So Ms. Stevenson is going to give us the presentation, and we have the city manager, and all GMs are available to respond to questions. We also have a roadmap that Vice Chair Dudas will bring forward once we're ready to deal with the motions. And if anyone has any other motions, now's the time to send them to the committee clerk. And what we'll do is have the presentation, then we'll have delegations speak, and you can offer or ask them questions and so on. And then you can have questions of staff. So Ms. Stevenson, the floor is yours, please.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Maire et les membres du committee. This morning, I'm going to present an overview of the committee's budget. Ce matin, je présenterai un aperçu du budget du comité. This budget includes governance, so the mayor and councillor's office and the city manager's office. It also covers shared administrative services across the city that provide general support functions. Our rail construction program, which is responsible for the design and construction of council's approved LRT plan, and all non-departmental areas, including our capital formation costs, non-departmental specific expenditures and revenues, as well as tax-related accounts. Prochaine diapo, s'il vous plaît. Next slide, please. So this slide is an overview of the operating budget summary, and there's two categories here that I'll speak to, and it's the maintain and growth. So in the maintain category, we have adjustments for contract settlements, 2021 increments and benefit changes, a contribution to our tax stabilization reserve, a contribution to our capital inflationary adjustment of 2.3%, our overall 3% property tax increase for all areas of the city, and our annualized insurance premium increase of $5.4 million. We also have additional rate recoveries for various administration functions for support of our water bill. And lastly, there are small COVID impacts of $375,000, which primarily relate to marketing and communications. In the growth category, we have a contribution to capital to support growth in the asset base and to support council's direction to address our infrastructure gap. We have additional revenues from the installation of red light cameras and the automatic speed enforcement program. We have additional taxation revenue related to assessment growth here as well. Prochaine diapo, s'il vous plaît. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the capital budget highlights. 88% de ces projets concernent le renouvellement des
88% of those projects are because of improvement of services.
And 12% are for service enhancements. And there's 4 projects overall. There's 2 in the renewal of city assets category. And we have $4 million allocated for life cycle renewal and replacement works to existing municipal buildings. And this includes condition audits and rehabilitation projects citywide, including the City Hall roof replacement, which is the design and construction. We have $1 million allocated to replace the city's point of sale software, which is end of life, for a more versatile solution with increased integration and functionality to manage our city's growing payment processing demands. In service enhancements, we have $3 million allocated for the accessibility program under different committee authorities. So for the FedCo draft budget, there's approximately $175,000 for accessibility, and the program provides barrier removals to existing buildings based on ongoing accessibility office audits. And the overarching program includes installation of things like ramps, elevators, power door operator signage, handrails in arena stands, and removal of barriers in interior and exterior passive travels, washrooms, change rooms, kitchen remedial work, and parks, playgrounds. And finally, a $500,000 allocation for accommodation fit-ups and renovations for the review of our corporate space standards, policies, and processes to maximize space for city administrative facilities, to shrink the corporate footprint, and achieve efficiency savings. Prochaine diapo, s'il vous plaît. Next slide, please. Sources de finances en capital, so these are capital funding sources. Tous les projets d'immobilisation inscrits au budget de ce committee sont financés.
All capital projects have been financed by reserves.
Budgets committee are funded by cash reserves. Prochaine diapo, s'il vous plaît. C'est la fin de ma présentation, Monsieur le Maire.
This is the end of my presentation, Mr. Your Wordship. Thank you.
Wendy. Thank you, Wendy. So now we'll go to our public delegations. And again, a reminder, this is just dealing with the items that Ms. Stephenson just released on her slide deck. Vania Karam, member of the Accessibility Advisory Committee. Vania, are you with us on the screen?
Yes, I am. Sorry, I just re-logged me in. So let me.
Welcome. You have 5 minutes. Please proceed.
So thank you, everybody, for having me, and thank you, Mr. Chair, Mayor Watson, for the opportunity to provide input with respect to the proposed City of Ottawa budget on behalf of the Accessibility Advisory Committee. The primary role of AAC is to provide feedback and advice to Council on the programs, policies, and services that impact persons with disabilities, and ensure that Ottawa is an accessible and inclusive city for all members of the community. In particular, I'd like to thank city staff, the Accessibility Office, Councillor Luloff, and Carol Legault, as well as all members of the Ottawa City Council. As you know, in our city, approximately 1 in 5 people report having some form of disability. This can include having to use a wheelchair or requiring assistance due to vision loss or hearing impairment. In some cases, the disability is less apparent, for example, in the case of mental health challenges or developmental disabilities. Regardless of the disability, it is important that we look at how to accommodate and be adaptable to provide a barrier-free, inclusive, and accessible community where each and every one of us can participate and have our voices heard. We all benefit when we have the most aspire to have the most accessible city where we know that our family, friends, and neighbors are able to access the support they need and live their best life. The last 9 months have been a particularly difficult time due to COVID-19. The altered reality that we all share has presented many challenges as well as learnings on new ways of doing things. Let me give you an example. One of my colleagues at work who has a hearing impairment has been able to adapt by reading lips. However, in the current environment of mask wearing, this has proven to be a challenge. That said, the move to virtual work has presented a silver lining for her. All meetings now use MS Teams, which allows for closed captioning and thus improves her ability to participate more fully compared to when we were in the office environment. Hopefully, as we move to a new normal, we can come together to harness some of the positives from 2020. Before moving on to our comments on the draft budget, the committee wishes to take this opportunity to thank staff for the comprehensive planning work that went into the accessible design for the new Ottawa Public Library. Libraries serve as a community hub for people to join together, and so it is important that it be accessible to everyone. We appreciate all of the efforts that have been made to consult with the AAC and seek our input early in the design phase, and the resulting improvements to ensure the new building is both accessible and inclusive. At our most recent meeting, the library presenters outlined all of the unique universal design features. On behalf of the committee, thank you to staff and councillors for engaging with our committee and its members in creating this dynamic and innovative community building. The committee has reviewed the 2021 draft budget, and we have observed that it includes many investments to improve accessibility for all residents of our great city. In particular, as part of infrastructure planning and economic development, the budget includes $2.5 million for the Accessibility Barrier Removal Program for existing buildings, parks, and barrier removals. This investment will ensure that all members of our community are able to access city facilities. Mr. Chair, as you are aware, we have made great strides in adapting the city's public spaces to adhere to accessibility design standards and make Ottawa more livable and inclusive for all. Examples include the Clifford Bowie Public School Playground that features a rubberized play surface and ramps on the playground, and as well as wheelchair accessible wading pools and splash pads in Ottawa. Innovative design features like these ones allow for children of all abilities to play together. With the support of city staff and council, we've come very far in the past few years to building a city where everyone can learn, play, and work together, regardless of their ability. In moving forward, let's aspire to be more, to do more, and think outside of the box, and take Ottawa to the next level to make our city one where every individual is able to achieve their full potential. To this end, Mr. Chair, I would like to conclude by taking an opportunity to highlight several areas where our committee feels that we can continue to provide constructive assistance. First, support for council plans and priorities for 2021 to 2024 to include accessibility. Ongoing consultation on accessibility in LRT planning, improving accessibility supports in common use public spaces, greater consideration of accessibility needs for wheelchair users, and continued enhancements to public spaces and services to ensure that everyone in Ottawa can participate fully in the community and lead full and inclusive lives. In closing, Mr. Chair, the committee is eager to continue our work with the city as a resource to ensure the consideration of accessibility in all of Ottawa's projects, policies, and practices. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Vinia, and thank you for giving those examples, in particular the library. Hats off to Councillor Tierney, who was the chair of the library when the project started, and now Councillor Luloff, who's your rep, who is going to ensure that our beautiful new library is fully accessible. And I'm glad you mentioned Clifford Bowie, because it reminded me of the other great example in the East End in Councillor Kitz's ward, the accessible baseball diamond, which gets a lot of great use just out in, I guess it's sort of near Navan, just on the way to Navan. I've been out there a number of times. So, and thank you for your volunteer efforts and that of the committee. If you could pass along our best wishes for a safe and healthy holiday and Christmas season to you and your colleagues on the committee.
Mr. Mayor, I do believe that the Miracle League is in Councillor Dudas's ward.
It's in my ward.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There
No,
we go.
not at all.
Everyone's fighting over it. Such a great project with the rubberized mat and the Blue Jays Foundation and the accessible play equipment that is there as well. So
It's a phenomenal facility.
yes, great. Well, thank you. Next is Deepak Barthal from the Somerset West Community Health Center. Again, this is on the FedCo budget. We welcome your comments. Mr.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Deepak Barthal. I'm a member of the Advocacy Committee of the Somerset West Community Health Center. Thank you for the opportunity today to speak. Somerset West serves a diverse community with complex needs. According to the Ottawa Neighborhood Study, over 32% of West Centertown residents are racialized. Over 32% of first-generation immigrants, and over 8% are refugees. West Centertown also has the largest proportion of low-income residents in Ottawa and the highest concentration of rooming houses in the city. Somerset West is part of a citywide coalition of community health and resource centers. In 2018, we produced a community well-being report. This report outlined the chronic underfunding of social services sector. Many organizations were already stretched and experiencing difficulty addressing the needs of thousands of residents and accessing basic needs. Fast forward to 2020, and the pandemic has turned the cracks in our social services system into chasms. COVID-19 has not only revealed the inequities already present in our community, but has intensified those issues through increased stress and isolation and worsening mental health. Black, Indigenous, and racialized communities are more likely to work in frontline jobs and live in crowded housing, are experiencing disproportional risks related to the pandemic. The risks of contracting the viruses are not shared equally by all citizens in Ottawa. Ottawa's Black community has been hit disproportionately hard by COVID-19. In Ottawa, 7% of the population is Black, yet they represent 37% of COVID-19 cases in the first wave.
Great. Deepak, just as I mentioned, you have to speak to what's before us. That's the rule. So you're commenting on the FEDCO portion of the city budget, because what you're raising right now is really a matter at Community and Protective Services or the Health Board. So do you have something to say on the FEDCO portion of the budget from that pie chart that we presented at the beginning of the meeting?
It would be regarding the 15 million to create more affordable housing.
Right. That's again part of planning and CPS, not FEDCO. We don't have responsibility for that. So if there's something on the administrative side, that pie chart that shows you what we're responsible, it's a lot of the internal workings of the city.
Okay. Well, then I can readdress this to the appropriate committee in that case.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Patrick Ladouceur and Simon Thibault of Centertown Community Health Center on the FEDCO budget. I'm told they're not here quite yet. So is Roger Farley and Marianne Wilkinson. Oh, sorry, we just have Simone. I don't think I see Simone here. Simone is going to be joined by Patrick Ladouceur. Do we have Simone and Patrick? We're just checking to see if they're in the waiting room, I guess.
Simone, are you able to hear us?
Mayor, I'm here.
Yeah, there you are.
Sorry about that. And
Simone.
yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and sorry for the delay.
And Patrick Ladouceur, is he joining you as well?
Yes, he was going to make this speech, so I'm just going to pull it up and do it all by myself.
Okay, so you know we're dealing with just the FEDCO portion of the budget.
We are, and I am going to speak. So I'm going to go forward, and I know it's about the FEDCO budget. I think it's about priorities and choices, and you may stop me, but I'm going to move forward, and if you feel it's not respecting what you're looking for, just feel free to let me know, okay? So good morning. Can I start?
Yeah, sorry, it's not what we're expecting. It's just that there are other committees that have certain responsibilities, and we have certain responsibilities. So if you stick to what our budget items are, then we're happy to hear your point of view. Otherwise, we can refer you to the other committees to offer your.
Okay. So I will move forward. So good morning, Mayor Watson and members of the Finance and Economic Development Committee. As I was introduced, my name is Simone Thibault. I'm the Executive Director of the Centertown Community Health Center, and I live in Beacon Hill Ward, Councillor Turney's ward. Je suis ravie de vous remercier de nous inviter ce matin.
I'm very happy to be here this morning to discuss very important issues for us.
We serve people in the downtown core alongside with Somerset West, but we also serve a number of people across the city. Last year, we served over 16,000 residents, which meant 51,700 visits. I actually come here for the sole objective to communicate the importance of investing in a strong social infrastructure and how such an investment will benefit all of Ottawa's residents. And I believe in doing so, it would be the proper fiscal responsibility for us to do. We would bring much more economic success, and it would mean more equity socially and economically for folks. I think my colleagues at Somerset West spoke to the impacts of COVID. It's no different from what we've been experiencing and what we've been seeing and across the city. I have the privilege to working in Centertown. In my job, I do long hours, so I spend a lot of time in Centertown. But since COVID, I've been working from home. And so I've been spending a lot of time in Beacon Hill, Surville. And in doing that, I've been seeing the impact not only of what's happening in the community I serve in terms of my work, but I've seen the impact in where I live. A lot of people are struggling right now, whether it's job loss, taking care of caregivers, but also I've been a witness of neighbors and family having to call police and having to call on mental health services. And I know that is part of the community support services. And I'm just sharing that because I think it's important to share how things are going in our communities, including all of your communities. And I've seen how responses when we call 911 or services like that, they are there to help in 24/7, but we need much more. And I think that's why in terms of priorities as FEDCO, in terms of when we look at our budgets, our city budgets, that we can look at what's going to support our residents and our community. How do we organize our budgets internally to support what you need to support? And how do you ensure that you have principles in play that support those who are inequitably affected, but also many residents who we might term have good incomes, work for government, but are struggling because of the mental health and addiction issues that many are experiencing, and more so now, more than ever. And as much as I see it in my work, I see it in my personal life in terms of my neighborhood. And I've seen a number of calls coming to my neighbors and coming to people I know really well. And those aren't the solutions we're looking for. So I guess my plea is for FEDCO. I know, Mr. Mayor, this would belong to the CPS committee, but it also belongs in all of our budgets. I run an organization where I expect—
Simone, sorry, I've been quite, tried to give you a lot of latitude to get you back in our lane, but I know you know CPS, that has that responsibility. So we thank you for your comments. Councillor McKinney, I know your hand is up, but the speaker is way off topic, so we're going to move on.
No, my question's on topic, thanks.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Simone, for coming. I want to talk a little bit about economic well-being and what it means when we invest properly. And I was talking to somebody the other day about the Safer Supply program that is happening, and the most important component of that. And the most important component of that, I was told by the person who runs the program, is housing. And the housing worker, simply because, you know, once people are given what they need, they're not spending their days, you know, looking for money and looking just to survive, but they're able to go out and get housing and get work and start to, you know, be employed. So I think it is really important that, you know, that we talk about this within the context of finance and economic development, of course, you know, because we do care about the economic well-being of the city. Do you see that, Simone, in Centertown as well? I know that the dynamic is a bit different than Centertown West, but do you see that as well in terms of how these investments actually lead to better economic outcomes, not just for the people that you serve, but for the you know, city at large?
Well, I'm probably privileged that I work in Centertown because people who have the means and people without the means work and support each other. And for sure, we support a lot of people who live in rooming houses, who are street involved, who use our harm reduction programs. And I've seen a change in their lives. It takes time for some, takes time for many others. But I've also seen people with means in my community caring about the fact that these people are struggling, and safe supply is important, affordable housing is important. In Centertown, what we're having is that we also have affordable housing, but we don't have the social supports that people need. People get housed without the social support, and we need both. So for our economic recovery, we do need to invest in the upstream. We need to invest in people's basic needs to make it work.
All right, thank you. Again, you're way off topic. I think you have to respect the fact that we have a committee system. You've appeared, I know, before CPS on these issues. So we're going to go on to our next speaker. So thank you for your input. Next is Roger Farley and Marianne Wilkinson. And I know Marianne knows the rules very well. So welcome. We're sticking just to the FEDCO budget, please. So who's speaking, Marianne or Roger?
Okay,
Roger,
good morning.
Good morning. So just on FEDCO.
Okay, good morning. Thank you to the members of the committee for the opportunity to speak before you on this important budget decisions facing you today. I am Roger Farley, and I'm here with Miriam Wilkinson. We are board members of the Western Ottawa Community Resource Center. WOCRC is a multi-sector community organization that provides a broad range of health and social services to children, youth, adults, and seniors. Our catchment area is the largest in Ottawa, serving 2 rural and 3 urban wards with a 2019 population of more than 172,000 people. It is also the fastest growing area in Ottawa. In 2018, 32% of all new Ottawa residents located in Canada, Stittsville. With a mix of a rural and urban population and a very multicultural population, our programs must adapt quickly and be responsive to the needs of our community. We also provide community support services and violence against women's programs in the former city of Nipissing, and under the French Language Services Act, the Violence Against Women and Early Years programs to our growing Francophone population. En tant que membre de la coalition
as member of the coalition of community health center networks in Ottawa, we think that social infrastructure budget should be increased by $5 million so that we can offer better services to the community and we can meet to their social needs and allow them to maximize their potential and to improve their resiliency as well.
Funding in social infrastructure by $5 million to meet community needs. Needs for services have become more complex and urgent. The pandemic has brought even more needs and made evident the gaps in services to those who are the most vulnerable.
So Roger,
yes,
you're talking about items that are outside our jurisdiction as a committee.
Okay.
So do you have anything you would like to offer your input on the FEDCO portion of the budget?
Miriam.
Marianne Wilkinson, good morning. I think you're on mute.
I'm unmuted now, thank you. There are a couple of things I think we can, Mr. Mayor, bring that come into your budget a little bit, because what we're really asking for is a change in the total tax income, which was on the chart that was just given at the beginning. And that is, and not by taking out, it's an additional amount, and I think it could increase the budget by $5 million if you go a tiny bit over. It just means that you do have in your area accessibility, and a lot of what we do is in fact accessibility, particularly for people with mental health, which has been increasing rapidly. And the city has not taken attention to the fact that the population is changing in the city from place to place. And we're asking that you actually have a review done to show where the changes are happening. Because if we only get an increase by that cost of living, when we've added 30% of the population to our area, then our service levels are going down. So it's a total budget issue that we're talking about, and we're asking you to take a look at that and at the accessible budget to ensure that the money is there to handle these issues, which are really very much closely linked to accessibility. And maybe even in the social service budget, but they are actually also should be in the accessibility budget, and it should look broader than just people with physical disabilities. So I think there are some issues that relate to the budget, and I won't go any further than that because I know you have a lot of people to speak to you, but we do ask you that you take a look at the total budget and the money you're raising from taxes to ensure that the needs are met and that any money that comes because of COVID, which has not been enough to cover our additional costs, by the way, that should be directed through, I think that comes through this committee mostly, to social service programs. Thank you.
Well, thank you for bringing in the accessibility portion of our budget. I appreciate that. So thank you. Next is Su-Ling Ching from the Ottawa Board of Trade on the FEDCO budget. So invite Su-Ling, there she is. Hello, Su-Ling.
Good morning.
We're just on the portions of the budget that deal with FEDCO. So welcome, the floor is yours for the next 5 minutes, and thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on the city budget. The Ottawa Board of Trade is an independent, not-for-profit, nonpartisan organization, and our mandate is to advocate for businesses in the Ottawa region. We support a city budget that represents a forward-thinking vision for the city, including fiscal prudence, innovation, planning for growth, and optimizing opportunities. I'd like to take this opportunity to express gratitude to the city staff team for their exceptional work under challenging circumstances as it relates to COVID-19. Your team has remained dedicated to supporting business and maintaining services, all the while being innovative. And I would like to extend special congratulations and thanks to Dr. Etches and her team at Ottawa Public Health. Dr. Etches, her level of communication and collaboration, and most importantly, her position on the integration of our economy and our health gives Ottawa a competitive edge and a strong foundation for the future. We'd like to applaud the city commitment to a less than 3% increase citywide for taxes, particularly in the face of ongoing implications from the pandemic and the countermeasures. The combination of fiscal responsibility and spending combined with innovative investments in economic development will garner us the best results. Thank you for focusing on priorities such as affordable housing, environment sustainability, transportation infrastructure, and the support of our SMEs. We wish to restate our position for the city to conduct and share economic impact reports for major spending projects. We believe this exercise serves to set spending priorities and funding requests and garner public support and encourage business and community opportunities to plan and be involved. Additionally, we are pleased to see the municipal property tax relief announcement as proposed in the 2020 Ontario budget. This will be a powerful tool for their city to extend real and significant relief to our SMEs. Indeed, property taxes are one of the most unavoidable costs businesses face, and we ask the city to do all it can to administer these measures promptly. The key tenets of our presentation are intended to establish a basis that we can build on in the future: caution, clarity, and creativity. Our businesses and our municipal corporation have enjoyed many years of unprecedented spending from all levels of government, and the pandemic recovery response provides an opportunity for smart growth. We must proceed, though, with optimistic caution. A 3% increase is very much the upper limits of what businesses and families can afford. Many of our businesses and employees have not had wage increases, and in fact, many have seen cuts. While we understand the pressures that municipal budgets are under, the tax levy still outpaces the CPI. There are many unknowns facing businesses, owners, and their families. We must remain diligent in managing future tax pressures and clearly set out our community priorities to make the most of our investments. That is why we wish to move toward a budget that clearly delineates how much is invested in economic development and infrastructure and the expected deliverables and outcomes. This would have the dual purpose of serving both as an engagement and a marketing tool. Finally, city building in a creative economy requires a commitment to collaboration and communication. We have witnessed a radical level of consultation from all levels of government, politicians, bureaucrats, business, and community leaders as we work together to fight COVID. Thank you for establishing the Mayor's Economic Task Force early in the pandemic to ensure a cohesive approach to policy and program priority setting. There is much for our businesses. There's much opportunity for our businesses today. However, they are also facing many challenges, including but not limited to the impact of digitization and disruption of the global economy. You've demonstrated great support for our businesses, and we are here to assist. Ottawa will either flourish with opportunity or risk being left out. True leadership is required from our business, community, and political leaders. How we work together and communicate will help achieve our common goals. We wish to express appreciation to you, the Mayor and City Council, along with City staff, for your commitment to economic growth, innovation, and business to our business community. We look forward to working with you to create a diverse and robust economic platform. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Su-Ling, and thank you for your participation on the Economic Recovery Task Force, or Economic Partners Task Force. Appreciate that. Okay, so now we have, are there any questions to staff on the FEDCO budget? And then we'll go section by section. So maybe we can do it if Councillor Dudas moves the first paragraph of the motion. I'll bring us through each section of the document. So Councillor Dudas, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, would you like me to go through?
I think if you just read the first paragraph, then I'll do
Perfect.
sections 1 to 9.
Perfect, that's perfect. That the Finance and Economic Development Committee recommend that Council, sitting as Committee of the Whole, approve the Finance and Economic Development Committee 2021 draft operating and capital budget as follows.
Okay, thank you. So for those of you who, maybe if I can get the photos of all the members of council on my screen, Carol, so I can see who has their hand up. So we'll go through it. If you have any questions or comments as we go, and then we'll pass them one at a time. Item 1, elected officials operating resource requirement, page 2.
Carried.
Carried.
Great. If I'm not seeing you right now, so I see you on another screen, just wave your hand if you have a question or comment. Item 2, Office of the City Clerk budget, user fees, pages 6 to 7, operating resource requirement, revised, page 5.
Carried.
City Manager's Office operating resource requirement. Have to look into that, Steve K.
Carried.
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 Item 4, Innovative Client Service Department budget as follows. A, City Solicitor. Carried.
Carried.
B, General Manager's Office and Business Support Services, page 25.
Carried.
C, Service Transformation Operating Resources Requirement, page 27.
Carried.
D, Public Information and Media Relations Operating Resource Requirement, page 29.
Carried.
Item E, Human Resources Operating Resource Requirement, page 31.
Carried.
F, Service Ottawa as followed, user fees, page 34, operating resource requirement, page 33.
Carried.
Number 5, Transportation Services Rail Construction Program Service budget as follows. A, user fees, pages 17 to 19.
Carried.
Item B, operating resource requirement, page 16.
Carried.
Item 6, Finance Service Departmental budget. A, Chief Financial Officer, Treasurer and Business Support Services operating resource requirement, page 35.
Carried.
B, Revenue Services as follows. User fees, page 38, 39. Operating resource requirement, page 37.
Carried.
C, Corporate Finance operating resource requirement, page 41.
Carried.
D, Payroll, Pensions and Benefit Services operating resource requirement, page 43.
Carried.
E, Supply Services operating resource requirement, page 45.
Carried.
Item 7, Planning, Infrastructure and Economic Development budget as follows. A, GM's Office and Business Support Services operating resources requirement, page 20.
Carried.
B, Economic Development and Long Range Planning as follow. A, User fees, page 24.
Carried.
B, Operating resource requirement, page 23.
Carried.
C, Corporate Real Estate Office as follows. User fees, page 48.
Carried.
B, Operating resource requirement, page 47.
Carried.
Non-departmental operating resource requirement, pages 51 to 53.
Mayor, I have a question on that one. This is Councillor Fleury.
Okay, Councillor Fleury, go ahead.
I don't know who's best to answer. I recognize that this is for item on page 52, red light cameras and the automated speed enforcement. I'm curious that this isn't in the transportation budget, and I wonder, I know we have commitments for this year. What is the go forward in terms of these revenues and their allocation for the committees?
Thank you, Councillor. I can answer your question. So there's two pieces to that, the red light camera, and I believe we had corresponded earlier on that. So in terms of the go forward, we're looking at 2021 and beyond. We will invest those monies in terms of the road safety action plan. Previous revenues that were raised, sort of part of our base here, go to fund various capital initiatives here across the city and our 3-year commitment to help the police in terms of sustaining their tax base. With respect to the automated speed enforcement piece, those monies, I believe Mr. Landry is bringing a report forward, and excuse me, it's either the end of this year or early next year, that will speak to the overall plan and the investments that will be made in terms of that revenue.
Okay, I appreciate that. And the red light camera component, this is the last year, so we'll have a policy decision on where to spend it in 2022, I imagine, or beyond.
I think Mr. Landry could probably speak to the piece in terms of 2021 and beyond, but there is a council commitment, as I understand, to make investments in road safety action for that incremental piece from 2021 and beyond.
Yeah, that's correct, Wendy and Councillor.
Okay.
C'est tout.
Thank you.
Merci. Item 9, FEDCO capital budget, pages 54, individual projects listed on pages 105 to 112.
Carried.
Carried. And the budget as a whole, carried.
Carried.
So I'm sorry, I forgot number 8, non-departmental, that Mathieu asked a question on. Adopté, carried.
Carried.
And on the budget as presented,
Carried.
Okay, thank you all very much. Next is from the Standing Committee on Environmental Protection, Water and Waste Management, funding cost-effective energy evolution projects. I believe Councillor Moffat has a motion. Councillor Moffat, if you'd like to read your motion, or we'll put it up on the screen and explain what the motion is.
Thank you. Yeah, just stemming from the conversation at committee, there was some discussion between myself and Councillor Hubley and Councillor Menard. So we just wanted to take that away and see if we could find the clarity. I mean, ultimately, it doesn't change the intent of the motion, but it just provides that clarity that that was being sought at committee. So it's simply, whereas the report on funding cost-effective energy evolution projects recommends that staff consider the affordability of raising the debt limit for projects in energy evolution that either generate income or savings for the city during the development of the long-range financial plans. And whereas the recommendation is not explicit in the requirement to report back to committee on any project that would increase the debt limit, and whereas the current debt limit approved by council are 7.5% for tax-supported services, 15% for rate-supported services, and 8.5% overall. Therefore, be it resolved that the Finance and Economic Development Committee recommend that council replace recommendation 1 with the following. Recommend to the Finance and Economic Development Committee that the next long-range financial plans consider the affordability of raising the debt limits for projects in the energy evolution that either generate income or savings to the city, and the results of this analysis and any staff recommendations be brought back to the Finance and Economic Development Committee with the report on LRFP. And
okay, so we have that, and we have 2 people who wish to speak to this item, and Isabel Jasmine and Steve Willis are available for questions. Oh, sorry, Councillor Chantier, do you have your? We're just going to delegations now, so is your question?
Okay, I'll wait for that.
All right, thank you very much. The first speaker is Lenore Farreg. Is Lenore with us?
Yes, hello.
Hello, you have 5 minutes. Welcome.
I had actually signed up to speak on the fossil fuel divestment motion. I think that's item 4. Do I understand that motion has already been passed?
It was carried unanimously.
Okay, then, and in that case, I don't need to speak. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Sorry about the mix-up. Joan Freeman is our next speaker on this item. And then we also received correspondence from Aaron Thornell. Is Joan Freeman with us?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes. Hello, Joan. So this is speaking to funding cost-effective energy evolution projects. Is that what you'd like to speak to us about?
Yes.
Okay, the floor is yours for the next 5 minutes. Welcome and thank you.
Okay, good morning. I'm Joan Freeman. I'm a board member of Cafes. I think you're quite familiar with the main representative you see from spokesperson from Cafes is Angela Keller-Herzog. She's tied up with other representations today, so I'm talking to you. Angela spoke earlier about this motion to the Environment Committee on November the 7th And we're bringing it back again just to emphasize we're supporting this, but we also wanted to highlight how important we think it is. And in starting the city towards a very productive transition, which will actually allow it to seize the opportunities which are starting to open right now. So I just wanted to take a few minutes this morning to highlight some of the opportunities we see coming forward with supporting this motion, and also the reason for it, the needs for the mechanisms to be able to grab the opportunities. I just want to point out that in terms of opportunities, the window is basically opening now for moving towards energy transitions. I think last night we heard that with the federal fiscal update, there's going to be $100 million spent over the next few years once the pandemic is under control. And the Biden presidency, this is big context, but there's certainly going to be a shift with that in terms of where things are going. And also the renewables sector in general prices are becoming more and more affordable. And so it's just time to move on this. In terms of, so it's just really good timing right now to start implementing this and think about it. This motion is focused only on the positive projects which have a positive rate of return. So I think that's important to realize. All of us have been a little overwhelmed for quite a while by the fact that this is a huge transition. We're talking about $32 billion without inflation to be invested in, but there are significant paybacks. And so I think we need to think about that. And the city's in a good position to, with their, as Scott Moffat just brought about with the debt servicing, the city's in a good position to take advantage of this. And now is basically an excellent time to invest in capital projects. Money is cheap. If we wait a couple of years, we may be paying debt servicing maybe 2 or 3 times what it would be if it gets locked in the next year or two. And I guess the other major point from the city is that there's lots of co-benefits for doing this. We will get into a lot of job creation. There's health benefits, not just the clean air, but there's also the benefits from the city all galvanized and moving one direction. That's a mental health benefit. There's also, I think the plan is to incorporate and integrate these things, so there will be some benefits to affordable housing. So there's a lot of reasons to do this, and it's really time to start talking about launching ourselves in a new direction. In terms of the mechanics, right now, I guess we've come to the realization that the city's really not in a, it doesn't really set up to deal with financing these big projects or supporting them. And yet the city's contribution over the life of energy evolution is $7 billion. So it obviously needs to have some long-term financial plan in place. And as Scott Moffat talked about with the debt limits, it's conservative, and it doesn't have to be right up to the ceiling, but it would certainly benefit and move things along, and we can see all the reasons for doing that. And I also want to point out that this would not be a blank check. Any funding for projects would obviously be going back to committees and council, and these would be projects that are definitely been looked at very carefully in terms of their feasibility. So in conclusion, I just want to highlight again that we believe that the time is now to set up the foundation for funding energy evolution projects in a much more aggressive and larger scale. If we wait after this budget, we may well miss out on the co-financing and other opportunities from federal funding that's likely to start opening sometime over the course of this budget cycle. And I just think that this is a transition path and we're setting ourselves up by doing this to transition to what the aspiration for the official plan is, to be a mid-sized city and the best one in North America. So for all of those reasons, we support this motion and look forward to any questions that you have.
Great, thank you very much, Ms. Freeman. Councillor Chantier, is your question to the delegation or to staff?
To staff, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Does anyone have a question for Ms. Freeman? Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Freeman. So that's the end of our delegation. So questions to staff and comments. Councillor Chantier, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I see Wendy still on the call. So, Ms. Stephenson, my question, when we talk about raising the city debt, that comes to obviously to council for approval. Am I correct?
That's correct, Councillor.
So at any given time, any project we agree or and you require you to go and increase the ceiling, you will come to council for approval.
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I will be supporting Councillor Moffat's motion.
So on Councillor Moffat's motion, carried.
Carried.
And on the report as amended, carried.
Carried.
Our next topic is the midterm governance review. We have 3 speakers, and the report has been distributed to the public and to members of council. So our first speaker on governance report is Miranda Gray. Is Ms. Gray here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I can hear you.
Yeah, I don't think you can see me this morning. I'm not going to fuss with it.
Okay, we can speak up a little bit and the floor is yours.
Sorry, are we covering the whole thing in one shot or are you doing it by parts?
It's one report, so it's one item on the agenda.
All right, I will attempt to cover 121 pages in 5 minutes then. So my first point is on transparency. The problem with this report is that there has been no public consultation on it. I know I'm one of the few that care, but if you could have a stakeholders group approach for future governance reviews, that would be best. For looking at your electronic meetings proposals, it is a bit early to do this, and you need to include people who have made delegations and people who have been unable to make delegations at these Zoom meetings as part of that. So I would ask you to open that discussion to the public before adopting final changes for your procedures there. On the council and committee report template, I would like you to make all of those sections mandatory rather than optional. If you put them in a grid form, they don't take up much space, and they offer a good quick checklist to both readers and to staff that all those items have been considered. I'd also like you to add a document which lists the items where you could not make a recommendation because there was no consensus on the action to be taken. That will be useful for the next end of term governance review to know where you left the work at this point. Okay, so on to part 2, the use of social media. I would love to comment on that in more detail. It's certainly a growing concern for this city, but you've had no public consultation on it. It would be important to have some public consultation on that, but I don't know what committee you would refer it to, but it's a bit rushed to put it through this way. Next, on the chairs of the Ottawa Board of Health and the Ottawa Police Service Boards getting a temporary half-time equivalent, I recommend that you go further. We're doing a substantial review of the service delivery model for police, and of course, we're in the middle of a pandemic. So I recommend that for the next 2 years, you fund a full-time equivalent, not a part-time equivalent, and then review at the end at the pilot. It's just both of those committees have a lot on their plates and they could use the extra staff. Other things I would like to comment on, in the Transit Commission, you have a threshold of $25,000. That is too low compared to their overall budget level. It's just a trivial amount. Practically, that's the number of stickers you would put on a bus. So I'd like you to consider raising that threshold. Certainly 25,000 and up, they should report to the commission, but to the chief procurement officer, I believe that level should be a bit higher so that they don't spend constant time doing that. Also, at the end of last term of council, the city manager decided that the Transit Commission and the Transportation Committee should report to the same general manager. It is time to review whether that is working or whether that puts too much workload on one person. I don't know, it wasn't addressed here, but it needs to be addressed somewhere. So if you could please take that as an item to consider and take a look at. I would say that our current structure puts a lot of work on one person, and it causes some difficulties when you have civilian commissioners who are not included in transportation matters that also impact transit. On virtual meetings, I have a whole bunch of comments as someone who has been a frequent delegation. I believe some committees are doing well and some committees are not doing so well at handling that. If you have not had all the clerks come together and discuss best practices and tips and tricks, it is time to do that. It's also time to standardize the training that you have given to committees, chairs and vice chairs, because some are doing this well and some are not. In particular, I have some concerns around whether we actually have quorum at online meetings at times. We see people wander away from the camera, people take phone calls, people who are clearly not attending to the meeting. In the council chambers, it is much more obvious whether someone is actually at the table or not. The difficulty of stepping away virtually is a problem. And in section 4, under definition and scope of inquiries and directions to staff, my observation is that part of the reason you have problems here is that too many items start as walk-on motions at council and end up as directions to staff. That is a symptom of a bigger problem of the way the seats are allocated on committees. I suspect that if you had an open mic for councillors that are not on committees so they could get things on committee level agendas, you might have fewer things that end up as directions to staff from council. And last but not least, I'd like to draw your attention to pretty much the final paragraph of this report, which is the consultation paragraph, which says, as part of the preparation for this report, the city clerk consulted with elected representatives, members of senior leadership team and operational staff, as well as staff in the office of the city clerk, legal services, and the city.
You could wrap up, Ms. Gray.
Manager's office who work most closely with the legislative process. No one in the public is in that list. I gave notice to the city clerk more than 6 months ago that I was interested in this process. It's a fundamental piece of legislature that runs how you're going to work.
I'll have to ask you to wrap up because you're way over your time. So thank you. Any questions to Ms.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilor Gary?
No, I just got my attention when Ms. Gray making a reference to councillors should have an open mic on committees, but I think all councillors are invited to attend any committee and they have the right to speak and ask questions. The only thing they can do is move motion on a committee they don't sit on, but they can always ask one of their colleagues to do so. So I fail to understand what's the point of open mic for council. If you could explain that to me a little bit.
Sure. You have open mic on the agenda items only. They cannot bring you a new agenda item.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yep. Thank you, Ms. Gray. Next is Angela Keller-Herzog. Well,
okay. Yeah.
The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning. So I'm speaking here on behalf of CAFES, the Community Associations for Environmental Sustainability. CAFES was founded in 2010 and is a forum for representatives of community and residents associations to meet, exchange, and engage with the City of Ottawa on environmental issues. Our members include representatives from urban, suburban, and rural communities, and currently from 43 different community associations and 6 citizens associations. I'm here to speak very specifically regarding Part 1.10, concerning requirements for a climate implications section in standard council and committee templates. The objective of having such a climate implications section in the report template is to allow you, councillors, to make better decisions and in some cases to understand the decisions that you're making. We have carefully reviewed the proposed climate implications sections, how it would be exercised, the proposed tool and guidance language in the midterm governance staff report. We fully support the intent of this proposed implications section, but feel that the proposal for how this is going to work needs to be tuned up in order to meet the objective that we share. In particular, we have 4 specific suggestions. The first one is policy concordance. We feel that there should be an alignment or a concordance between the carbon lens requirements of the council-approved climate change master plan and the climate implications section requirement for council and committee decisions. We are saying that it doesn't make sense to require or mandate a carbon lens in one piece and then make it optional in another document. This just creates confusion. Therefore, it would be far more policy consistent to require the climate implications section for significant and priority policy reports and programs including the official plan, master plans, and financial plans, and B, all asset management and capital projects, which is in the climate master plan, and then leave it optional for all other committee and council decisions. We fully agree with the intent not to create needless reporting requirements or red tape for transactional and administrative documents. So this would require a fine tuning of the motion. The second point is that we would like to see some quantified metrics. In order for climate implication sections to provide evidence-based, meaningful, and comparable information to councillors and the public, impacts should be stated in common and quantified metrics, such as dollars, CO2 ton equivalents, or low, medium, and high risk levels. And these metrics must be added to the tool guiding completion of the section. Otherwise, this wouldn't really work for you. Third point, we should include flooding risk. Right now, the guiding language omits this, mentioning only temperature, precipitation, and extreme weather. As flooding is the most significant direct climate cost on the city to date, we really think that should be included. The fourth and last point is that we should include community emissions in terms of the greenhouse gas impact that is being flagged for councillors. The guiding language on what kind of emissions this applies to, again, and this is on page 49, refers exclusively to corporate emissions, which are only 4% of our total emissions in Ottawa. So this needs to be broadened because our targets that we have committed to concern both corporate and community emissions. And we think these latter 3 points can be resolved with a direction to staff to update the relevant guidance text in the midterm governance staff report. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Menard has a question.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thanks for being here, Angela. I just wanted to mention that likely won't see changes on this today, but I'm going to work with city staff and see if there can be some amendments when this rises further to council. So I appreciate you being here today and flagging some of these issues. I'm not sure if all of them can be addressed, but I'm certainly going to try to address some of them. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Menard. We're fully supportive. It's just that we'd like to make it actually work.
Okay, thank you very much, Angela. Appreciate it. And our last presenter or speaker on this item is Tim Lash. Is Mr. Lash here? I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
Okay, no, you have it correctly, Mayor. Thank you. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. I can't see you, but I can hear you. Go ahead.
If I can make myself visible, there we go.
There we go, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to talk to yourself and council and councillors this morning. I didn't know that Angela Keller-Herzog was going to cover so thoroughly and well the point about the climate lens. I would like to say that will save time in my presentation. I'm talking as just a resident of Ottawa. I do associate with a small group of other residents who some of you may know as C3. And we sent a letter, something like the background document that I've provided today, in mid-November to all councillors. Definitely agree that the climate lens should be placed into a mandatory rather than an optional section of staff reports. In addition to the reasons that Angela has mentioned, there is the point that these reports will be made by staff in all departments, I believe. And part of making them mandatory is to help guide thinking of staff always. So there can be always a default position, which is to prepare it. If there are no implications, it can be said so. I would like to add one more thing, which is that in terms of citizen engagement, if there is more detail on these climate lens reports, it invites more positive citizen participation. That's all that I have to say on that particular point of the climate lens, except for agreeing with what has been put forward earlier. One additional thing I would like to add, though, is that in reporting on climate, I would like to suggest that the city work on having a dashboard which gives regular reports to the public. And this is to encourage on major goals and projects, both on two things. One is on the progress in the parts of the program and projects. And the second is on projects on progress towards meeting the GHG results. Part of the reason of doing stuff, reporting simply in a dashboard form, is that it really does encourage citizen engagement and business engagement by simplifying where we are. I think it also positions for competition with funds from other agencies. It positions the city well because it makes it visible. And it also helps repute nationally and internationally. Ottawa is Canada's fourth city. Montreal, Toronto, and Vancouver are all now using dashboards of one kind or another. Councillors, that's all I have to say. I do encourage you to read that report that I've put in, and thank you very much for your time.
Right, thank you, Mr. Lash. Appreciate it. So we have a motion by Councillor, Councillor Moffat. On the motion by Councillor Moffat, carried.
Carried.
On the report as amended.
Carried.
Okay. Okay, sorry, there was not, the motion from Moffat was the previous item, so that was carried by committee. Item 7, Ottawa Ward Boundary Review, Recommendations, Examen des limites de quartier de la Ville d'Ottawa 2020, Rapport sur les recommandations.
Sorry, just we went right from delegations to carrying the report on the.
I'm sorry, I didn't see any hands up. Do you have a question, Councillor?
Oh, sorry, you went right from the end of delegation straight to it. I just had a really quick question for.
Yeah, so go ahead, and if people could just signal by hand, because my hand list is now back up now. Okay, Councillor Moffat on governance.
Thanks. It was just to build on some of those, and I'm happy to speak about it more offline with Mr. O'Connor. But it's just on that lens, the situation. You know, the report speaks to the various lenses: economic lens, the equity lens, as well as the climate lens, and it speaks to it being optional. Of course, the impacts of those things are not optional on residents. So it's hard to say that in a report we make, commenting on them optional. I'm just curious if there was more thought put into that as to why it's okay that they be optional on reports, because I'd hate to see them get glossed over because of this notion that it's optional. And then what consideration was put into actually making them mandatory?
Okay, is that a statement or a question?
That's a question for Mr. Connor, and he's just about to answer it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the answer is largely dependent upon staff resources and ability to prioritize the main reports that are coming forward. We tried to use in the midterm governance report the example of making mandatory in the past all IT or technological changes and going through every report. What we got back over a series of years was IT saying we do not have the internal resources to examine everything. So we've tried to prioritize and put the policy pieces in. That being said, Mr. Mayor, we'd be pleased to sit down with the chair and work with him as we come forward to council to see if we can't fine tune this particular aspect of the report.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, I think I just sent, whether you saw it or not, I just sent you an email with some comments on that. So I'm happy to work with you between now and council on that to see if we can just fine tune that to make sure that we're making it mandatory where we desperately want it to be mandatory. And I mean, that goes for not just the climate stuff, but for the other pieces too. So thanks for that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Leeper on midterm governance.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I do just want to pass on quickly with respect to the sections of the report that speak to councillor training around sexual violence and the councillor's manual. I think many of you have met Fiona Mitchell in my office, who spoke on this previously. She does want to make sure that people here that she's pleased. My assistants are pleased. They've been heard through this process, and the changes that have been suggested are positive. There are some quick questions that arise out of the section, though. The report speaks to training for counselors. Is there any thought to ongoing training for counselors? My assistants are reading this as kind of a one-shot deal. Can I ask the clerk's office if there will be frequent opportunities for counselors to get training?
Mr. Mayor, the answer to that question is absolutely. There will be ongoing training from time to time, and we will continue to involve members of council as well as their staff.
Thank you. There is also a recommendation in the report that new counselors would be offered a one-on-one opportunity to get orientation. Could there be thought in those one-on-one meetings to have a counselor's assistant representative or a counselor's assistant who can sit in on those to provide, I guess, what you would call the real goods on working on Counselor's Row?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I hadn't thought about that, but that's an excellent suggestion.
Thank you very much. Mayor, the second thing I wanted to ask about in the report is the section on maintaining the status quo with respect to the meeting location for FEDCO meetings. There's no consensus among members that was able to be identified. So the status quo is going to revert back to the Champlain room for FEDCO. I don't know whether a motion would be successful on this at council, but when I take a look at who is attending the meeting here today, the folks who are engaged and participating, obviously it draws much bigger interest from councillors than just the members of FEDCO. I would strongly encourage you to continue scheduling when we get back to normal times, FEDCO meetings for council chambers. It's helpful with respect to being able to get you know, the displays, simultaneous translation, etc. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank the clerk for the report. I'm glad to see that the gender and equity were brought up, but the fact that it's optional gives me some concern. I feel like a broken record when I go to committees and ask again and again about gender equity. And it would be great if it was incorporated in and not just optional. And I would suggest if it could be put into at least 2 committees that, for starters, I understand workload and I understand that but frankly, it should be a reflex. It should be a reflex to deal with gender equity, and we shouldn't have to have it as something that's optional. So I would strongly suggest that for at least for the community and protective services, that it be mandatory. And I could also suggest for Transit Commission that it be considered. So just for starters. So I would ask if that can be considered.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we'll certainly take that under advisement, and we can probably have this discussion offline prior to getting to council in another week's time. That being said, we were very clear in the report, Mr. Mayor, that we worked very closely with operational staff on the tools and training and processes they were able to recommend to us, and that we are recommending to committee and council with regards to how to make this operationally feasible. And again, we'll certainly look at it in the interim.
Okay, thank you very much.
I would appreciate that. And I think that the women across Ottawa would appreciate that, just to make sure that gender equity has been considered. Thank you. Okay,
so on the report, carried. Next is Ottawa Ward Boundary Review 2020. So Mr. Clerk, you're going to introduce our consultants who have a presentation. And then Vice Chair Dudas has, I believe, 5 motions. And then we have a number of members of the public, a total of 9, that wish to speak on the ward boundary issues. So Mr. O'Connor, over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. As members can appreciate, this has been going on for more than a year. There's been lots of documentation and consultation. I will get right to introducing the 3 external consultants. The first is Beata Bauron, who will probably take the lead with regards to the presentation, followed by Gary Davidson, and also Russell Matthews. So I'll ask the consultants to take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we could put the presentation up.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. This is going to be a very brief presentation. Next slide. Next slide, please. Thank you. Yes, I just want to go briefly through what we did. We started the project with creating the options. And as part of the process, we did some background research and had our first round of public consultation, during which we collected comments on current ward boundaries. And then we used these comments to inform the development of the options. There were 5 options, plus another option 6, and all options achieved effective representation. Next, please. We then determined what the preferred option was. Next, please. And the process for that was during round 2 of the public consultation, the public and members of council and stakeholders ranked options 1 to 6. And then there were also a lot of comments on all of these options, and we summarized these comments on the preferred option, which was option 6, in the appendix to the final report. There are 15 pages where we are listing the suggestions that people made and then whether or not we could accommodate these suggestions. I just want to stress that many of the requests that we received were for leave the boundaries as they are. And of course, a ward boundary review isn't able to do that. The reason people gave were their concerns about access to recreational, to cultural facilities and recreational facilities, and to commercial areas. And we just want to stress that municipal ward boundaries, of course, do not alter the public's access to any of these facilities. Gary?
Thank you, Beata.
Next, please.
Yes. Next slide, please. Mr. Mayor and Councillor, committee members. Just as we get started, thank you. Just as we get started, I wanted to point out briefly that the role of the consulting team was to recommend to Council a ward boundary configuration that optimizes effective representation and also is defensible in front of the LPAT. And that is what we have tried to do. The map that you're showing, and I'm sure you're quite familiar with it, is in fact the recommended ward configuration. Next slide, please. And associated with that is a variance table, and the variance table speaks to the component of effective representation that relates to voter parity. Next slide, please. Now, what we looked at, as Beata has pointed out, is the various changes, not from the current wards, but the various changes from option 6, which was the preferred option by a large amount. So in the rural wards, the change from option 6 was that we combined the area north of Willhaven Drive with current Orleans, and the area south of Willhaven Drive stays with the current Cumberland Ward and Osgood Ward. West Carleton March is reduced slightly by transferring the Canada North urban expansion area into Canada North. And that was something that was pointed out to us, that that area had already been approved for development. Next slide. With the suburban wards, Orleans and Innis were adjusted slightly due to the transfer of the area north of Willhaven Drive to Orleans. So we readjusted some of those boundaries. And as I just mentioned, the Canada North expansion area was added to Canada North. Next slide, please. In the urban wards, which is an important one, a lot of people are concerned about that, there were 2 areas where changes more than just some minor boundary tweaks were required. And they related to developing better voter parity. One was between Kitchissippi and Bay, because Kitchissippi is a very fast growing ward and Bay is slightly smaller. So there was a population adjustment there. And there was an adjustment between Alta Vista and Beacon Hill Searville, again, to improve voter parity, because Beacon Hill Searville is the smallest rural ward. There are also some minor adjustments between Rideau Vanier and Rideau Rockcliffe to straighten out the boundaries. Next slide, please. Now, there were many of the wards were not changed from the recommended ward boundary to option 6. And there were 14 of these.
The other way around, okay.
And these are listed here. So these are the ones where there was no change to option 6 boundaries for 14 wards, and they're listed. So this is the first slide. Next slide, please. And that's the second slide. So this that is essentially a very, very brief overview of the ward boundary review and how we got to this point in time. And I'm sure, because we've been following the input too, that there are quite a few comments and questions, and there are some delegations. So I would like to thank the committee chair for this opportunity to make the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you just you called Beacon Hill Searville a rural ward, which I know.
Yes.
Small ward, population-wide. I'm sorry.
It's an urban ward.
It's an urban ward.
Thank you for that. So we have a number of motions that we will read. So members of the public who are listening in and who may...
Mr. Mayor, just a point of clarity. I believe on slide 13, Gary made a statement saying Rideau Goulburn has no changes, but I think it does have some changes if we look at it. Slide 13.
Yeah.
The Rideau Goulburn has no changes. Actually, it does have some changes because south of the Queensway will be coming back to Ward 5 or WR3, as you call it.
Yes. Okay. Just to clarify that, Mr. Councillor, what we were saying is that there were no changes from the ward boundaries proposed in option 6.
Okay.
There definitely were changes from the original ward, yes, and you have pointed those out.
Okay, good point. Thank you. I just want to clarify. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, that's a good point, Eli. Thank you. Okay, so Vice Chair Dudas, if you'd like to read, there's one direction and I believe 4 or 5 motions. So if you can put those on, and for members of the public who are here to speak to the item, some of these motions may satisfy your concerns, or at least answer them, or may not. But at least if you hear them before we go to the public, and then we'll have questions from the from councillors to the public, and then questions to the consultants and to city staff. So Vice Chair Dudas, if you can start the process, please.
Certainly. And Carol, I'll just ask, so I have them before me, but if you can also put them up so my colleagues can see them.
Hear you, sir.
I'll start with the direction. That the consulting team and staff be directed to review the population forecast for the recommended wards RW8 and RW9 prior to the City Council meeting of December 9th, 2020, based on a division of Barrhaven at Green Bank Road for the years 2022, 2026, 2030, and 2034 to determine if any adjustments are appropriate to the recommended ward boundaries.
Okay, and I believe Councillor Harder is supportive of this, even though she's not with us. I think she may be watching. So, so Caroline, are you waiving? Yeah, we're just going to do all of the introduction, and then we go to the public, and then we come to councillors. Okay.
So I pulled up the motion regarding Cumberland, Carol.
Yeah, so the next one is the Cumberland motion. So Councillor Dudas, if you can read that, please, for members of the public's sake
Certainly. Whereas subsection 222(1) of the Municipal Act 2001 provides that a municipality has the authority to divide or redivide the municipality into wards or to dissolve the existing wards. And whereas on June 12, 2019, City Council considered the staff report titled City of Ottawa Ward Boundary Review 2019-2020 and approved a process to review the city's ward boundaries and establish new boundaries in time for the 2022 municipal elections. And whereas the council approved ward boundary review process is aimed at addressing issues related to effective representation and is meant to establish ward boundaries that would be used in at least 3 municipal elections, 2022, 2026, and 2030, and perhaps a 4th municipal election in 2034. And whereas in accordance with the council direction arising from the June 2019 staff report, staff undertook a request for proposal RFP process to retain an independent consultant to conduct a comprehensive ward boundary review consistent with the council approved terms of reference. And the consultant team of Bieta, Barron, etc. Inc. is in association with the Davidson Group and Hemson Consulting Limited were retained through the RFP process. And whereas the consultant team began the Ottawa Ward Boundary Review 2020 in January 2020, with the first round of public consultation between March and April 2020, the subsequent development of an options report and supplementary report, and the second round of public consultation between August and September 2020, as described in the staff report titled Ottawa Ward Boundary Review 2020 Recommendations Report. And whereas the consultant team had provided in its final report titled Recommended Ward Boundaries, final report November 13th, 2020, which sets out recommendations for a new City of Ottawa ward boundary structure to take effect for the 2022 municipal elections. And whereas the ward boundary consultants have received overwhelming negative feedback from the Cumberland residents to the proposed merger of rural Cumberland to Osgood, and whereas the residents of rural Cumberland have overwhelmingly voiced their desire to remain attached to the wards of Orleans and Cumberland, and whereas Cumberland Ward has the highest proportion of Francophone residents of any ward in the City of Ottawa at 36.5% as of 2018, and whereas the Francophone community indicated a strong desire to not have its elected representation diluted by a merger with the Osgood Ward, and whereas the City Council carried a motion on July 15th, 2020, providing for an option 6, which calls for the protection of existing historical communities of interest, therefore be resolved that the recommendations for a new City of Ottawa ward boundary structure as set out in the report titled Recommended Ward Boundaries, final report November 13th, 2020, be amended as follows: that the boundaries of RW1 be amended to include the land south of Willhaven Drive, west of Canaan Road, south of Russell Road, and east of the Via Rail Corridor and Milton Road.
Okay, so we'll go on to the next one, Eastway Gardens, I believe.
Okay, whereas subsection 222(1) of the Municipal Act 2001 provides that the municipality has the authority to divide or redivide the municipality.
I think, Councillor, sorry, but I think most of
it's pretty much the same, right?
The template, so we can probably go to the more specific one that starts with where's the current boundary between Ward 11?
I'm happy to do that. Whereas the current ward boundary between Ward 11, Beacon Hill, Surville, and Ward 18, Alta Vista, stretches diagonally between Startop Road and Trial Street, with the community of Eastway Gardens located in Ward 18. And whereas the recommended ward boundaries report sees the boundary between RW13, Beacon Hill, Surville, and RW14, Alta Vista, shift to Industrial Avenue and Innis Road, affecting approximately 1,000 residents living in the Eastway Gardens community by moving them to RW13, Beacon Hill, Surville. And whereas the Eastway Gardens community has a social connection to the existing neighborhoods in Alta Vista, including shared community associations, whereas significant changes will occur within the Eastway Gardens community in the coming years, including the Canada Lands Company plan for subdivision for Tremblay and St. Laurent, the plan of subdivision proposal for 25 Pickering, the Tremblay Road realignment, and the Belfast Road overpass, cycle path, and road renewal. Whereas the proposed boundary change would isolate the Eastway Gardens community from other residential neighborhoods in RW13, Beacon Hill, Surville, as it is separated by Highway 417 and the Via Rail Corridor. Therefore, be resolved that the recommendations for a new City of Ottawa ward boundary structure as set out in the report titled Recommended Ward Boundaries, final report November 13th, 2020, be amended as follows: that the boundary between RW13, Beacon Hill, Surville, Surville, and RW 14 Alta Vista be adjusted to be Highway 417, St. Laurent, and the Via Rail corridor.
Okay, next I have is McKellar Park.
Okay.
Here.
And seeing that it is once again very similar up until the point of where's the current boundary. So I'll start reading from there. Where's the current boundary between Ward 7 Bay and Ward 15 Kitchissippi is Sherbourne Avenue. And whereas the recommended ward boundaries would see the boundary between RW 20 Kitchissippi and RW 24 Bay shift to Denbury Avenue, impacting approximately 7,000 residents, primarily in the McKellar Park neighborhood. And whereas the McKellar Park community shares schools, federal and provincial electoral boundaries, shopping and recreation patterns with the Westboro community, and is tightly integrated with the concerns of the broader Kitchissippi Ward. And whereas Bay Ward will be the center of significant intensification in the coming years, including several transit-oriented developments at the new LRT stations, and workload issues for the Bay Ward Councillor are expected to become more significant in the near future. Therefore, it be resolved that the recommendations for the new City of Ottawa ward boundary structure as set out in the report titled Recommended Ward Boundaries Final Report, November 13, 2020, be amended as follows: that the boundary between RW 20 Kitchissippi and RW 24 Bay remain Sherbourne Avenue.
Okay, and next is the Ottawa Hospital.
I will start at the whereas the Ottawa Hospital. Whereas the Ottawa Hospital is undertaking one of the most important community projects to be built over the next decade when it constructs its new campus. And whereas the recommended ward boundaries would see the majority of the Ottawa Hospital expansion property located in RW 21 River, with the exception of a small parcel of land, which currently serves as a parking lot in RW 19 Capital. And whereas this parcel of land was moved to RW 21 River in options 1 and 2 as splitting a hospital site between two wards creates a more complex planning approval process. Therefore, it be resolved that the recommendations for a new City of Ottawa ward boundary structure be set out in the report titled Recommended Ward Boundaries Final Report as amended as follows: that the parking lot bounded by Carling Avenue to the north, Prince of Wales Drive to the south, Preston Street to the east, and Trillium Line to the west be added from RW 19 Capital to RW 21 River.
Okay, and the final motion we have is on Vanier.
And I will go to whereas the recommended boundaries move fixtures of Vanier, including Riverine Park, the Vanier Towers, the I don't want to say that inappropriately, but Center for Inuit Children, Youth and Families, and the Center Éducatif Tournesol to RW 16 Rideau Rockcliffe. And whereas realigning the southern boundary between RW 16 Rideau Rockcliffe and RW 17 Rideau Vanier to include more of the former city of Vanier, a distinct community of interest within Rideau Vanier would affect approximately 1,100 residents, while keeping both wards within the generally accepted variance for the majority of the boundary review period. Therefore, it be resolved that the recommendations for a new City of Ottawa ward boundary structure set out in the report titled Recommended Ward Boundaries Final Report be amended as follows: that the southern boundary between RW 16 Rideau Rockcliffe and RW 17 Rideau Vanier be moved from MacArthur Avenue to Donald Street, and the eastern boundary remain Rue de l'Église, but extend on MacArthur Avenue and south on Brant Street to Donald Street.
Okay, are there any other motions at this point? Okay, so we're now going to hear from the members of the public, and there are a number of people who would like to speak on this item. The first is the Honorable Don Boudria. I don't know if Mr. Boudria is, I did see Dan Boudria, who's second, but is Don?
Am I here?
Yeah, I hear you, Mr. Boudria. How are you? Welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship. May I proceed?
Yes, yes. I think, didn't you used to be in charge of a boundary adjustments at the federal level? So you know a lot about what we're going through.
Yes, I was a minister responsible for the Canada Elections Act. That's quite correct, which included the redistricting of the entire country. Alors, merci, monsieur le maire, votre honneur de me donner le...
Thank you, Your Lordship, for giving me the privilege to appear before you. I would like to talk to you about community of interest in the east of the city. I will always talk about the French wards. They almost all have a common interest and no interest with Augsburg. I don't know where consultant came to the conclusion that there could be a community of interest with Kenmore and Bucket Street, for example, or Notre-Dame-des-Champs and Vernon. Our community center is the Saint-François-du-Puy in Orleans. People from Orleans use the recreation installation like arenas from Osgood. Financial institution, the Royal Bank, for example, located on the Brian Coburn Street in Orleans. It's called Royal Bank of Navan. It's been L'Artère Routier. Brian Coburn is from Leonard, not from Osgood. Where is the Brian Coburn Street in Orleans? And there's a street called by the name of Gérald Lalonde. The city has named a park in my name, and I thank you for it. I am as a resident of Star Speed in Orleans. Now I want to talk to you about the linguistic interest. It's obvious that the Commission did not take into account the linguistic interest. I see them that Ms. Duda is trying to solve the problem, and I thank her, but I'm not sure it's going to work, but thank you. The rearrangement that you have before you takes the Francophone community from the East, which was in the first report divided by 2, and we have tried to solve the problem by dividing it in 3, but how are we supposed to be happy with the decision that has been made? So, some, and Ms. Duda said it, that it's the only rural part of of Ottawa where there's an important number of Francophones. It's the Ward 19. The number of Francophone is higher than in the Rideau-Vanier. The secondary school that are for our community, Collège Mère Bleue, Gisèle Lalonde, are located where? In Orleans. Our community, our interest community is Orleans, nowhere else. The Health Service Center of Montfort is in construction in Orleans and is there to give services to everyone, but especially to the Francophone community. The Bibliobus, the library, we talked about a library earlier. The library is offering French services and is based from the library referral. The Catholic parishes are part of the Unité Pastorale de la Mer Bleue. 2 minutes, Mr. Boudra, 1 minute. Thank you, your ship.
We have had a history in the Eastern region of being well represented by representatives who have always or almost always been able to serve us in both languages. Catherine Kitts, Stephen Blais, Brian Coburn, Jerry Lalonde, Henri Rock, Peter Clark, myself, Don Boudria, if you go back far enough, Nelson Charlebois, we all were bilingual. What are the chances of that ever happening again? And I would suggest it would be nil if we were amended to the Osgood ward. Thank you, Your Worship. Merci, Monsieur le Maire, membre du conseil qui sont présents aujourd'hui. Merci pour vos efforts de réparer ce qui est là.
Thank you for your efforts to correct what is proposed, but I think you're repairing a used ladder. It would be better to start from scratch if that's possible. Thank you, Mr. Bria. Two persons are going to be asking questions, and I think we have a solution that will be ensuring your what you have been recommended. Conseiller Lula. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I thank you, Mr. Boulia. Thank you to all.
Pour votre témoignage. Nous apprécions beaucoup votre point de vue. Je veux que vous sachiez que tout au long de ce processus, nous avons travaillé d'arrache-pied pour que ce point de vue soit entendu.
No.
Nous devons nous assurer que nos résidents francophones, francophiles et bilingues ont la possibilité d'élire un membre de conseil francophone ou bilingue. Je suis complètement d'accord avec votre témoignage et je vous remercie beaucoup. Merci.
Merci. Et Councillor Kitts, s'il vous plaît. Just off the mute button there, Catherine. There we go.
Merci beaucoup, Mr. Boudria, pour être ici.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boudria, for being with us today.
On behalf of Cumberland Ward residents. Ma question,
And my question for you, what do you mean when you say when the Francophone community is being diluted to such an extent as not to be properly represented? Well, that means if you move forward with this initiative, you would dilute the Francophone community. The first draft, as I said, divided the community into two. And then they tried to change things by revising it, but we're still divided. It's worse, in fact. It's going to, in fact, dilute the Francophone community in the East even more. And as we know, a dispute with the Francophone community doesn't really create a good situation for anyone. Now, this type of report, I think, should take language minorities into account. Even in the presentation today, the word language community was not used. When we prepared the report, it didn't talk about that either. It wasn't part of the comments either. It was only stakeholders from the community that raised that, and we haven't seen that raised today in the report. We saw it mentioned, of course, in the amendments proposed by some of the councillors, of course. Thank you, Mr. Boudria. The next person is Dan Boudria, Vice President of the Centre East Catholic Schools. Dan Boudria, are you there? Hello, Mr. Mayor. I am here, yes, in fact. Hello, I won't repeat what Mr. Boudria, the other Boudria, has just said, but I will. I'll speak to the perspective of school board members and for the École Catholique du Centre-Est. I've been a school counselor for many, many years, and I've spoken to many of you around this table today. Hello.
In these three capacities. First, as a seventh-generation resident of the Township of Cumberland, you just heard the sixth-generation resident of the Township of Cumberland just a few seconds ago. As the four-term elected Catholic French trustee for the most bilingual ward in the city, and third, as the vice chair of the largest French language school board in Ontario, and the largest French Catholic board in Canada. La redistribution des quartiers électoraux tel que proposé par le comité.
The redistribution, the changing of the ward boundaries will lead to the clout of francophones in this ward being reduced and will reduce effective representation of francophones in this ward. Language has always been an important issue in our ward. The francophones have lived alongside Anglophones for centuries now. Now, le Conseil École catholique du Centre-Est had thanked the city for recognizing that Ottawa is a bilingual city. For us, bilingual is not only symbolic, it's also a reality of our daily lives. As you know, our school board is growing because of the language duality that we have in our area. And this is happening across Ottawa. It's the commitment of the community that's important. Some of you were present at the inauguration of the Jonathan Pitre Catholic School in Riverside South, and at the opening of the Paul de Marie Sports Dome in Stittsville last year. I hope you'll have the opportunity to join me soon to actually start the building of the new Avalon School in the Cumberland Ward. We're confident in the future of our school board, but we feel that you have not taken into account the reality of francophones in this project. I'd like to thank Catherine Kitts for her work, who's behind this amendment that's just been tabled, and who raised the issue during her election campaign during the pandemic. I'll allow others to talk to the interests of other communities of interest, but in terms of our position, we don't make a distinction between urban and rural Cumberland. The schools that we have serve Navan, Orleans, and Sarsfield. You've just heard about Beatrice Delors School, for example. That's Cumberland School. Mer Bleu also serves part of East Cumberland. We don't want to create borders and barriers. We want to create and maintain unity.
I would ask you to consider the unique character and nature of Cumberland while you make this very important decision. What is important to us is that we remain together, French, English, rural, urban. That's the Cumberland we know, and that's the Ottawa we know. So 3 points in closing. School boards were not engaged in this process, so I'm pleased to address you today as the French Catholic trustee. The proposal, option 6, did not address the issue of the most bilingual ward in the city disappearing. We'll need to look at the motion today. The view is that we should maintain a strong representation of Francophone minorities in our institutions. And our offer is there to work with you through Councillor Kitts and others to find a solution. We want to allow Cumberland to continue to be the city's most bilingual ward and for it to continue to thrive. Donc, merci, Monsieur le Maire, conseillère et conseillers.
So thank you very much, councillors. Mayor, thank you for your support.
Thank you very much, Dan. We hope you get a chance to read the resolution because I think it addresses a number of your concerns, very valid points. And I know Catherine and Matt worked on that along with Councillor Deroux, so appreciate that. And I think Councillor Luloff has a question or a comment for you.
Brièvement, Monsieur le Maire, vous êtes
very briefly, you're fantastic. I really love the work you do. I have something important to tell you. I just like to tell you that I appreciate you coming out to speak. You must protect and celebrate our Francophone heritage here in the east of the city. And Catherine Kitts and myself are wholeheartedly in agreement with you. We will continue to work very, very hard to resolve the issues you have raised. Our team will support you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Luloff and Councillor Kitts and other councillors and all those who support us. Thank you very much.
Next is Miranda Gray. Is Ms. Gray with us?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, the floor is yours for the next 5 minutes.
So overall, it's a very good report, though it's hard to deal with motions that are coming from the floor and comment on them on the fly. I would say in general, it strikes the right balance. Option 6 strikes the right balance of urban, suburban, and rural wards. I support the boundaries in the areas I'm most familiar with, although I agree that Cumberland still is a challenge. But I'm not sure how it can be resolved and maintain all the other objectives of this exercise. My concern is that the boundaries are expected to last at least 3 and maybe 4 election cycles. I don't believe that will work. I believe that with the density shifts that we're seeing in the downtown core, and hopefully we'll see in the urban core, that we will see these boundaries need to be revised before the 2034 election. So I would like to see somewhere in this report a discussion about what should trigger the next ward boundary review, other than provincial legislation to do so. We waited too long to do this one, and I would prefer not to wait too long before we do the next one. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. Next, Carolyn Etter, Association Communautaire de Sarsfield.
Sarsfield Community Association. Hello, I'm here, yes, hello. Hello, welcome. Well, thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you very much, councillors, members of FEDCO. I'd like to thank you for allowing us to speak to you today on the report for the Ottawa ward boundary. You have perhaps led our written letter that we submitted to you. We are opposed to the proposals in this report, especially as it pertains to changes to Cumberland and Osgood wards. I'd like to put forward some of our concerns expressed by members of the Executive Committee of the Association Communautaire de Sarsfield. As you know, Sarsfield is a rural community made up mainly of Francophones, situated at the eastern boundary of Ottawa. Unfortunately, the proposals put forward in the consultant's review report are disappointing and completely unacceptable in their current format for our community. I'd like to ask you to reject the report and its recommendations, and perhaps to implement a process to take into account the concerns of rural communities. I see that there's a motion on the table today to do that. I'd like to thank Catherine Kids and Matt Luloff also for having tabled this amendment today. It's already a step in the right direction for our community. So this the request we're making today is based on the following facts. First of all, the consultation process was problematic right from the outset, given the pandemic, and forgot to consult some stakeholders who represent the interests of our community. Especially in a situation where our ward had no sitting councillor when the consultation was undertaken. I'd like to applaud the work and support from our new councillor, Catherine Kitts, our community association. Despite the fact that our community is directly affected, has not been consulted during the first stage of the consultation and was only just made part of the second stage. More than 140 community associations exist across the city, and we were told that it was difficult to actually consult all community associations. Personally, as a president of a community association directly affected by the ward boundary changes, and these are major changes to our representation. So it's really outrageous that we weren't consulted. And very often, community associations play a vital role as an intermediary, a go-between in terms of communications between residents and the city. Secondly, we're very concerned about the potential impact on rural and francophone communities within our area, and also the possible reduction of services, the loss of a rural seat on council, but we're more concerned by the reduction of the number of francophones living in our area. Now, the francophonie is alive and well in our city. As indicated by the consultants, the bilingualism policy will not be changed by this ward boundary change. This is a principle which is good in theory, but very often these services are inadequate and active offering is inexistent. In some cases, the dilution of the Francophone community will perhaps mean that some gains made by Francophones across the city will be stepped back. Our population, the population of Ottawa really is less than 10% francophone. I'd like also to point out the flagrant indifference to rural communities. The majority of residents, sorry, 1 minute left. The majority of residents in Cumberland and Osgood were against the option 6 that was put forward. 66% of Cumberland respondents were against, and the same number of people in Osgood said that they didn't like any of the options. That really shows how the rural voice has been ignored once again. So to end, I'd like to thank you for having given me the opportunity to present our concerns as residents of Sarsfield Village and president of the Community Association of Sarsfield. And I would ask you to reject this disappointing report. That's what I would ask you to do today. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your service as a volunteer, Ms. Etter. And I think that Councillor Kitts has a question for you. Yes, I do, in fact. Thank you, Caroline, for being here today with us. And thank you for your comments today. Now, the report on the ward boundary review says that language issues are not as important as other issues. Well, I think we have to find a balance, really. Now, there are, of course, well, it's a fact that the rural voice is often forgotten. In Sarsfield, we often feel that we're left out. But we are a community which is in the majority francophone. So we have to find a balance between the rural voice and language duality. It's not easy. It's not easy to achieve that, but we are confident that committee members or the city council will, in fact, come up with a solution. Not everyone will be pleased with the outcome, but the current option, the current report really does not make sense to our eyes. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Etter. It's a great pleasure.
Probably the best known guy in Navan next to his dad, John Bradley. Hello, John. I saw you somewhere there. There he is.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, Catherine. Thank you. To begin, thanks for allowing myself and others to offer up their opinions regarding the ward changes and that are being proposed. No doubt we all have had plenty of time to digest the report and that the consultants have drawn up and the options they have proposed along with option number 6. I think it's best if I speak from a historic, personal and business perspective. In my case and in our family's case, the 3 perspectives are very much intertwined. I'm the 4th generation of the Bradleys to own and operate Bradley store in Navan. We have been fortunate enough to live here and operate a business since 1898 and serve not only Navan, but the surrounding area, which includes Sarsfield, Notre-Dame-des-Champs, Avalon, Bradley Estates, Cumberland Village, Vars. These communities are very, very connected, whether it be through sports like minor hockey, adult hockey battles for the historic Bradley Cup, curling club friendly matches, whether it's through family connections. We have all grown up sharing the good times and the tough times. A few examples of this, the Bradley Cup goes back to the early 1920s, and it is battled between Navan, Orleans, Cumberland, Vars, and Sarsfield. Cumberland Minor Hockey plays in Navan, Cumberland, and Orleans. Cumberland and Navan curling clubs have a long history of friendly matches. The Navan Fair is deeply rooted in Cumberland Township. Business-wise, our store sees anywhere from 300 to 700 people every day. These customers all move east to west in the morning and west to east at the end of the day. Everything that we do day to day in our personal lives is connected to Orleans and Ottawa. Basically, it's an east-west flow to the way we do our shopping, our working, our playing, and our living. I do understand there's a need to review from time to time the way constituents are represented because of population trends, etc. But at the end of the day, it's only right that the communities are represented in a way that makes sense. In our opinion, it does not make sense to create another ward in the municipality. I'm thinking we should be able to handle the constituents that we have with the wards the way they are made up, if it makes sense. Having Navan and Sarsfield joining Osgood Ward, although it's a great place, no doubt, we have absolutely nothing in common. We don't commute there, we don't shop there, we don't live there, we don't play there. Business, as I said, is done east to west and west to east. The Francophone community, in my opinion, would also be better served from a bilingual representative concentrating on East End issues. Will that still happen if we belong to an Osgood Cumberland ward? Possibly yes, but possibly no. The fact that we did not have representation during the consultant's formulation of the plan hurts, no doubt, but what we did have was a candidate, Catherine Kitts, who had knocked on every door and had listened to the voices of Cumberland and had the most recent knowledge, a real feel for the issues of the day. And it would behoove the authors of the report to have a good listen to what both Cumberland Councillor Ward, Catherine Kitts, has to say, and along with Osgood Councillor Ward, George Derouz. She's been dealing door to door and listening. Councillor Derouz has been dealing with issues from one end of Osgood to the other end of Cumberland. I know this because he visited me at the store. He may have a few comments regarding the idea as well. So to sum up, I basically have 3 examples, just briefly. Effective representation. I often think that creating one of these ward boundary reports has a lot to do with good data. Of course they had. Good information, great population trends information, all good stuff. And yes, a suggested report can be developed using these great data models, but at the end of the day, some common sense has to be injected. Reminds me of the way we go about running our store. We can look at when our customers are in the store, where they come from, what time of the day, etc. And if we look strictly at those numbers, we'd be closed at 10 in the morning, we'd be closed at 2 in the afternoon or 7 o'clock on a Monday night. But we're not. We have to be open and we have to be accessible to everyone. Another good example with COVID, our business has really developed by strengthening our business relationships with Orleans suppliers. So there's a strong connection to Orleans with rural and urban. And finally, this is my final point, the Navan Curling Club. This makes the perfect point. In 1984, the Navan Curling Club started with 50 members, and 60% of the membership was Orleans. They lived in Orleans. In 1991, when the curling club actually got built, we had about 350 members. 60% was from Orleans. In 2019, we have over 600 members at the Navan Curling Club, and 60% of the membership still is from Orleans. That's all I have to say.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Sean. We have Councillor Kitts. That's a question or comment.
Thanks so much for being here, or thank you, Mr. Mayor, and John, thank you so much for
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le maire. Merci, John, de votre présence. Je vais tous les jours à votre magasin, donc on se connaît très bien. Je voulais vous poser une question. Comme résident rural, pensez-vous être défavorisé en étant relié à la banlieue de Orléans? Non. Sinon, c'est tout à fait normal que nous soyons reliés. Nos enjeux sont les enjeux d'Orléans. Qu'il s'agisse de transport, de développement économique, nous sommes tous interreliés. Tous ceux qui vivent à Navan travaillent à Ottawa, ils ne travaillent pas à McArthur, à Osgood. Tout ce que nous faisons au quotidien, que ce soit dans une région rurale ou urbaine, nous sommes interreliés. Le conseiller Moffett. Merci. Je m'attendais que le conseiller Durouz intervienne en premier. 2 questions. Premièrement, je voudrais, M. Bradley, que vous sachiez que la motion dont nous sommes soumises, bon, ça divise en 3 l'ancien comté de Cumberland. Cumberland et Navan ne seront pas ensemble. Ça va être 2 quartiers distincts. Et la partie sud Cumberland va appartenir à Osgood. Est-ce que vous êtes au courant? Non, pas vraiment. Non, je ne suis pas au courant de tous les détails, non. Pourriez-vous l'expliquer en une minute? Bon, la carte qu'on propose, Willhaven est une frontière entre la partie nord et sud. La partie Navan au sud de Willhaven va passer dans le quartier du sud. La partie sud va aller dans le quartier Osgood. Cumberland va donc être divisé entre 3 quartiers. Oui, et ça s'y prête. Je pense que ça nous permettra d'atteindre notre objectif. Et deuxièmement, sur le plan historique, vu votre engagement dans la communauté, vous avez été représenté par Bob Ganahan au conseil régional. C'était votre conseiller régional. Comment décririez-vous la représentation du conseiller Wyman à ce moment-là? Efficace ou inefficace? Je connais très bien Bob Ganahan. Bon, je ne pense pas qu'on puisse vraiment interroger quelqu'un sur le rendement de... Oui, c'est pertinent compte tenu de la région représentée. Bob vivait à Cumberland, je vivais à Navan. Je pense qu'il nous a assez bien représentés. Je le connais très bien. Je le considère comme un bon ami. Donc, un résident de Cumberland a été élu pour représenter Cumberland et Osgood dans l'ancienne municipalité régionale. Conseiller de Rousse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I
Merci,
want to
Monsieur
thank
le
John
maire.
and
Je voudrais
also the
remercier
previous
John,
speakers for coming up to
les
speaking on
intervenants
this
précédents qui sont venus prendre la
very important
parole
issue
sur
between
cette
the
très importante
Cumberland-Osgood
question qui touche
boundary review. But I
qui
also
porte
I
sur
did
l'examen de la limite entre Osgood
actually
et
covered
Cumberland.
myself and Councillor Lulaf and Councillor
Le conseiller
Dudas
Lulaf, le
when
conseiller Duda et
Councillor
moi
Blais was away, and I did have lots of conversation with John, and I know that
j'ai eu
John
beaucoup de
knows
conversations
well
avec
his
John. Je
community,
sais
and
que
I learn
John
a
connaît
lot
très
from
bien
him. So I
sa
want to thank you,
communauté.
John, for coming
Alors, je
today
voudrais remercier
and
John de
addressing the
comparaître
council the
devant
issue.
nous
I know that
aujourd'hui, de
Catherine and
traiter de
I
la
and Councillor
question.
Lulaf have been
Catherine et
working
moi,
very closely to making
conseiller
sure we address all
Rudolph,
these issues and making
avons
sure that we
travaillé de
close all
très
the gaps. So
près.
thank you very much
Nous
for
voulons
coming up.
desservoir tous les résidents. Merci de m'avoir réinvité. Monsieur le maire, vous êtes en mode de sourdine. Je vous remercie, John, et transmettez nos voeux à Bradley qui s'est vu décerner l'ordre d'Ottawa. Merci beaucoup. Conseillère Lula, allez-y. Merci, Monsieur le maire. Merci, John. Je pense que le point important que vous avez soulevé aujourd'hui, c'est que la partie est de la ville connaît mieux ce qui est important pour elle que d'autres quartiers. Bon, je comprends qu'il y aura finalement 3 conseillers qui vont représenter les intérêts de Cumberland. Et moi, je ne peux pas penser à une meilleure raison d'appuyer, avoir 3 conseillers qui travailleront pour défendre les intérêts de l'ancien quartier de Cumberland. Si le rapport est adopté, j'aurai l'honneur de représenter le village de Cumberland. Et je m'entends très bien avec mes collègues de l'Est. Ce sera une équipe très forte dans l'Est. Et je comprends ce que vous avez dit. Oui, ce sont les résidents de l'Est qui connaissent mieux quels sont leurs besoins. Et nous vous remercions d'avoir comparu devant nous. Merci. Merci encore une fois, John. Linda Dunn, une personne connue de Cumberland, de l'époque du canton.
C'est sur l'anglais en ce moment.
Just on mute, Mr. Mayor.
Oops. Linda, are you on? Can you just unmute yourself there?
The host unmuted me. Can you hear me?
There we go. Hi, Linda. I just seeing a familiar face. How many years on council? 9?
No, it was 6 actually, but it was a very, very dynamic time in the history of the Township of Cumberland. We were at that time the second fastest growing municipality in Canada. And it was exciting, and I was very pleased to work closely with Don Boudria. He was our were you our MPP at that time or MP?
He was he was both.
Yeah, I think he was both. I'm not sure during that time though. But I want to thank you very much for this opportunity. Some of what I'm going to say is going to be repetitive, but I think it's important for everyone to hear it. Although I now live in Matthews riding, my husband, family, and I lived for 43 years in the far, far rural southeast end of what's now the city of Ottawa. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of the Navan Community Association and hundreds of local residents whom I have contacted over the last few months. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yep, and we can see you too. Oops, we just missed.
Sorry, it's showing me nothing on my screen.
Yeah, well, we can hear you.
Okay, good.
Right.
When I first saw the options being proposed for the new ward boundaries, all of which saw the dissolution of the former Cumberland ward and incorporation into this huge rural ward with Osgoode, I was really upset and felt that the residents of Cumberland were being dismissed without any due consideration. And when you combine that with COVID-19 restrictions and the fact that we did not have a representative for our ward at that time, this was devastating. So I took it upon myself to inform as many people as I could of both the issue and its implications, and spent innumerable hours in articulating the concerns of our rural residents to council members and the consultants. Pretty disappointed that those comments were largely ignored by the consultants in the final report. On behalf of our residents, we feel very fortunate now to have an elected representative, our Catherine Kitts, to stand up for our values and articulate our concerns. Thank you very much, and thanks to Councillor Rudolph and DeRoos as well. For a variety of reasons, some of which have been stated in written submissions and have been articulated by others today, the final report is unacceptable to us. There are two basic premises underlining the report which need to be corrected. The first is that our community of interest only lies with other rural residents. Boy, is this wrong. Our community of interest lies firmly with Orleans. Historically, culturally, religiously, socially, educationally, and recreationally. We have no tie with Osgoode. From the Burns Hill in Navan, you can see Orleans and walk to it. It's a 5-minute drive. 5-minute drive. Most of our rural children go to school in Orleans. Our families live there. We shop and support community activities in Orleans. Our doctors, dentists, and other healthcare professionals are there. Our libraries, pools, and gyms are in Orleans. Our rural people attend cultural and community events and support institutions such as the Orleans Cumberland Resource Center, MIFO, and the Schenkman Center, to name just a few. At the same time, our urban families attend rural churches, curling clubs, seniors groups. Their kids play at rural arenas. They attend community events like the Navan Fair and rural markets, and their families live in the rural area. This is truly an intertwined community of interest, which has been in place for more than 100 years. That brings me to the other underlying concept on which the consultants have based their original and final reports, namely that it is, quote unquote, inappropriate to mix suburban and rural populations. I would suggest that this view cannot be more wrong. We have lived in a symbiotic relationship with rural and suburban populations, not only mixing, but being very, very proud of our collective accomplishments. Developed with unique partnerships to build and maintain public and private structures like community. Sorry?
1 minute, Linda.
Okay, great. We support each other, past, present, and future. And rather than being viewed as a problem which needs to be fixed, We should instead be seen as a successful example of how to plan and live in a growing and dynamic community. We would all benefit in this city from having a broad lens on which to view complex and important issues. So I would ask all the committee members to consider, deeply consider, having our Cumberland Township remain with Orleans and not with Osgood. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Linda. I miss seeing you, of course, at the Navan Fair. You always did such a great job as the MC at the opening event. And we have Councillor Luloff has a question, and then Councillor DeRose, please.
Okay.
Linda, we're so lucky to continue to have your expertise here in Orleans. Very proud and lucky to have Fern Casey, Frank Stacey, Bob Vanette, yourself call Orleans home. I always know where I can turn for great advice. So thank you for coming out today. Would you agree that while portions of rural Cumberland will now be attached to 2 or 3 wards rather than be on its own, would you agree that this attachment to the Orleans North and the Orleans South ward is a much better option than sending all of rural Cumberland to Osgood? And I have to preface this question by saying that I have nothing against the residents of Osgood or its representative. In fact, Councillor Drews and I get along so well, and that's why we've been so engaged on this issue to make sure that what residents are telling us in this broad area is heard. So again, thank you for coming out. And do you agree that even though portions of rural Cumberland are now going to be attached to 2 or 3 different wards, that this is a much better option than what was proposed originally?
Yes, I haven't had an opportunity to look at your proposal, but it sounds reasonable, and it is definitely preferable to this humongous ward, which would have been, I don't know, an hour and a half drive. I'm sure Councillor DeRouche doesn't want to drive an hour and a half drive to anywhere. So yes, it would be preferable. We would at least be with that community that we call home. And we recognize that you have to find a way to solve your distribution problems.
To be fair, I'm sure that Councillor Drews would make every effort to represent every corner of any ward
I'm
that
sure he would,
without question. And I'm sure and all of our rural councillors do. They're incredibly hardworking, and to represent such a large area definitely presents challenges. And we have severe, appreciation for the work that they do. So thank you very much, Linda. I really appreciate your answer.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Just a minute there, Linda. George has a point. Councillor DeRose.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank Linda. I know that she's been engaged, and I want to thank her for all the communication and actually the history lessons she gave myself and some of the consultant. Also, she sent a very strong letter. I just want to highlight that to me is it's looking. I think that the motion that Councillor Dudas presented, I think it will address all the issue, Linda, that you've been talking to us about, and then we heard you and we heard your voice, and then I think this motion will address. I want to thank the mayor for listening, for also not only part of the Orleans, but for all the city of Ottawa, and highlighting most of the problems and all the issues that have been highlighted, but all the speakers they spoke this morning and this afternoon. So thank you very much for coming. I want to thank the mayor's effort. I know my council colleague Lulaf and Catherine Kidd that will be working very closely with the community. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much for all the help you've given on this issue as well.
Great. Thanks, Linda. Nice to hear and see you today via Zoom.
Yes, indeed.
Take care.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Next is Daryl Bartraw. I think I saw Daryl on the screen a moment ago. We'll just invite him into the Zoom call.
I'm here.
Hi, Daryl, and congratulations. Daryl, as some of you may know, is a great community activist in Barrhaven and was just named the chair of the Trillium Foundation, which does a lot of great work all throughout the province. So thank you for taking on that leadership role, and the floor is yours for the next 5 minutes.
I won't take the whole 5 minutes, I promise. Thank you, your worship and councillors. Thank you for an opportunity to speak here today regarding the recommendations put forward by the consultants. First off, I'd like to introduce myself. Daryl Bartra is my name. I've lived in Ottawa for all 63 years of my life, 31 of those years in Barrhaven, where I've been very active in community, including Vice President of the West Barrhaven Community Association and the President of Canada Day in Barrhaven. It's been a long goal of Barrhaven residents to have 2 dedicated councillors to represent all of Barrhaven. It seems the consultants have gone against what we, the residents of Barrhaven, and our councillors believe is best, not only for today, but for the next 15 years as well. Back in late March of this year, I attended a Zoom meeting, including a number of community leaders in Barrhaven, and a consensus of our meeting was that those 2 representatives would represent Barrhaven best by using Greenbank Road from Fallowfield right through to Barnesdale as the east-west split right down the middle of Barrhaven. I believe from the map that Councillor Harder showed us at that time, the numbers on both sides of Greenbank were very close as built out, as Barrhaven builds out and continues to grow as planned. Also, by using the Greenbank split, it gives each ward a sports center, a golf course, a fire station, schools, parks, commercial and employment areas. It's a real balance of the existing amenities in this fast-growing community. Real easy and neat thing about Barrhaven is its geography. It's defined by the 416, Fallowfield, Rideau River, and Barnesdale's Road. This is a very unique. Since 2006 election, when many of Barrhaven lost their identity as to where they lived, when Gloucester South and Nepean included all of Riverside South, even though the Barrhaven piece remained the largest population component of that ward, it was always difficult to understand where you lived, who served you, who to go to. Some of the community of interests were split, etc. We chose Greenbank for stability and to accommodate Barrhaven's future growth, and this is important to us. Thank you for your interest.
Thank you, Daryl. And I think you may have heard Councillor Dudas on behalf of Councillor Harder moved a direction to staff to deal with some of the issues that you talked about with respect to Greenbank. So,
yes, I did, and thank you very much for that. And we look forward to that.
Great. Well, thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it. Next, excuse me, is Jason McDonald, Chair of the Barrhaven BIA. We'll see if we can let Jason in.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity.
For you. Nice to have you. I just got to say, Jason is the volunteer chair. Sometimes I think it's your full-time job. You put so many hours into BIA. So thank you for joining us today in the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mayor. And sometimes I wonder the same. First off, obviously, I'd like to thank Vice Chair Dudas for pressing the motion for the Barrhaven direction. Very much appreciated, to say the least. Good morning, committee chair and councillors. Sorry.
No, I'm just clearing my throat, sorry.
No worries, thanks. I thank you for the opportunity to speak today regarding the ward boundary recommendations put forth by the consultants. The Barrhaven BIA supports drawing a clean split through Barrhaven, defining an east ward and a west ward using the existing Greenbank Road, from Fallowfield to Barnesdale roads as the boundary. Barrhaven will be best served by dividing it in equal parts. Of course, these equal parts will not be equal in the numbers as they sit today. However, Barrhaven is a unique area. Our geography is very clear and easily defined, as Daryl had spoken about earlier, in regards to Fallowfield Road, Rideau River, Barnesdale, and Highway 416. As you know, Canada has 2 wards, Canada South and Canada North. These 2 wards are divided by the 417. Unlike Canada, Barrhaven is not cut in half north and south by a 400 series highway, but we are by Greenbank Road, which is a spine that runs directly from top to bottom, dividing the geography of Barrhaven to form east and west, and also it will be right through the middle of our downtown. Residents of both wards 3 and 22 west of the Rideau River name their home and community as Barrhaven. This has real value to community ownership, as does having one councillor representing each internal neighborhood of interest, whether it be Stonebridge, Half Moon Bay, or Longfields. Using current Greenbank Road is critical to having 2 effective representatives for Barrhaven. Using the Greenbank Road to separate the wards is a simple and effective approach, similar to the use of the 417 in Canada. We recognize that initially The Barrhaven West Ward will have a smaller population, less than 40,000. But Ward 3 in 2006 had the same population and now has grown to over 70,000 people in less than 15 years. The West Side, once again, will continue to have the majority of the future growth. Barrhaven West population as of today is 34,330. However, with all of the growth and the build out that will be occurring in this area, the projected total is 65,758. Barrhaven East's population today is 55,030, but it is not nearly the projected growth as the West. The population projection for 2034 is 64,648, so actually less than Barrhaven West. What is most important to us is that the success of this community depends on the collaboration of 2 councillor votes to support the following. Our recreation, Barrhaven's West and East each have major sports facilities, and each ward has a golf course. Employment, each ward has employment lands and centers, and this would effectively divide our downtown evenly between the two, and with the 2 industrial parks and employment centers on both the east and the west, very, very evenly. Downtown, of course, is shared using Greenbank, and I'm quite biased as I have my building and operate my business on Greenbank. The identity. This has been a struggle for Barrhaven since the ward change. A lot of residents in Barrhaven still feel that their councillor is Jan Harder when really it's Caroline Meehan. And Caroline's done a very good job of educating the public, but it still does not make sense to them. So it's easier for people to identify where they live with clear and easily identifiable boundaries. The confusion of which ward you live in has been ongoing since 2006. Rapid transit. The confluence of the new Barrhaven LRT and Chapman Mills BRT is in the heart of Barrhaven's downtown, adjacent to Greenbank Road and runs east-west. Education. Our schools are evenly split between the 2 potential wards. Development. I apologize. Development. Every new development project, Barrhaven interchange of the 416, the widening of Greenbank Road, the updating of the existing 416 interchange to accommodate this massive growth, completing Strandherd Drive, which is in process right now, and the widening of Prince of Wales. This will require 2 councillors working collectively for the good of our whole community. Even though most of these projects fall within the western area of Barrhaven, they serve all of the residents here of Barrhaven. Thank you. We respectfully ask the members of the Finance and Economic Development Committee and City Council to please keep it as simple as possible when redrawing Barrhaven's ward boundaries. We urge you to support the Greenbank Road as the boundaries between the new Barrhaven wards. Thank you very much, everyone, for your time.
Great. Thank you very much, Jason. Councillor Chantiri, I believe, has a question for you.
Okay.
Eli.
Not so much of a question other than say thank you to Jason for his support to the Barrhaven BAA, and I'm glad to hear you, Jason. You are support of the motion going to be presented today, as my council colleague Jan. She's not attended today, but she's also in support of that motion. Just so you know, thank you.
Thank you, Eli. I appreciate that.
Jason, that could have been Jan calling you. You don't
It probably might have been, yes.
not take her call.
I've either done well or I missed a point, and she'll remind me.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time, and good luck today to all of you.
Thank you. Our last presenters are Stacy Coburn and Matthew Baraniak from McKellar Park. So we'll ask Stacy and Matthew if they're going to come in to the discussion with us.
I'm here. Good morning. And it's just Stacy Coburn here this morning.
Okay. Hello, Stacy. You have
Hi there.
For the next
Thank you very much. I'll speak quickly. I have lots to say. So good morning, Mayor Watson, members of the committee, and thank you, Councillors Leeper and Kavanaugh, for your motion this morning. I appreciate having the opportunity to reinforce this motion and advocate for my community's integrity, to explain why McKellar Park fundamentally belongs in Kitchissippi Ward, where we have long-standing ward history and where we have a set of contiguous communities of interest with unique interdependent needs. But first, the boundary review consultation process. It's important that we all start from the baseline understanding that from a constituency perspective, the boundary review process was not transparent. It was certainly not accessible in the context of a global pandemic, and it was confusing and difficult to navigate, with a new option appearing partway through the process and boundary lines that fluctuated often without proactive disclosure. Round 1 consultations ran squarely during the onset of the pandemic, from March 4th to April 3rd, just as residents were coming to grips with life in lockdown, working from home, educating their kids, and caring for aging loved ones, while quite literally risking life and limb for access to toilet paper. Hardly the time for public consultation. Round 2 ran from August 19th to September 25th as residents grappled with impossible decisions tied to sending children back to school, decisions that had a multi-generational ripple effect. Again, not the time for public consultation. That only 2,500 people in a city of 1 million responded signals not disinterest, but poor timing, resulting in a fundamental lack of awareness. Meaningful community engagement simply wasn't possible. With this as the backdrop, I'll speak about our community's firm opposition to the severance of McKellar Park from Kitchissippi Ward. When council asked for a sixth option, the consultants were asked to consider ensuring that geographically proximate and similar communities of interest stay together and to balancing the components of effective representation. This is not just about voter parity, yet in the report, this is effectively the only rationale offered for separating McKellar from Kitchissippi. By the city's own definition, effective representation is keeping homogenous communities like McKellar Park, Westboro, Wellington West, and beyond together, even if it means being slightly larger than average, and relying on existing well-defined physically boundaries like Sherbourne Avenue, for example, to carve out ward lines. Fundamentally, this does come down to representation. We must be part of a ward that shares our unique values and needs, like walking and cycling infrastructure that connects us to our city's core. We need a representative whose constituency base speaks with one voice, who understands our interests. We are not suburban. We cannot be paired with big box neighborhoods sprawling to the far reaches of March Road and expect our small suburban neighborhood needs to be served. This is the antithesis of effective representation. Our community is built on giving back, and this is especially relevant in the small business sector where McKellar Park residents are Westboro business owners and represent the majority of patrons in this area. Westboro's economic affluence is owing in large part to the full range of direct and sustained inputs from McKellar residents. We own and shop local. These businesses give back to the community by supporting our schools, our children's activities, our community infrastructure, and our most vulnerable. This symbiotic relationship runs deep, and its significance cannot be understated, especially as our local businesses recover from the impacts of COVID-19. And yes, the report points out that ward boundaries don't limit access, granted, but they stifle our voice, a voice in our community where we live, work, shop, go to school, and seek medical and other community services. As our neighborhood evolves from business recovery to parkway and LRT changes and everything in between, it is imperative that McKellar residents have a say as constituents of Kitchissippi Ward. The severance of McKellar will also have a huge impact on our schools, and I'll use Broadview as an example of this. For starters, we know that this means 2 school trustees representing the Broadview public school community. A school the size of Broadview demands cohesive trustee representation, one voice. We also know that according to the city's own documentation, ward boundaries can absolutely impact school boundaries. This could sever us from our integrated school community into which McKellar Park residents have poured years of advocacy and exceptional financial contribution to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars in the last 5 years alone, in anticipation of our children's sustained attendance at Broadview. Mr. Mayor, Councillor Leeper, FEDCO committee members, this is not a slight adjustment as noted by the contractors this morning. You've seen a lot of correspondence in recent weeks as people learn about the proposed changes. This represents hundreds of collective hours of work by McKellar Park residents writing to you about fairness and transparency and effective representation in our daily living. This matters. In closing, I implore you, FEDCO committee members, to support this morning's motion to prevent the severance of McKellar Park from Kitchissippi Ward. Thank you.
Great. Just a point of clarification. How is the school system going to change with a municipal ward boundary? Like this,
sure, interesting.
So school, if you live in the neighborhood and that's your school, you get to go to the school. It doesn't change because the municipal ward boundaries changed on a map.
Right, and that's a great point. And the school, I understand actually, Councillor Leeper is actively working on this issue in real time. So thank you for that, Councillor Leeper. I understand that the school will be issuing a statement on this matter today. But as I understand it, a change in city ward representation effectively forces the school boards to do a sort of a reassessment of their electoral wards from a trustee perspective. That's part one. The other piece is that we've seen it in the past that school boundaries follow, not always, but often follow ward, city ward parameters. And so in a large school like Broadview, you know, there's a very real possibility that we run the risk of kind of being pushed out into another neighborhood. Obviously, this is not a certainty. This is not a done deal by any stretch. But the fact that that very option could be on the table is just not an option for us.
Councillor Brockington, who's a former trustee, is nodding his head. I don't think that's quite accurate, but anyways, we'll go to Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much. I have to say something about the school boundaries because I was the school board trustee for 8 years in that area. And I can tell you that I actually expanded the boundary for Broadview further into Bay Ward at the time for grades 7 and 8. So it was nothing to do with who was representing them. I just want to make sure that's clear because I've had a discussion currently with the school board. And it works as catchment, not on who is the school board trustee. And of course, they do have to change their boundary when we change the boundaries of the city. But it doesn't change catchment, which is a totally different thing from who the trustee is. And that can happen over 2 different wards, which I already do because I represent people who go to Bell's Corners. And Bell's Corners is not part of Bay Ward. So
and trustees, yeah, for sure. And I think there is a broad recognition that trustee is indeed different than catchment for sure. But what I and my fellow residents have yet to see is any confirmation that changes of this nature will not impact school zoning in the future. And so until we can have sort of reassurance of that, then I'm not sure we're comfortable with that. But this is so much bigger than schools, right? I mean, this is but one piece of it. So thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome. I just want to clarify that because I share your concern about the change, and even though I'd be happy to represent you, the issue is the fact that you're splitting a community association in half, and that is the problem I have with this. I don't know when you found out it was going to be Denbury rather than Broadview, for example.
Last Monday.
Yeah, and
very recently.
Yeah, so I think that's more the concern because, the consultants did as much as they could, but those of us who are right on the ground and understand the communities of interest know the McKellar Community Association was one large community association right next door to Carlingwood Community Association. So I'm familiar with it. I used to live on Sherbourne, so I know it very well. It's just the fact that it split a community of interest. And I just wanted to get an idea of how you knew about that. But I just want to make sure the school stuff is not part of it. It's very important to separate those 2 things. So thank you.
Right, thank you.
Councillor McKenney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was also just want to point out the school issue. I think it really is important because it's been brought up several times. If you take Devonshire, for example, which is in Kitchissippi Ward, most of the kids, or at least half of the children that go to Devonshire, come from the ward that I represent, Somerset Ward. It's always been that way. Glashan is in the ward I represent, in Somerset Ward. Most of the kids come from the Glebe, from Capital Ward. And I think that, for myself, because I represent a ward that is geographically quite small, I really have a hard time wrapping my mind around why it matters, like where you shop or which recreation center you go to. I can tell you that Councillor Leeper often catches me in Kitchissippi Ward and politely asks me to leave, but it's right next door to me, and a lot of what I do is in Kitchissippi Ward. There's a lot of local stores that I visit in Kitchissippi Ward. It's part of my walk that I go out every day with my dogs, and I have many friends that live there, just because of the geographic nature of the 2 wards, and they're just so close. So I have to be honest, that I have a really hard time wrapping my mind around that invisible border that people really, especially in an urban ward and by urban I mean within the green belt, people just move naturally. I think anywhere really, even in rural wards, people just move naturally about. So it's, but I really did need to point out the point about the schools, because those schools have been, those catchments have been in place for decades. They've not come anywhere near changing. Nobody's ever talked about changing them. If anything, some of the kids in Kitchissippi ward have been moved over to Connet because of the catchment. So it really has no bearing on the ward boundary. So I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you. And again, yeah, I certainly don't want to belabor the point about the schools, because it is much bigger than that. And to address your question about sort of grappling with the notion of, accessing these, this shopping and leveraging the community infrastructure. I agree. Of course, it does not limit access. We will continue to frequent the shops of Westboro regardless. But it's really about having a voice in the very community where we live, and having representation in that community. And so as the community evolves and develops and changes, and we really are at a pivotal time in this community in terms of all the things that are happening, it just wouldn't make sense for a community like ours to not have a voice in that process, in the community, the very community where we do live and shop and seek medical services and all the things that I outlined previously. And so for us to be represented by, and Councillor Kavanagh, I understand is wonderful. It's just a really different set of needs and values. And so, we need that political representation, that political voice in the neighborhood where we live. And so, to your point about, living nearby and accessing that, you still have a voice in that community, right? And so, because it is connected in that way, we will lose that, and that's really critical.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Menard, please.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Thanks for your presentation. I just wanted to confirm you're correct about the trustees along the boundaries of the council lines. Now, most trustees have 2 wards because there's only 12 for Broadview, for example. It's public Ottawa Carleton School Board. Most trustees have 2, except for the Barrhaven trustee, which is just 1 because a larger ward there. But they do follow the same boundaries as the municipal ward boundaries. So you're correct on that. I'll just leave it there.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Okay, Councillor Moffat.
Thanks. No specific question. Just wanted to kind of apologize on behalf of my colleagues that you've had to endure a bunch of questions on your statements about trustees and school boards, when we actually had a school board trustee speaking earlier who raised really all the same concerns that you've raised about your community and the impact on your ward, but about a different ward. Maybe because that trustee was speaking in French, we didn't understand what he was saying, but ultimately, it's unfair. It's unfair that you've had to take on all those questions when none of those same questions were asked of the trustee who said the exact same opinions. So thank you for taking the time to be here today.
Thank you. It's still important to me to be here today regardless, so I really appreciate that. Thanks.
Councillor Lulaw.
Just like to remind my colleagues that there's a simultaneous interpretation button at the bottom of the screen here if you're having trouble with the different languages. Just wondering, Stacey, if you don't mind unpacking your statement a little bit, that that McKellar Park has different needs and values than those of Bay Ward. I'm wondering if you can just enlighten us a little bit more on what you mean.
Absolutely. So, I mean, Bay Ward in the current proposal would extend out to sort of what I would call almost rural Canada March Road, right? And so, whereas we are on the western border of what is a quasi downtown community, and so you're looking at amalgamating neighborhoods that couldn't be more polar opposite. So, and I referenced the big box stores and the sort of the driving culture of some of the the wards that are more closely aligned with Bay. That's not McKellar. It's a very different. We have a very different set of needs. It's walking, it's cycling, it's that proximity to downtown. It's the shopping local. It's just a very different set of sort of urban central needs than you would see from the constituents out at March Road, for example.
Okay, I really appreciate that. Thanks. I think I get what you're getting at. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. So now we have questions to the consultants or staff. You just put your Zoom hand up Anyone has questions?
What's going on here?
Councillor
No.
Gower.
Oh, come on, Beata. There you go.
Councillor Gower. Floor is yours. Off mute.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First question is to the consultants around how the upcoming ward boundary review and not ward boundary review, pardon me, the urban boundary review. It's coming up earlier in the new year in terms of getting from planning committee recommended lands for urban expansion. How has that been assessed as part of this, the recommended ward boundaries?
I think perhaps
Russell.
Yes.
Thank you. We are well aware, of course, of the urban boundary review and that work. For the most part, lands that would be coming in, or new urban designated lands that would be coming into the urban boundary would not really be receiving development within the time frame of our forecast. We're looking all the way out to 2034, but trying to make things work as best as possible for 2026, and it would be into the 2030s before any of those newly designated areas would receive development.
Okay, thanks for answering that. One of the delegations had raised it, so I wanted to make sure we had an answer for that. I guess I have a comment. I made some comments at the last FEDCO meeting when we reviewed this, and I've been struggling a little bit with council's role in all of this. We did hire independent consultants so that we had some independence on this decision. And my concern is always political interference. And I think the distinction, I'm now seeing this with more clarity, part of the process is going through FEDCO and council for approval. So from the get-go, council has had a role in this. I think our concern needs to be if councillors are putting forward changes to the boundary that give anyone an electoral advantage, because many of us will likely be running again in the future. Just with the proposals, with the motions that we're seeing in front of us today, I don't think that is what's happening, and I don't think it's a risk. I think what we're seeing today in the motions are councillors who are bringing forward community concerns that may have been missed in the final report and recommendations. That's not a criticism of the consultants. I think you've been given a nearly impossible task to weigh all of the priorities and all the conditions that we've put in front of you in the terms of reference and as this has gone through the process. Over the last 24 hours, I've received a crash course in East End communities and history and issues and language. And I am convinced by the arguments that we've heard today from residents as well as from councillors Kitts and Darouz in terms of their motion to alter the boundaries. Je suis convaincu. So I want to thank you for everyone on their work there. As far as the other motions, I'm going to support each one except for the McKellar Park one. I think the rest of them are reasonable tweaks to the boundaries to recognize community interests and keep to recognize community interests and communities of interest, pardon me. I'm not convinced by the arguments around McKellar Park, but I will support the rest of the motions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor El Shantiri, on any of the motions or the main report or questions?
And I would like, Mr. Mayor, if I may, to ask our staff to put the map for the East End, the subject matter, especially after Councillor Dudas's motion. I think it's very important to see the map, if you don't mind. My question to the consultant, as you probably remember, I attended all the meetings you have right across the city, no matter where those meetings are. And we heard also from the resident in the East End what we just heard today. My question is to you, why did you not recommend what this motion been presented today? Why didn't you recommend something? It's got to be a reason for you not to recommend that. Can you tell us the reason?
Thank you, Councillor. We did hear the concerns from the East End, and we did make one change, which is quite considerable. We put the area north of Willhaven Drive into Orleans, and then we had to make some adjustments with Orleans and Innis to balance the population. When you look at the remaining area, currently Cumberland Ward has about 75% suburban and 25% rural. With the proposed amendment, it will be 85% suburban and 15% rural. It's our concern that, and we fought 2 OMB hearings on this, that mixing suburban and rural residents diminishes the rural community of interest. That's why we didn't put it in. We had heard the concerns. We also note that in many of the deputations, people talk about their various social patterns or commercial patterns or recreation patterns into Orleans. That won't change. The ward boundaries, as has been pointed out by councillors, does not determine where people shop, curl, go to work, or anything like that. But our main concern is there is a francophone interest. There is also a rural interest. As was noted, Cumberland is the highest francophone population, about 35%, but there's the other 65% population that is rural. So our concern was with keeping the rural community of interest together. Thank you.
So if I can follow up, so your recommendation was to have Wellhaven to be joint Orleans, which is RW4, and that represent about, if I remember in a report, between 35 to 3,600 people. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, with the motion being presented to us today by the vice chair on behalf of the committee, it's going to have a 3 split. One will go to R4, is that correct? And one will go to RW6, and one will go to RW1, which is Osgood.
That's correct. The area north of Wellhaven would stay with Orleans. The area from Wellhaven south, basically to Russell, would go with RW6, and there are about 8,200 people in that area, and then the remaining people down in the southeastern corner would go to Osgood. That is correct.
Well, thank you for that. And I must admit, I want to thank you, all 3 of you, the consultant, for honestly, for listening to the community and doing what's best for our city. As I recall, we got a hold of you and we said that the new area in South March should go to Councillor Suds, and Councillor Suds agree, and you both agree, and then we see the changes. So I just want you to know we do appreciate all your effort, and I don't have to tell you, you've been around all the ward boundary review within the city of Ottawa from the first time till what we have today is, I would say, the 3rd ward boundary review. I want to applaud your effort and try to avoid what I'm having a problem with, and I'll be honest with you, is to dilute the 8,000 or the small percentage of the rural resident is going to be part of the 80% and that's a concern I have as a rural councillor. It's been around, and I remember the first time, which is I attended the OMB hearing at the time when the OMB also recognized rural residents should stay with rural representation. Today, we are lucky, and I must confess, we have a councillor who's interested in the rural part of that area and who she went door to door. But I can tell you, out of the candidates who went door to door, maybe less than 2 or 3 went to the rural area canvassing in that area. But we know Councillor Kitchie did all the homes in rural. So I don't have a fear with her on council to do a fair representation, no matter where her residents live. My fear is in the future, and we see it happen in the past, when you have a councillor or MP or MPP to that matter, the majority of the riding in the urban area and a small portion in the rural, and I can speak for my area, was Carlton March and Canada. So that's a 25-75. So if anyone running for MP or MPP choose not to canvass in West Carlton March, they can still secure their seat without even knowing where even West Carlton is. And that's a concern and also that's the same concern, case law, way back in the days when talk about fair representation with PEI, we all understand this case law. So I'm willing to support my colleague because who they are, not for the arrangement this motion talk about. Because what you present to us, I think will make sense for the future. But unfortunately, I heard loud and clear the resident who spoke at your consultation when we had what you call it at the time, Osgood/Camberland represent public meeting, and majority of the speaker, even the one who live in the rural, they would like to stay together with Orlean, and I'm okay with that. I mean, I just hesitant to just give you carte blanche on this without pointing that out. And in speaking with my colleague, and I don't want to put word in Scott's mouth, but if that doesn't happen today on committee, on council, I will be, because we can't move a motion to tie the future council, but we can put a recommendation or direction to staff to revisit that area after the next election and see if those residents of that area, I'm talking specifically the rural portion, if they would like to stay where they are or they would like to come with another rural. And just for the record, we always hear there's 4 rural wards. We were never 4 rural wards. We were always 3 and 25%, 3 and a quarter. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I would, I'm not sure how you're gonna vote on the motions. Are you gonna go one by one or
yeah, we're just doing questions and comments now on the whole package, and we'll vote individually on each of the motions and then the main report.
And would we allow to come on each one, or that's it? That's with the 5 minutes?
No, that's the 5 minutes is to cover everything.
I have to put myself back then. Thank you.
Well, no, okay, sorry, we're at committee, yeah. If you want to put yourself back, but there's about 10 people to speak, and then we have about 25 speakers for our next item. So just keep that in mind. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Mayor. Just some questions for our consultant team with respect to the reason for the change of moving McKellar Park into Bay Ward. My understanding is that we're talking about a geography that comprises about 7,000 people. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. So I'm just going to take a look at the numbers that are in the supplementary report that was provided to us. If the wards are kept the way they are today, my understanding is that Kitchissippi Ward in 2022 would have about 53,000 people. In 2026, it would have 57,000, 61,000 by 2030, and 65,000, 67,000 in 2034. Bay Ward, if we keep the population the way it is today, according to your report, starts out in 2022 with 44,000 people. It goes up to 45 in 2026, nearly 47,000 in 2030, and 47,500 in 2034. So the assertion in this report is that there is a fairly significant disparity that grows from 9,000 people in 2022 up to, 18,000 in 2034. Those are the sort of numbers that we're looking at, and I assume it's that disparity that you're trying to address by taking McKellar Park and putting it into Bay. Is that an accurate assessment?
Yes, that's an accurate assessment. And trying to, it sort of revolves around, as you have pointed out, Councillor, to the rapid growth in Kitchissippi. We looked at the other wards around it, Summerside, Capital, and they're also growing. So it was Bay Ward, because it's a neighbor, has some capacity to absorb some more people. And that is, of course, the western end of your ward, which is the McKellar Park area.
The questions that are getting raised in the community are around whether or not these assumptions are necessarily accurate. In Councillor Kavanaugh's Bay Ward, there's going to be several large developments around LRT stations. I know in Kitchissippi, we're obviously infilling like mad in the R3 areas, and we have a lot of really tall, dense developments that are coming around Carling and Scott and the O train. But I mean, how confident are you that this kind of disparity in the numbers is actually real?
Russell?
Can you unmute yourself, Russell?
Oh, sorry. There I am. I am unmuted. I'm not sure I understood the question entirely.
How confident are you in these numbers? I mean, you were speaking to, in 2034, if current ward boundaries are left the way they are, it would be 65,600 versus 47,500 in Bay Ward. That seems like a really tall big disparity, given what we know about increasing development in Bay Ward and the pressures there.
So it's really about the development that is where the growth, of course, comes from. The most of the population of the ward is just the existing population. That doesn't change. The growth will come from the new development, and we have given consideration to that throughout the city, and we're aware of proposals. I suppose the caution that I would provide to this is that development generally takes quite a bit longer than I think most people think. So that some of the larger projects, for example, will probably, much of them will be actually completed and occupied beyond the time frame that we're looking at. So even projects that are going ahead and being built, 2034 is not that long away from now, in fact. So that's a lot of it. And, we'd be relatively confident, but you just don't know for sure, because it just depends, in fact, when developments do occur, and some of them can be delayed, some things can come up sooner and that kind of thing. So we've done the best we can in trying to get the timing as good as we can.
Is LRT development in Bay Ward being considered?
Yes, absolutely. So we've certainly considered in Bay Ward the Lincoln Fields redevelopment, but that first phase is really just commercial at the moment, so there isn't new residents there for some time yet. As well, there's a development project on Bayshore as well that we're aware of, and that's a two-phase project that will come up, and that'll add population partly in this time frame. And then some of the other sort of longer term development areas, such as Queensview Drive, on the at Pinecrest, Queensview and Pinecrest, generally in that area. There's a secondary plan process there, and there may well be a lot of development there in due time, but that, given where it is in the development process, very little development is likely to be there prior to or within the time frame of the forecast. So yes, all of that's being considered, but just a lot of it is later.
Okay. Mayor, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I realize that as you stated, you're expecting Bay Ward to absorb 7,000 residents from McKellar Park. It's actually a bit more than McKellar Park, because there's two little adjuncts on the bottom there in the north end, as well as in the south end. So it's even a bit more. But I respectfully, I think that it's been very underestimated, the growth in Bay Ward. I asked Kyle Anderson to give me what the numbers look like and where you were getting it from, and frankly, it's a very low ball estimate. Unless we're not following our own official plan, and we hopefully are, we're expecting heavy duty development around transit stations, and the stations are planned to be open in 2025. So we can expect that the growth will be around that time that they'll be happening. They're coming in. We know that it's going to be happening quicker than we expect. So just respectfully, have you taken into consideration the number of or amount of development that can take place in a place like Queensview. Currently, it's just light industrial, and it's not got any residents whatsoever. But we know that, and we're expecting a lot. We're developers are already talking to us on these things. Were you aware of that?
Yes, indeed. And in fact, I drafted some of what was in the email Minister Anderson provided to you in response to your question. So certainly those have been considered. And again, it is really more about timing. And, you know, you may be of the view that some of it will happen sooner than we're suggesting, and that may well be the case indeed. But if you just think about, you know, if an LRT arrives in 2025 and, you know, you do sales pavilions a year and a half and 3 or 4 years of construction, and, you know, and you do it in 2 phases, and that, I mean, the whole project is, you know, gets to be into the 2030s very, very easily. It's just, you know, it just takes a long time to do these things. So it's not a questioning that a lot of this will occur. It's only that a lot of it we'd be the view that much of it will be you know, beyond the time frame of where we're looking in this particular forecast.
Well, I respectfully disagree because
Okay,
I'm hearing a lot more about it, and as well as infill, which was not even taken into consideration, and that happens in Bay Ward as well. My other concern was about the splitting of community of interest in terms of McKellar Park. When I did speak to the consultants, for example, when they were talking to me about Woodruff Avenue, I suggested to them, well, if you split Woodruff Avenue, you've got 2 communities there. Woodruff North is on both sides of Woodruff Avenue, and you listened to that and noted it. And so, to my surprise, you're cutting McKellar Park in half, which is a larger community and has been together for a long time. So that was, I just wanted to reflect that that's the major concern I've heard from what we've just heard earlier. That it's about the fact that it was a community association that was 1 unit that is being split in half. So why, when that was supposed to be very much a concern?
Yes, Councillor. From our point of view, we're not splitting the McKellar Park community in half. What we did, and somebody mentioned this earlier, when we moved the boundary from Broadview to Danbury, we in fact kept together Highland Park. That was a community that ran through, that Broadview ran through. McKellar Park is being split, if you will, from the greater Westbury community to the east. And there are a number of components to that community, and there are some definitions of Westboro that are quite large, and then there are very specific definitions. So I do not believe that we have actually split the McKellar Park community.
Why did you choose Danbury versus Broadview? I'm still puzzled on that.
Because there is a community called Highland Park, and the community ends at Danborough, and so we shifted from Broadview to Danbury.
Okay, because it was it seemed to be a surprise to the community, as you heard. So
well, sorry, but we did hear that during our consultation process.
Okay. Okay, well, I just remain concerned about the estimates of growth because I'm hoping that we will follow our official plan and it will be more timely. And I don't think the delay is as long as you've estimated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cloutier, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire, and thank you for the for the report and the work that's gone into it. Thank you, Councillor Dudas, for introducing the motion. I just want to speak quickly on the Eastway Gardens motion. And the basis is for the motion is that voter parity is only marginally attained in the distant future by the change proposed in the current report, and that there are other negative implications. The marginal voter parity has to be balanced with the other criteria, and we see those criteria that are in the consultant's report. There are 9 of them: voter parity, physical barriers, geographic communities of interests, and others. I do recognize how important voter parity is. The consultant, even in their presentation, said that voter parity, the report improves voter parity, but it does not solve it. This change involves about 1,000 people, a little bit less than 1,000 people, and as I said, it doesn't solve it. Just so that other members of Finance and Economic Development are aware, moving Eastway Gardens to Beacon Hill Searville brings it into compliance only marginally in 2030, and not doing it, that is accepting the motion, just keeps it marginally out of compliance in 2030. And I'm using the data on page 26 of the report to say that. There are a few issues that are going on. There are several issues going on. Only a few are listed in the motion. And so my assessment is that Eastway Garden residents are best served by remaining with the current ward boundary in Alta Vista. There's minor changes to the ward boundaries, that it should stay in the current Alta Vista, and that would be in the best interests of the community that I know and that I care about. And it's on that basis that I ask other members of the committee for your support of the Eastway Garden, Alta Vista, Searville, Beacon Hill motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Menard, please.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things that councillors heard very clearly at the start of this process was avoid messing with the electoral map recommendations. And so I'm just wondering, does that advice still stand from staff?
Mr. Clerk, are we within our rights to make these suggested modifications?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, you are. Under section 222 of the Municipal Act. It specifically states that a municipality is authorized to divide or redivide or its municipality into wards, or to dissolve existing wards. So that is the very public process that council has been going through since June of 2019.
Understood, but there was advice to council to avoid getting into a bunch of larger changes. And so I guess maybe I'll further the question. Do some of these motions, maybe to the consultants, increase our risk of appeal and potential loss?
Thank you, Mr. Councillor. Thank you, Councillor. Yes, we feel that some of the changes do not achieve effective representation and would cause some difficulty in defending it.
Okay, and what is the timing of those appeals normally? If this passed today and went to council, when could that appeal take place?
It's not. That's
Mr. Chair, Tim Mark speaking. The hearing would likely occur during the summer of 2021. So the bylaw would be enacted at the January council. I believe there's a 45-day appeal period that gets us into March. The tribunal does have a backlog of cases. There is no doubt about that. But it has historically, and I expect to continue to do, give priority to ward boundary cases because of the statutory deadline to reach a decision by the end of the year.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you for that. Some of the motions are a bit confusing in terms of where the boundaries are. The Via Rail line, for example, I've been looking on Google Maps and trying to overlay it with the option 6. Do staff have maps available for what these motions would do that we can see today before the vote takes place?
Mr. Mayor, it's the clerk. We do not have maps today. We are trying to work with operational staff to get maps out for the end of the week with the draft council agenda on Friday.
Yeah, okay. I'm wondering to the consultants what some of the motion changes due to the population figures into the future. Do the changes make it better or worse when it comes to population divergence per ward?
When we looked at the recommendation report, we tried to keep the voter parity within 10 to 15%. There's two of them that of the changes that do impact voter parity fairly substantially. That's the one around McKellar Park and the one in the Cumberland East. As the councillor for Alta Vista said, there's a small change that is recommended. It makes the voter parity a little better. Beacon Hill Surville is the smallest urban ward, and we tried to move a little bit of population from Alta Vista to Beacon Hill Surville. And then, as was pointed out by the councillor, it's a small amount. It's 1,028 people. Makes it a little better, but that's sort of, as he said, it makes it a little better. We are a little surprised. The Eastway Gardens people said that they're cut off by 417. When we looked at that community, yes, 417 is to the north, but to the south of it is both the tramway and a large industrial area. And we tried to keep Eastway Gardens together, but we understand the point made by the councillor for Alta Vista.
Okay. You had mentioned OMB hearings regarding rural interest, two of them. What was the result of those OMB hearings?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Ms. Councillor Menard, in both cases, the board found that the rural community of interest was important and should not be mixed with the suburban community of interest.
Okay, and in some of your work,
Found that true.
Okay, in some of your work, you recognized a trade-off between two communities of interest and decided it was more important to ensure the rural community of interest had representation instead of being diffused with a dominant suburban population. Can you just go further into that trade-off?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Moffat. No, it's Councillor
Menard.
Menard, sorry.
They're very, very similar, the two of us.
Your Councillor Moffat's up in the top part of my screen, and I thought the yellow line was around him. It's one of the, I guess, downsides of Zoom meetings. Anyway, in the past, both in the 2005 and the previous one to that, there was testimony around the importance of preserving the rural community of interest and not mixing it with the suburban communities.
And maybe if I could add to this, that's the reason that the importance of the rural community of interest is the reason that rural wards are allowed to be smaller than urban and suburban wards.
In terms of population.
Yes, sorry, in terms of population, yes.
Okay, that's very helpful. I guess that, there's some concerning motions here. I mean, I trust the expertise and objectivity behind the consultants and staff reports, and I think, it's inappropriate for us councillors to start substantially redrawing the ward boundaries on the fly here at committee. I understand if it's a parking lot or a field, and my ward will get changed with the parking lot, it looks like, and that's fair enough. But councillors, in my view, should not be moving portions of the electorate in or out of their ward boundaries against the advice of independent experts that we hired. I think we need to be careful of conflicts when it comes to shaping the electorate that will be essentially there to be elected again in the future. And so I have concerns with how some of these are presented, and I hope we give some of these more thought. Back to you, Mayor.
Great. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Eglai, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity to ask a couple of quick questions. I'm not sure if this question is for the consultants or for the clerk, Mr. Mayor, but earlier on we were told that as a result of council direction, the province was reached out to determine what, whether they had any preconceived notions about how we should be proceeding with this, whether it would be appropriate to add or not to add a ward councillor or two. I'm just wondering if we have an update on that, Mr. Clerk, whether we have any different information from the province. If we, because we are considering at this point adding a ward councillor, and we of course have all seen what happened in Toronto. So I'm just wondering if you can give us some guidance in that regard.
Mr. Mayor, it's the clerk. I have not heard anything further from the ministry or the premier on the matter of ward boundaries in Ottawa.
Okay, thank you for that. And the other question is I guess for the consultants, it might seem like a simple thing, but in your proposals, not only have you moved some of the words around as you were asked to review and do, but you've changed all the numbers. And it might seem like, what's the rationale behind that? I mean, there's an identity for some of the wards in terms of either website, email addresses, ways to contact, that sort of thing. Is that absolutely necessary to change the numbers on the wards? Or could you simply add a ward 20, a ward 24 and adjust as necessary?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. These numbers that we used are strictly for the reports. They are not numbers that will remain numbers once Council has dealt with this. You will have a different numbering system, and you will have obviously perhaps a different naming system. But in order to distinguish between the options, we needed to have a way of assigning a discrete number to each ward in each option, which is why you see the numbers that you see in the reports.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. Thanks for that clarification. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Eglai. Councillor Moffat, please.
Thank you so much. Hopefully I'm still at the top of Mr. Davidson's screen. If Councillor Menard and I had been in the same shot, you wouldn't see me. He is substantially taller than me. So you wouldn't mistake us in person.
Both SMs though.
Yes, he's also quite a bit younger than me, but that's okay. Just quickly to Councillor Eglai's point, if you recall back to 2006, we added wards 22 and 23. It was just the numbers. We just added the two numbers and we went on. In all likelihood, the new ward will be ward 24. I just want to touch on some of the stuff that Councillor El-Shantiry was talking about, some of the stuff I was alluding to before. But before I do, just keep in mind, this has nothing to do with current elected officials. If we had done this in 2015, we would have been having this conversation before both Councillor Luloff and Councillor Kitts were elected. This has nothing to do with who currently represents individuals, just as when Goulburn was split up into two, the councillors that eventually led those two wards were not Councillor Stavinga. So these conversations don't have to do with the current elected officials. They talk about representation going forward to potentially 3 or 4 elections. So on that rural component, I think Councillor El-Shantiry and I kind of have that same concern. We both represent large rural constituencies, 744 square kilometers for Rideau Goulburn and 759 square kilometers for West Carleton March. They're quite significant in size, but they're all rural. And actually this ensures that with some slight adjustments to Stittsville and Barrhaven to remove those suburban growth areas from Ward 21 and move them to adjacent wards. With the numbers, so we know that there's a split, and there has been for years. It's a historical split in Cumberland Ward. With the potential approval of the motion that's in front of us, we'll see Cumberland split into 3. So the population will split in 3 ways, which means that 25% to 75% that we've seen previously will be further reduced, and by 2030, even more so. Down to around 10%. Do we have these specific numbers on that? Do we know? I don't know if Gary or Beata know, or if we have, or Russell might know on what the motion would actually mean for Cumberland residents come 2026 and 2030.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Moffat. And yes, you still are on the top of the screen. Right now, and looking into the future, the rural suburban split in Cumberland is 75% suburban, 25% rural. With the change to the area north of Willhaven going into Orleans Ward, and with the proposed motion, the split between the rural and the suburban in that new configuration would be 85% suburban, 15% rural. That area, that is what we now refer to as suburban Cumberland, is growing very, very fast. So while I don't have the detailed numbers, I would expect that the proportions between the suburban and the rural will continue to increase in the suburban area and decrease in the rural area. And probably by 2034, it could even be as low as 10%. That's because the suburban part of Cumberland is slated for an awful lot of growth. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I think that, we look at the potential for the Orleans Ward, which is in your report, that separation of former Cumberland Village area into the Northern Orleans Ward, and then with the balance of majority of rural Cumberland with the New Orleans Ward, and then with that small sliver of rural Cumberland that would now join Osgoode Ward. I mean, personally, I think history shows that a Cumberland Osgoode Ward together can actually be effective and can work and can actually result in a resident from Cumberland being elected. In fact, he was acclaimed in 1994 and then elected with a good percentage in 1997. But my concern is not, I get that this is what the residents are asking for. It's in the report, it's clear. Residents are asking, they want to stay there. They want to be in the minority in terms of that rural distribution. My concern is, what if that changes? And do we have the option for that? Do we have a way to address that in the future? Councillor Chantiri mentioned it earlier. I'm not going to put forward a motion that binds a future council, but I do think it warrants a direction to staff. Spoke about this briefly with Mr. O'Connor previously, to allow for a revisitation of how we're distributing residents in the rural portion of Cumberland amongst those three wards, if in fact that motion gets approved today and at council, to revisit this prior to the 2026 election and again prior to the 2030 election, when we know that these percentages are going to even grow further. It would be a further discrepancy between what is today rural Cumberland residents and what is suburban Orleans residents. My concern is for them in the long term, not today, but in the long term. And it's a valid concern. I think it's the reason why we've established the wards we have in the past. And I think it needs to be a consideration going forward, at least to provide that sober second thought, and not, if it is truly an issue, that it doesn't become an issue leading into the whole next three elections and maybe a fourth election before it actually gets revisited. So if I could, I'd like to provide that direction to staff.
Sorry, Councillor, just to clarify to the clerk, in future, any council can bring forward any tweaks to boundaries during their term, can they not, Mr. Clerk?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
So I'm not sure what your direction to staff is. Can you repeat what it is?
It's merely to provide that opportunity, to provide that opening in a more formal manner than just, well, yeah, someone can bring it forward next term. To have that look and to make sure you take some time and to look at how a Cumberland Orleans configuration in multiple wards is working out for the residents of rural Cumberland.
Well, I think that's up to the new council to determine that, not for us to impose our view on their concerns. I'm not sure the purpose of a direction to staff would be you're telling them to do something they already have the ability to do, and in the next council, if they decide they want to make any tweaks, they can do it regardless of what we've said.
So are you refusing to accept my direction to staff?
Well, I think it's redundant. The clerk has already indicated that what you're suggesting is already permitted.
And the clerk has indicated to me that I'm well within my rights to provide such a direction to staff.
Yeah, but I'm not sure what the point is. It's like a belt and suspenders kind of motion or direction. What you have to write out the direction first of all, because it's right now a little vague.
All right, I'll tell you what. I'll bring it forward as a motion instead to council.
Okay, that's
Thank
fine.
you.
All right, Councillor Dudas, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of our delegations had commented that there wasn't a sufficient amount of consultation during this process. I know myself, I attended a number of the consultations, not just for my area, but also for others, just to be privy to it. I was wondering if the consultant team could just speak a little bit about what level of consultation was taken, around how many residents participated in the consultation, and where those residents tended to come from in our city in terms of those who were most engaged and involved in the consultation.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. The consultation for this project was very extensive in spite of the pandemic. We had almost 2,600 individuals and groups providing feedback during round 2. There were 2,150 survey returns and a number of emails. And we had Zoom meetings. We had 6 public meetings and then 3 stakeholder meetings. And I wanted to just add the school boards, that somebody mentioned this earlier, that there was no involvement by the school boards. The school boards actually were invited to the stakeholder meetings, all the school boards, and we had a school board representative at one of our meetings. There was an enormous amount of feedback from current Cumberland Ward, and there was also a sizable feedback from McKellar Park. And then there was, as you perhaps remember from the final report, there was also a big number and a large number of people who were very concerned about Canada South. So there, and that was one of the flashpoints. And so, but in general, people came from all over the city.
Okay, so that's good to know, because there was a large amount of involvement, not just from councillors who provided their thoughts on this, but also the public. And my assumption, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that you weighed the public's input just as heavily as any elected official or school board member. It was all weighed into your final recommendations? That's correct. Okay. I would like to, a lot of my questions in regards to the McKellar Park motion have been answered by Councillor Leeper's questions, and I appreciate that. But just for a point of clarification, in that particular instance, it was based on the voter parity in respect to the significant balancing of Bay Ward and Kitchissippi Ward, just to clarify. And what was the difference between, having McKellar Park remain with Kitchissippi and Bay? 7,000, right?
Just a moment, we'll just find
through you, Chair, to Councillor Dudas, it was pointed out throughout the time frame of the study, Bay Ward would grow from 44,500 to 47,500. Kitchissippi would grow from 53,300 to 65,700. It's just that there is a lot of growth in Kitchissippi. And as the transit system moves west through Kitchissippi, there will be a lot of development there. And so Kitchissippi is just becoming too large. And of all of the urban wards, Kitchissippi's growth had to be addressed.
Okay. No, I appreciate that, because I know one of the points made is that Bay Ward's continuing to grow and expand, and we'll see increased growth there. But there's no anticipation that Kitchissippi is slowing down or will stop. Am I correct?
That's correct. There's no anticipation that the growth in Kitchissippi is going to abate.
Okay. So, when I'm hearing from my colleagues on council, and I I fully respect where everyone's coming from on this. And I completely agree that we're not here to discuss what the current state is for current elected officials. We're here to look at what's the best for the boundaries for future councils, but also for future residents and for future communities. When I look to that point, I can't support the motion in respect to McKellar Park. In terms of Cumberland Ward, you know, I do want to flag to my colleagues, aside from the very strong and proud Francophone roots of Cumberland Village, anyone who's been or lives in the East End in the last little while will know that the gap between rural and suburban is closing rapidly. If you came to Cardinal Creek or any of those areas, you'll know that we're just a stone's throw from reaching Cumberland Village and connecting with them. So, you know, I wanted to thank the consultants because we did have a very long and fruitful discussion between myself and my East End colleagues in respect to the changes that you were proposing. And the reflected changes in this proposal with these amending motions in respect to the East End will more accurately represent not just the current state, but the future state and the growth that will happen. And I'm just going to flag here that I haven't talked about the ward that I currently represent, which will actually be completely changed. I would hearken to say that it's almost as most significant a change as any other ward, and that half of my ward is split and I'll be adopting a new ward. So I'm going to be supporting the change, despite the fact that it will be a significant change to the ward I represent, and I'll have to address that with my own communities. But I think that what's being proposed here with the amending motion for the East End in particular, but as a package and the consultants have proposed, I will be supporting that.
Great, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Deans, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the consultants for being here and for all your work on this. There is no doubt in my mind that any kind of ward boundary change is an imperfect science. And at the start of this process, it seems to me that we gave you high-level principles to go about your work. And I'm just wondering if you could start by reminding us what those principles were.
For effective representation, Councillor?
Yes.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Deans. One of the 2 or 3 high-level ones were on the ground to keep the urban inside the Greenbelt, the suburban from the Greenbelt to the growth boundary with some boundary adjustments for clarity, and the rural areas, those very high-level communities of interest, and try not to merge them. The second principle, of course, was for effective representation, of which voter parity is a component. It's not the only component, but it becomes increasingly more important as a component as the figures get above or below 15%, especially in the urban or the suburban areas. The other high-level one is to respect the rural community of interest in Ottawa, and that is why the 3 wards that we proposed are below average. So they're the sort of the really high-level principles that we were focusing on.
So you feel that to the extent possible, and I started by saying it's an imperfect science, but you feel that you have achieved the high-level principles that were set for you?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and you know, I've been listening to my colleagues and I'm sympathetic to a lot of what I've heard them say, but I also recognize that this isn't easy. So I'm wondering, did you hear the voices of the people, especially in the Francophone community and the rural areas that were expressing concerns, and in McKellar Park as well? Have you heard those voices, and do you feel that there was anything more you could do to address those concerns?
No, yes, Councillor, we did hear the voices, and I mean, they were very strong in meetings and in submissions and in survey returns. But we do not believe that we could have come forward with a better recommendation than what is before you in our report now.
Okay, and in the past, maybe Mr. O'Connor, I'm going to look to you to answer this, but it seems to me in the past, the principles that council has held going through ward boundary changes is that we would not make anything other than perhaps minor amendments to the recommended changes from the consultants. After all, that's why we hired consultants. We're all kind of suspects here because it impacts all of our wards. So is that right? Is that the principle that we've upheld in the past, that it would just be minor changes?
Mr. Mayor, it's the clerk. I don't think the council has specifically said that. I do know that back in 2005, when council last had a comprehensive review, there were, I think, about a dozen motions, both procedurally and substantive. I think 7 failed, 5 carried. So from time to time, council, based on part of the process, you listen to the residents, you see what the consultants have said, they make motions. Whether or not one defines them as minor, and I'll defer to Tim Mark because he's the one that would have to defend this at LPAT. That would be something that maybe legal could provide you with some insight.
Okay, so Mr. Mark, maybe next question to you. Would you consider any of the motions in front of the committee today minor in nature?
The one dealing with the lands near the Civic Hospital certainly is minor in nature, in my opinion. The other 4, there's some substance to them. I do believe they're within the jurisdiction of council to make, but there's more substance to the other 4, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and then to the consultants. So this, after the appeal period, we heard from Mr. Mark earlier in the meeting that there's a, I think, 45-day appeal period, and then this would, in all probability, go to LPAT. Would I expect that you would be attending the LPAT meeting and speaking in favor of your report, so opposed to any motions that the committee and council might carry?
I'll do it for you.
That is correct, Councillor. We would be appearing at the LPAT, and we would look at what the council has done, and if the changes that council makes are put towards outside of effective representation, then we could not support it.
So of the motions that you heard tabled here earlier in the meeting, are there any of them that you would feel are supportable?
As Mr. Mark has said, the one about the hospital zone is quite minor, and we have no concerns about that. The other ones have degrees of severity, but we would stand by our report in front of the LPAT.
Okay. Mr. Mark, can you just remind me what happened in the city of Toronto when they went to LPAT?
They were successful in the Toronto case. I believe they were adding 2 wards, and they were successful. As members of the committee will be well aware, it was the legislature that changed the situation in Toronto.
Yeah, rather significantly. Okay, but did LPAT had their, City of Toronto had their consultants speaking in favor of their recommendations and against the motions from the City of Toronto? Is that correct?
If it's my recollection, in fact, it was this team that assisted Toronto. I don't know if there were any tweaks, but the city was largely successful in front of the tribunal.
Councillor, we can comment on that. I just in the city of Toronto, there were no amending motions that council made. Council decided to not do that, and instead let the recommendations go forward. I just wanted to clarify something that my colleague Gary said. We, in terms of us standing and being able to support any of the motions in the Vanier case, even the Vanier amendment, even though the voter parity is a little bit worse than it is in our recommendations, it is balanced out by the fact that there are now clearer boundaries. So we would certainly be able to support that, as well as the civic parking lot. We could speak in support at any LPAT hearing for those 2.
Okay, thank you very much. It's very helpful.
Thanks, Councillor Deans. Councillor Brockington, please.
Thanks, Mayor, and good afternoon, everyone. I just have a few comments. First of all, to the consultants, thank you. I think previous comments, Councillor Gower and others, it's 23 wards and trying to make everyone happy is impossible, but you've done your best, and I thank you. I've had a number of conversations with you, and you've always been polite and professional, and you've been thoughtful, and you've listened, and I thank you for that. Just in River Ward, if anyone's concerned, there are changes. There are lands northern boundary that will be coming from Kitchissippi into River Ward, and there are lands in the south that will be leaving River Ward and going into Gloucester Southgate. So there are some changes, and I have moved the motion about the parking lot, the Dow's Lake parking lot, for your consideration. My final comment is this. We've hired independent consultants to make recommendations. They have passed the baton to us. And it's our job, before we make a final decision, to incorporate the feedback we've heard from our residents, because we are ultimately making the final decision on this. And if we've received feedback from our residents that can, in the eyes of our residents, better tweak or better align or better refine the final recommendations, that's our job. And so I don't criticize at all my colleagues who have come forward today trying to make this better, trying to make the final wards better for the communities that they represent. So I've not immersed myself in the East End. I look to my East End councillors to bring us the best recommendations possible, and whether it's the West End or other parts of our city. So I'm very likely to support all recommendations or all motions that are coming when this comes to council, when I have the opportunity to vote, because I look to my colleagues to bring us the best motions forward that represent what they've heard from their residents. Otherwise, we can analyze and critique, every motion that comes forward. So it's that balance. And like I said, I think the local councillor or councillors in parts of our city can bring those motions forward. So that was my parting comment, Mr. Mayor. But again, really, to the consultants, thank you very much for your work on this matter.
Thank you, Councillor Barrington. Councillor Kitts, please.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And one question for the consultants. This is really just a yes or no question. And before I say that, obviously this is an issue that's very passionate in my ward. You've heard from a lot of my constituents today. My residents feel passionately about this, but I do appreciate the work that you've done. But I have to stand up for what the residents of Cumberland Ward are saying. So my yes or no question: have you ever been involved in any LPAT appeals involving the constitutional rights of the Franco-Ontarian community?
No, we have not, Councillor.
Okay, thank you very much. And I would just like to comment on the report in general and express my support, obviously, for Councillor Dudas's motion. I know I've spoken at length with many of you in the last few weeks, and I appreciate you for listening to the concerns being brought forward by my community. And I'd also like to acknowledge my colleagues, Councillor DeRuse and Councillor Luloff, for listening and advocating for the residents of Cumberland and Osgood Ward. You heard from a few of my constituents today, but I assure you that the proposed changes to Cumberland Ward are strongly opposed by the vast majority of the rural residents that I represent. And in my perfect world, we could acknowledge the historical significance of the former Cumberland Township in its totality, but I completely recognize that our communities are growing and changing, and that redistributing the population to ensure effective representation is needed. So what's before you today, I believe, is a compromise. Les faits de la fusion sur les résidents francophones du quartier Cumberland.
We must look after Francophone rights. I'm discouraged to see that the final report does not really deal with the Francophone community. Well, in fact, it actually says that it's much more important to give priority to effective representation. The report assumes that that Francophones give more value to their rural identity than to their Francophone identity. Language rights are protected by the Constitution of our country. Historically, the residents of Cumberland and Orleans have elected representatives to serve them in their language. Cumberland ward has the highest Francophone population of any ward in the city. Now, the Osgood ward is majoritarily Anglophone, with only 10% Francophone population. That's significant. The residents of Cumberland have expressed their desire to remain attached to Cumberland and Orleans. Who are we to tell them that they should want something different?
As I do want to ensure that all councillors who are voting today are clear on the implications that the recommended option has on the Francophone residents of my ward. And I know that you heard from them today, but historically, the residents of Cumberland and Orleans have consistently elected a councillor who can serve them in their language. I believe that this is significant and is threatened by diluting the strong Francophone population of the East End, the largest in the city, by merging it with a ward that is predominantly English speaking. Rural Cumberland ward residents have clearly expressed their desire to stay connected to the suburban communities of Orleans. Who are we to tell them that they should feel differently? While I completely appreciate the parity of voting power is of great importance, it is not the only factor to be taken into account in ensuring effective representation. Factors like geography, community history, community interest, and minority representation are also factors that need to be taken into account. The original 6 options supplied had 0 option to keep both Cumberland and Osgood remotely close to their historic boundaries. Stating that option 6 is the preferred answer is not true for rural residents. The preferred option was none of the options in regards to the rural wards. Many issues have already been identified in regards to the public consultation process, and to no fault of the consultants, the first portion of these consultations took place during the initial lockdown period of the pandemic. 7 of the 9 public consultations were canceled. Consultations in phase 2 were held online. We know many rural residents lack access to high-speed internet, myself as a rural resident included. And in closing, both rounds of public consultation took place, as you know, while Cumberland Ward was without a representative on council. But during my campaign, while actively seeking public opinion on this very topic, I heard loud and clear from my community the strong opposition to the idea that Cumberland Ward should be joined with Osgood Ward. I was encouraged that the consultants took the time to meet with me in my first week at City Hall, and I do appreciate that your job is not easy. But the final report does not at all reflect the feedback from the community. Colleagues, I urge you to value it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great,
thank you, Councillor. You had the ultimate public consultation called a by-election, so you've got the most up-to-date data out there. Councillor El-Shantiri, we're on the second round now. Councillor.
Well, first of all, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Kitts, for your passionate talk about this. And again, it's not about the councillor's seat, and it's not about who it is there. It's what the community was loud and clear what they like to see. But what I'm troubled with, when we have a consultant we hire and the consultant does not recommend this, we know the outcome, what could be if this go to LPAT. But I'm willing to support my colleague and my resident in the rural east side of the city, because that's what they like and that's what they clearly indicate to all of us through you and through the consultant. When we heard the consultant that evening, the majority, even the rural resident of that area, they choose to go with or stay with Ken, didn't want to come to Osgood. So I will, and I also will second the motion for Councillor Moffitt on council floor to direct the staff to revisit the ward boundary review after next election. And whether council adopt it in the future or not, but at least as a conscience, we're giving those residents an option. And if they choose the resident not to use that option, or the future council not to use that option, that's fine. But if some of us still around, I will enact that option for them to see if that's what they like, those residents. We owe it to them. I've been around the last two ward boundary review, and I have to tell you, recreation, distance, nothing would matter to me. We have recreation in today, it's called Canada North or South Marsh. Councillor Suds and I, we joined together, and we have our resident both join it. And I don't think we never heard one person say, oh, you're from Canada North or Canada South or West Carter, or as a matter of fact, anywhere in the city. So make no mistake, the size we are talking about, it did not matter, because in the last 3 terms of council, I represent the largest area in the city of Ottawa. And quite honestly, I think we did a good job, because I think I got elected in 80% of those areas. So, and they will not vote for you if you're not effective council. So when I hear the word coming from some of my colleagues, oh, we cannot be effective if in a large area, that's BS. I'm sorry. There's nothing else. So, but I said it to Councillor Kidd. I might not agree with today's motion, but because I do agree with the consultant's report, that I'm willing to vote for that on a condition we can revisit this item in the future and give those residents. Today, they are lucky, and we are lucky to have a councillor who's passionate about the rural part of her ward, and she decided to sit on Agricultural Rural Affairs Committee as one first request she asked to be on. And that's a sign shows she cares all of her residents. For that, I will be supporting the motion by the vice chair, and we can move on. But I will also support the motion Councillor Moff is going to put on council floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Aglai.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a very quick question on procedure. So just so I understand what I think I heard, if the motions are passed, it'll be the consultant's position when it goes to LPAT that they're in support of their original recommendations and not any of not the revised or amended plan that will go forward. So at LPAT, Tim Mark will be there on behalf of the city. The consultants will be there with their own lawyer representing their position, and then whoever appeals will be there with their lawyer. Nope. So in effect, we'll be in conflict with our consultants. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk or Mr. Mark?
Mr. Mayor, I'll answer this. No, the consultants will not be there with their own lawyer. The consultants will be called by the city to defend the bulk of their plan. And as the consultant noted, they can support 2 of the motions, the one dealing with the civic and the one dealing with Vanier. This will not be the first time that I have called a witness to support the bulk of a case where they have a different view on a couple of aspects. This happened with Ms. Sweet some years back on issues involving the official plan. This has happened before. It will, if those areas are appealed where the consultants have difficulty, then it will be necessary to get external witnesses. And again, this has happened before, Mr. Not on ward boundaries, not on other issues.
So by external experts, what you're saying is essentially the city will hire consultants to present an opposite view to the consultants we've already hired. Is that fair?
That is fair, and it has happened. Most recently, I recall it occurred on country lot subdivisions in 2012, 2013. And we were successful on that, by the way. So it has happened.
And so what we heard today, Mr. Mark, from the consultants about being able to support 2 of the motions, is that their position stamped in cement, so to speak, or can they revisit that and decide at the end of the day that there's more than the 2 that they support it, or do we just wait and see what happens at the hearing?
That is for them to answer, Mr. Mayor, not me.
No, I guess the question, Mr. Mark, they wanted you to answer, is there a point in time when the consultant's position becomes, for lack of a better word, official and non-changeable, or is that a fluid date?
A witness is always obliged to consider information as they learn it, and should never be fixed, in my view, should never be fixed in their view to the extent where they will ignore new information. As a practical matter, situations become pretty fixed when we deliver witness statements in advance of a hearing. It is very unusual that a witness would be changing their position after a witness statement is delivered.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mark. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor DeRuse, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll make it very short. I just want to thank the consultant for their hard work. I know this is, we heard it from all my colleagues. It's a 23 ward and it's not an easy task. And yeah, rural and suburban in Orleans area, Cumberland, Osgood, it's very complicated because the number is not really aligning of what they're trying, their mandate. But I do want to take and highlight that they've done all they can and the best they could do. And then they listened to us. We did speak to them on multiple occasions, and they addressed the issues as much as they could. Mr. Mayor, the Councillor Kitt summarized it all together. I'm not going to repeat what she said, but our job as councillors, we're elected by the people. Our job is to bring their voice to this table. Our job is to represent them. And this is not what I want. This is not what Councillor Kitt wants. This is not what Councillor Lura wants. This is what we've heard. At the time of the consultation, I was representing Cumberland. I was representing Navan. Most of you heard it. And also, I have a commitment to my resident in Osgood. And you read in the report how many correspondence came from the Osgood resident and from Cumberland resident. Not everyone were able to speak. We were in the mid-COVID. Public consultations were canceled. Even though there was not sufficient time when we did the public consultation on Zoom for the resident to be able to speak. So yes, there was a lots of element behind the report, and there is a lots of frustration in the community. But our job is to bring this to the table, and we've done that. And we thank you for all the hard work you've done yourself, Mr. Mayor, working with Councillor Lulaf, myself, and Councillor Kitt, because also she was in a very difficult situation. She was in the by-election. You highlighted that she had the most effective, actually, public consultation because she was at the door. So I'm not going to really repeat all what happened. I'm not going to rehash everything. I'm happy to see there is a compromise. I'm happy to support Deputy Dudas, Mayor Dudas, that she brought forward for us to be able to balance and kind of view what our resident in Cumberland and Osgood brought up to the table. And I want to thank everyone who were involved in the process. And I urge my colleague, listen to the people in Cumberland and Osgood. And yes, I understand the report doesn't highlight that. Bottom line is we're public representatives. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I urge you all to support our motion to be able to deliver the services for our residents. Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone else wish to add anything before I offer closing comments? No. Well, I'll join the chorus of thank yous to our consultants. When you hire a consultant, they often will come back with something different than what you were expecting. So, they're not hired to do our bidding. They're hired to give us an objective overview of the situation. And they did that. And at the end of the day, the final recommendations are with us, not with the consultants or not with staff, because we have to make that decision. And I feel comfortable that the majority of these motions are reasonable. They take into account various issues that perhaps were not given as much attention during the public consultation process. I'm going to spend most of my time on the Cumberland issue, because I certainly heard loud and clear when I was in Osgood Ward or in Cumberland Ward over the last couple of months, their concern about the recommendation. Now, the task of redrawing ward boundaries is often controversial, but this process has largely been not that controversial, to be perfectly honest. There are not a lot of significant changes where people are up in arms, but we did ask for the public's input, and there'll always be small groups of councillors or elected officials or groups of residents who will be opposed to any new change. Today, I believe we're very close to a strong citywide consensus on this important report, And I'm pleased that residents across the city responded favorably to the so-called option 6 that I brought forward. I know some of you were skeptical about that at the beginning, but I think option 6 with these amendments has brought more of us together to bring forward a report that a good number of us can support. And I stated quite clearly a few months ago that I supported the core aims of the report. I was concerned that the recommendations we were seeing for the East-West did not appear to take into account the overwhelming negative feedback we received from residents of rural Cumberland who did not want to be merged with Osgood Ward. And this was nothing personal. They just felt that there was completely different communities of interest or linguistic concerns. Et ces résidents nous ont envoyé un message clair et nous devons les écouter.
So the message was clear, we have to listen to them.
The urban areas of Orleans and Cumberland since 2004 as a unique suburban rural ward. And I think it was Councillor El Shantiri that pointed out there are in essence 3 1/4 wards because Cumberland Ward over time has become more and more of a suburban ward. And prior to that, the city of Cumberland created in 1999, also encompassed a combination of rural and suburban residents. Remember the former Cumberland Town Hall? It's right in the middle of Councillor Luloff's ward in Orleans. And this historical community of interest is not accidental. It's been a harmonious relationship for a good number of decades. Ces communautés d'intérêt datent de plusieurs années et ces communautés.
This community of interest has been like this for a long time. And it is an important community in our city.
Even higher than Rideau Vanier. Sorry, Mathieu, about that, but there's a large population. On retrouve une plus grande concentration de résidents francophones à Cumberland.
The biggest concentration of francophones in Cumberland.
Show that this ward has a francophone population of about 36%. Sending the rural population of Cumberland to Osgood would dramatically dilute the francophone portion of a new Cumberland Osgood ward to under 15%. So think about that for a minute, going from 36% down to 15%. The people of rural Cumberland have established patterns of living, schooling, and social interaction, as we heard by some of the delegates today. They're most integrated in the life of suburban Orleans and Cumberland, not Osgood. Les résidents ruraux de Cumberland ont intégré leur vie.
Cumberland residents have integrated their lives to those of their neighbors in Orleans and Cumberland.
Cumberland have no hostility, as I said, towards the good people of Osgood and vice versa. In fact, the residents from both these communities argued for the maintenance of their historical communities of interest, and by and large, that does make sense to me. So in conclusion, I understand that there is a need to bolster the population of these historic rural wards. And so I support the compromise of having rural communities of Vars and Carlsbad Springs, which are both within 2 kilometers of Osgood's northern border, added to Osgood Ward. To some who might feel like the process like a ward boundary review should not in the end be influenced by politics, I say, well, why would you seek the community's feedback if we're not going to listen to them and simply hire a consultant and the consultant makes the final decision? The purpose of community and political feedback is to ensure that we try to stay as true as possible to what the residents are saying. And I've been very impressed with the consultants' quick study and knowledge of our communities and boundaries. But I'm going to tell you, I know 23 other people who know the wards inside out better than anyone. And they're sitting around this table right now. So the purpose is to get as best information as we can, put it together, and defend it if it's appealed at the LPAT. I want to thank Councillors Luloff, Deroux, and Kitts, and Serge Arpin, a proud resident of Navan from my office, for working collaboratively together over the course of the last couple of months to come up with what I think is a reasonable compromise. On the issue of McKellar Park, I think Councillor Leeper is in this awkward situation because on the one hand, he's well loved and he loves the people of McKellar Park. I would remind your residents that we're not a big box community in Bay Ward. I live in Bay Ward and very proud to call Bay Ward my home. But there is a significant challenge with the number of electors that are growing at a much faster pace in Kitchissippi Ward than they are in Bay Ward. And we need to take that into account. And that's why I will not be supporting the resolution, because I think Councillor Leeper's comments that I've seen in the press and what he said today when he asked those poignant questions about the gap in population it really is, we have to come as close as possible to proportional representation, so we don't have outliers, plus or minus, a large percent. So I think the reality is that McKellar Park is a great neighborhood. I know it very, very well. I just live down the road from McKellar Park in Bay Ward, as I mentioned. And it will continue to do great work, programming activities and events for the community, regardless of where an artificial line is on a map that really we refer to, with any great interest once every 4 years at election time. Where's the boundary, and so on. So we've got a number of motions before us, and we'll do them one at a time. And if anyone would like to call yeas and nays on any of them, just let me know, and then we'll do the report as amended. And then we have another major item with, I think, 19 speakers on the Byward Market. So the first is by a direction to staff by Councillor Dudas. This is the Barhaven issue.
Mr. Mayor,
yes?
Can we have yeas and nays on every motion, please?
Well, there's probably some unanimity on them.
But on the boundary one, if you don't mind.
Oh yeah, no, on the urban or the Cumberland Osgood?
Yes, please.
Okay, no, I'm fine, but I don't think I think there seems to be unanimity on this direction to staff, if I'm not mistaken. Carried, agreed?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Next is the Cumberland motion. So we've been asked for yeas and nays for the Cumberland motion moved by Councillor Dudas.
Conseiller Cloutier?
Oui.
Councillor Darouz?
Yes.
Councillor El Shantiri?
Yes.
Councillor Gower?
Oui.
Councillor Harder? Councillor Hubley?
Yes.
Conseiller Lulaf?
Absolument.
Councillor Moffat?
No.
Councillor Sutts?
Yes.
Councillor Tierney?
Yes.
Vice Chair Dudas?
Yes.
Mayor Watson?
Yes.
10 yeas, 1 nay.
Okay. Next is on the McKellar Park issue. Yeas and nays, please.
Conseiller Cloutier?
No.
Councillor Darouz?
No.
Councillor El Shantiri?
No.
Councillor Gower?
No.
Councillor Harder? Councillor Hubley?
No.
Conseiller Lulaf?
No.
Councillor Moffat?
No.
Councillor Sutts?
No.
Councillor Tierney?
No.
Vice Chair Dudas?
No.
Mayor Watson?
No.
0 yeas, 11 nays.
Okay, the next is Eastway Garden. On the motion, carried.
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 Dissent.
Sent by Councillor Moffat. On the Ottawa Hospital, carried.
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 On Vanier, carried.
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 Dissent.
And on the main report as amended.
Carried.
Carried. Carried.
Dissent.
Okay, next is the Byward Market Public Realm Plan. We have a presentation by Mr. Court Curry. And then, as I mentioned, we have 16 guests who would like to speak and 3 people have sent in letters. So Mr. Curry, are you ready with your presentation on the Byward Market Public Realm Plan?
Staff are very pleased to be here today to present you with this plan. We know that the Byward Market is arguably Ottawa's most special civic place. Here you can find a diversity of experiences and businesses in an unparalleled location in a place that has been at the epicenter of Bytown and Ottawa's social history. We also know that a number of indicators are signaling that the Byward Market is a district in distress, an unfortunate position it found itself in prior to the pandemic. Nous savons également qu'un certain nombre d'indicateurs.
We also know that some indicators are indicating that the Byward Market is in distress, which is unfortunate.
This plan is part of an integrated suite of initiatives being led by the city and its partners with the aim of addressing root issues that need to be resolved to reposition Byward for success. So what is a public realm plan? This plan is a roadmap aimed at improving the livability and visitor experience for Ottawa residents and tourists at its most granular neighborhood level. But it is also a blueprint for reshaping Byward's identity at a macro level. We know the research demonstrates that inclusionary public space is the backbone of great city life. Strategic reinvestment in the Byward market as a high impact project is investing in Ottawa's economic competitiveness as the best-in-class mid-sized city on the global stage. The réinvestissement stratégique dans le marché Bay en tant que
Strategic investment in a Byward market is a good investment in competitivity on the world scene.
Public sector investment that has been recently undertaken and weaves together all the very divergent views of what the Byward Market District could be or should be, under the mantra that the best place to live is the best place to visit. I'm now going to turn it over to Jill Savage, the file lead on this project, who will walk committee through a high-level presentation of the big moves of the plan, and we look forward to your questions. Thank you. And Jill, you can just come sit over here. I'll do the exchange.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the time today. I'm looking forward to talking to you. This is a timeline of the last 7 years of council support for the revitalization of the Byward market. The public realm plan, the impetus for the plan is really the 2013 Project for Public Spaces report called Strengthening the Future of the Byward Market, which recommended we create a public space plan to help coordinate investment among multiple partners and really create a roadmap for the future of the spaces. Our study area, next slide please. Our study area is large. It's made up of more than 10 hectares of city-owned land in the form of over 10 streets and 20 intersections and public spaces. We also studied 2 major gateways into the Byward market. As you know, the Byward market is an iconic neighborhood for Ottawa. With Lower Town, the area supports the city's largest collection of buildings designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act. The market has always been a natural takeoff point, pivot and gathering place for government, commerce, industry, and people because of how well situated it is around waterways, mobility hubs, and nearby destinations. Byward Market is Ottawa's offering to Canada, and it's on par with other special Canadian places like Pier 21, Old Port Montreal, the Distillery District, and Granville Island. Next slide. In the future, Byward Market will be a neighborhood so that when you cross its threshold, you will know you've walked into a special place. There will be more space for people to move and linger and shop. There will be curated programming that speaks to daily life as well as special celebrations. And higher maintenance standards will mean a place that feels safe and clean and beautiful. Locals will have a renewed pride of place and visitors will walk away with positive stories of their time at Byward Market. The plan strikes a balance for Byward Market. It creates opportunity for transformational change, but it preserves things that always worked. For instance, the Heritage Market building will always be the heart of the district, and all streets except one will remain open to traffic and have on-street parking. The vision is supported by other big moves that we've identified, like an elevated visitor experience, creating really large pedestrian promenades along York and George and Clarence, and a pedestrian corridor in William Street, as well as a new destination building, and more than 300 new trees to sort of formulate a significant greening strategy for the area. Next slide, please. Next slide. So COVID-19 arrived in Ottawa. If you go back one. COVID-19 has arrived in Ottawa while we were preparing this plan. And so we learned, the crisis taught us things about public spaces. They taught us that people needed to get fresh air as well as have enough space to physical distance. and roads needed to adapt quickly to changing demands, whether it's queuing or shopping, click and collect. And so elements like very wide sidewalks, new plaza spaces, movable furniture, accessible washrooms, and barrier-free spaces really help the plan's resiliency. We also know that COVID-19 hit some of our sectors disproportionately harder than others, like accommodation and food services, hospitality sector, and clothing retailers. These are all very prevalent types of land uses in Byward Market. And so now is an excellent time for us to reinvest in Byward Market to support the return of these sectors, as well as to strengthen a proven regional destination for Ottawa instead of having to create one from scratch. Next slide. So I'm going to walk you through a few design concepts, starting with one of our major gateways. The Rideau Sussex Node is a concept that it's an area that's located in front of the new Senate of Canada building. It's at the crossroads of Wellington, Rideau, Sussex, and Colonel By. It is a major gateway into the Byward Market. It is a high-profile site that connects a ceremonial route with Confederation Boulevard, and it really forms the backdrop of the city's national image to Canadians because of how close it is to Parliament Hill and other nearby destinations. And so when people take photos of their time in Ottawa, this is often part of that background. And we feel the design concept we're bringing forward really helps meet that role for this space. Right now, Mackenzie Ramp to Colonel By creates this pedestrian underpass experience that is dark and uncomfortable and attracts a lot of unwanted behavior. So the concept we're bringing forward, you can see, is really reprioritizing pedestrians so they're at the surface in the sunlight, and it creates a new public gathering space that connects our UNESCO World Heritage Site of the Canal with Confederation Boulevard. Next slide. The node does require new vehicle arrangements, and so we wish to study those further to understand the full impact to our transportation network. But you can see here that there's an elevation change along Rideau Street that really reinforces a very dramatic view westward into the parliamentary district when you turn the corner here. And the NCC has been a supportive partner in our process and has expressed an interest to continue that partnership in a national design competition for this public space. I wanted, and as the next slide, this image is showing you what a tabletop condition looks like, and it's a treatment we wish to use for several places in the market core in the Byward Market. This image is from Montreal, Quartier des Spectacles. This is an area that many people cited as aspirational for the Byward Market. And it really helps make streets more flexible and adaptable. Slide. This is an image of York Street today. You can see it hints at that spectacular view of Parliament Hill in this location. You can see that the boulevard is very wide. It's almost 40 meters wide here. And it's very unusual to have these surface parking lots in the middle of the road right of way. So with the next slide, you'll see that in the future, we envision York Street Flex Plaza in this location. This is one of our highest priority capital renewal projects. This plaza has a high transformational capability because of the sheer volume of space it offers us and it to showcase many new elements. It will be the highest order street in Byward Market for the future. You can see 20-meter wide sidewalks from this image on the north side of the street. You can see that traffic still remains open. There's movable furnishing and trees. And the trees species will be calibrated, so there's a high crown at maturity so as not to obscure those views to Parliament Hill or to the surrounding heritage buildings. This design really normalizes the right-of-way space as well by eliminating the surface parking lots in the middle of the street. Our next slide shows you York Street today. You can see the parking garage that was built in the mid-1970s, which interrupts a very strong access of York Street. The access is easily identifiable from the top of the Peace Tower, and you can really see its potential to become a grand boulevard. Retail tenants on the parking garage were added later to help animate the public spaces on the ground. And again, you can see Parliament Hill in this in the distance, because in this location, there's an excellent panoramic view of the area from the top of the garage, which should be preserved in the future destination building. The next slide, we can sort of see an image that shows the future destination building. The building was pulled back to align with the existing heritage buildings that really frame the street, and it restores the York Street access. By pulling back the new destination building, it really opens up a central civic plaza between the heritage building and the new building, which can be a place to support outdoor vending stalls or future event spaces. The plan does outline a few parameters for the new destination building. Among them, it should follow the Heritage Conservation District guidelines and should be a mixed-use development that really bolsters the existing land uses of the area, as well as adds a community benefit. This property has the potential to be a high-impact city building project. In the next slide, we see the destination building. Prior to COVID, the city needed more outdoor space to host medium-sized and large-sized events. You can see the consultant team scaled out different outdoor event scenarios to see whether the configurations would fit in the space. In the big image, you can see an everyday life scenario with outdoor vending stalls. And you can also see smaller scaled events on the side images, like an art fair or a few busking stations with seating. In the next slide, we have William Street today. William Street connects Rideau Station with Clarence and has a strong pedestrian desire line. We did study it, and on an average weekend day, more than 16,000 people pass through the space. We conducted a pilot project in 2019, which revealed a very strong public interest to make William pedestrianized, with over 78% of people saying our pilot space improved their overall experience in the Byward Market. So in the future, you can see that we intend to close William to cars and have a special paving pattern in a tabletop condition, trees to create shade, and bollards at either end to control vehicle entry. From building face to building face, if you consider William Street and Byward Market Square, we intend for this to read as one sort of civic plaza, with the Heritage Market building in the center of the plaza as the gem of the area. The next slide shows Clarence Street today. Clarence Street is really a lightning rod for local tensions in the area. It's a very vibrant street. It has patio and nightlife that attracts a lot of people. And it is also a connection and through route for the people who live nearby. People use the sidewalks on Clarence Street, and when they do, they must jockey for space. They're squeezed between the curb and patio corners and A-frame signs and signposts and the lineups that come with the establishments there. A lot of delivery trucks are also competing for space in the road. A pilot project we conducted in 2019 showed strong support for adding more pedestrian space on the north side of Clarence Street. So you can see in the next slide that Clarence Street in the future will have almost 7-meter wide sidewalk, which doubles the space that's there today. And it'll be delineated by a standard barrier curb. The road will remain open to cars, and it'll have a south side of flexible parking spaces. And this is an option that exists for all businesses, depending on the street context in the city. We'll plant several trees, there'll be a furnishing zone, and you can see in this image the destination building in the background. So in terms of the next slide, just to talk about affordability, the consultant team developed a cost estimate for the plan of roughly $129.1 million. So to improve the plan's affordability, especially during a time where affordable decisions are so crucial, the project team divided up the large study area into 22 distinct capital projects that range in costs, starting at $500,000 and going up, and they can be delivered over time. We also will be seeking out partner funding opportunities with other levels of government and be strategic in our partnerships with private development and also with our colleagues in infrastructure renewal and the NCC when those opportunities arise. The next slide shows our plan priorities. Not surprisingly, our priorities are focused on the heart of the district and extend outward. York Street Plaza is our highest priority project for capital renewal because it showcases so many new elements in the Byward Market and has such an impact for transformational change. Waller Mall will be an early project delivered for the plan thanks to our partnership with a private developer on a nearby property. Waller Mall in the future will be reopened and have a simple, high quality design that has better lighting and improved sight lines and a renewed space agreement. For the next slide, it shows that the plan is one tool among many that work in concert together to make Byward Market a successful place in the future. It does require commitment from many different partners as well as the city. Other corporate initiatives such as economic recovery efforts and improved maintenance quality standards review will lend support and have a positive impact to this plan. The next two slides go over the 7 recommendations in front of you today. The recommendations advance key elements of the plan, like York Street, Flex Plaza, the Rita Sussex Node, and the Destination Building. But they advance them in a paced manner to demonstrate action for the plan while being respectful of our current economic climate. Funding for this plan will be achieved through senior level of government funding, private-public partnerships, leveraging asset management funding where practical, and it'll be subject to future city budgeting and our long-range financial plan review process. Financially, several of the recommendations are fulfilled within existing resources, and others require a modest budget to make valuable gains. Because Byward Market is an area that requires a certain amount of nuance, we're also recommending the launch of a small working group for the district to better tailor its future economic recovery initiatives to the district. Finally, the last slide. We wanted to thank all of our partners and advisors on this project. The Byward Market benefits from having a large group of people who are very committed and invested to the future of this neighborhood's success. And despite various and sometimes competing interests, this group does have common ground among its stakeholders. We all agree that the Byward Market is a special district for Ottawa, and it deserves attention and investment to ensure it continues to be this special place for Ottawa and Canada. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Very thorough proposal, or very thorough presentation, and lots of excitement with the proposal that you put before us. So we have, as I mentioned, a number of people who would like to speak. So Councillor Meehan, we're going to go to those delegations unless you have a technical question at this point. Okay, so we'll come back to you. So first is Steve Ball from the Ottawa-Gatineau Hotel Association. Hi, Steve. Are you on?
Hi, how are you? How are you, Mr. Mayor?
Didn't recognize you with the beard there.
Oh, did I miss a spot this morning?
So
thank you, and thank you, councillors, for allowing me to speak today. I'm going to be brief. You've put a long day in, and so I think I'm just going to focus on a very few important components of the plan. First off, for those that don't know me, I'm the president of the Ottawa-Gatineau Hotel Association. I'm also a resident of the Byward Market. I've been down here about a year now. And 25 years ago, I lived here for almost 10 years in the same building. I also sit on the board of directors of the Shepherds of Good Hope. So I'm pretty well versed on what the market conditions are. And I'm very, very excited actually about the public realm study because I recognize the market needs an injection of excitement. The hoteliers that I represent have been telling me this now for years, and I think it's important that I emphasize how critical tourism is for the Byward Market and in particular for the hotels I represent. And I'd like to start by saying that there are 24 hotels within a 10-minute walking distance of the Byward Market. Used to be 27, but we lost a few in the last couple of months. And these hotels they've got about 5,000 rooms. And if you do the math based on 2019 numbers, we had a very respectable occupancy of 23% last year. So that represents about just under 1.5 million hotel rooms sold within a 10-minute walking distance of the Byward Market. Generally, there's more than one person in a room, so potentially there's 2 million potential customers within a 10-minute walking distance. That's twice the population of Ottawa. And these people shop, these people eat, these people attend attractions. They're really critical to the success of the Byward Market. The challenge is these people are not happy. I'm going to read you a short post from August 22nd from a hotel that supplied this to me, and I get many of these. The headline was, "Nice hotel, bad area." It read, "High amount of panhandlers and homeless people around the hotel and Byward Market. Some of these people are aggressive, giving us concerns for our safety during our stay. Another person we spoke with in the market even admitted to being attacked while walking home. The hotel is great, however, it's in a sad area. The city needs to clean up this problem, or people are going to lose their jobs." So the message I'm providing is the timing around the public realm study couldn't be more critical, and execution of this study has to happen soon. The Byward Market, as Mr. Curry suggested in his presentation, is under distress. And unless we take action, my concern is we're going to lose it as one of our key tourism attractions for this city. The revitalization of the Byward Market is in everybody's best interests. And I know, Mr. Mayor, having worked with you and Councillor Fleury and Councillor Cloutier on the 2017 birthday party, when you've got a deadline, and we have a deadline of a 200th anniversary for the market in 2026, it helps you achieve things when you've got a gun to your head to get it done. And I would suggest I would be more than welcome to be involved in some sort of a exercise that worked towards our 200th anniversary so that we can showcase the Byward Market in all the splendor and all the glory it deserves to be brought back to. So those are my comments, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Steve, and thanks for your leadership in the tourism community. Next, Michael Crockett couldn't stay as president, but Catherine Callery is, I think, Catherine, are you on? Oh, there you are right there.
I am.
Catherine's with Ottawa Tourism, our great partner across the street. The floor is yours.
Great. Good morning. Bonjour. C'est un grand plaisir d'être ici avec vous aujourd'hui.
Hello, it's a great pleasure to be here with you today.
And today I'm speaking to you with my Ottawa Tourism hat on as Vice President of Destination Development. On behalf of Ottawa Tourism, I'm here to voice our support for the Byward Market Public Realm Plan and the recommendations that are before you today. Each of the recommendations has implications for the tourism sector. And after months of focusing on just how bad things are for businesses in the tourism industry, I can say that I'm very happy to be here and looking forward together and talking about initiatives that will help businesses in the future. We support all of the recommendations, and I can tell you that you can count on our organization, our support and engagement for the initiatives that are related to the governance model, the York Street Flex Plaza, the economic recovery, and especially the redevelopment of the parking garage in the market. I can just imagine the festivals and the events and celebrations that we will have and be able to experience in the future. But I'm going to use my time today to focus on the very first recommendation, which is approve the Byward Market Public Realm Plan as described in this report. I'd like to do so by sharing first why it's so important for our sector. Although it's most definitely a neighborhood, the Byward Market success is a citywide issue, not a neighborhood issue. Travel and tourism marketing is all about a place's brand. People make decisions about where to travel based on the brand of a destination. Together with the City of Ottawa, Ottawa Tourism continues to do some advanced work on Ottawa's place brand and our place DNA, and essentially what makes Ottawa, Ottawa. And our brand is not what we say about our city. Our brand is what other people are saying about our city. You just heard Steve very eloquently give an example of how that works with his example with the hotel message. And tourism marketing is really no longer as much about advertising as it is about storytelling. So specifically the stories that people tell about their experiences here in Ottawa. People trust the stories of their friends and their family, telling them their experiences more than they would trust the official voice of a place. So Ottawa's brand and our marketing really depends on the stories that people tell about their experiences in our city. And when they go into the Byward Market, which is a huge proportion of our visitors do that, you can imagine some of the stories that they're telling when they go back home. We watch those stories, and today, even prior to the pandemic, there are far too many negative stories. Let me give you another even clearer example. We have lots of places to meet here in Ottawa, but we only have one central convention center that can host citywide conventions, and that's the Shaw Centre. When 2,000 convention delegates come to our city for a few days for the Association of Municipalities of Ontario Convention, for example, AMO, pretty close to 100% of them will head into the Byward Market for dinner or for shopping or for a walk or a drink, and they'll spend literally millions of dollars in our community. Their experience during that time will not only shape their own opinions about Ottawa, but the stories that they tell will also help shape the opinions of their friends and their family members. So if they have a negative experience, which some of them did in 2019, that's the story. And if we can help ensure a positive experience, then that's the story. And AMO is much more likely to bring that convention back here, along with the millions of dollars in visitor spending, if those 2,000 delegates are having positive experiences, and then multiply that by 40 or 45, which is the number of large conventions that we want to be hosting in a normal year. And then add to that the smaller meetings throughout the year, and the leisure visitors and the millions of stories that those visitors are telling about Ottawa and their Byward Market experiences. So we're glad to see that one of the big moves is about creating memorable visitor experiences. It's gut-wrenching to think about the pieces of the tourism industry that we're inevitably going to lose because of COVID-19 in our city. But this plan offers rays of hope that many stakeholders in the city are not done yet, and that we're making plans to rebuild our city and the industry better than it was before, and we can get there with a vision. It's a community-focused vision, and business community and our visitor economy, and totally dependent on the confidence and sentiment of our residents and visitors. So we commend the staff for the extensive consultations throughout the process. And now we're ready, if and when opportunities arise, to accelerate investments of this plan. We need to think big right now. The potential of Byward Market is absolutely huge if we can get it right. And we need to bring back those 43,000 jobs that tourism generated for the city and help inspire people.
Wrap up, Catherine, because your time is up.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. That was really the end of what I wanted to say anyway.
Perfect timing. Thank you. So just for the benefit of individuals, if you're down and you've heard something that's already been said by someone else, feel free to pass if you'd like. Otherwise, we're happy to hear from you. And next is Liz Bernstein from the Community Association Forum for Environmental Sustainability. Liz, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Watson, councillors. Bon après-midi, tout le monde. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to pass, even I'm going to share some of what was said, because we've been waiting 15 years for this exciting day. We're super excited to see the plan and to show the community support for the plan. So yes, today I'm speaking as the co-chair of the cafes. I'm also the vice president of Lowertown Community Association, and you will have received a letter from our president, Norman, with some other points about the plan. Next slide, please. I just want to show a little bit of how we're so excited, because we've been working together for years for this plan. And as you've heard from the previous two speakers, and you'll hear from others after me, we may not all agree on everything, but we all agree that it's a good, solid plan. Thanks to Jill and Court and your teams. And it's time to approve, fund, and implement the public realm plan. And as Jill noted, it's 2013 since this the report called for this. But actually, we remember back in 2006 working for the William Street Mall, in 2008 and 2010, the Transportation Committee first calling for studies. So it's a long time coming, and we're very happy to be here today. Next slide, please. Another example, I just want to remind us of the history to get us to here today to this great plan. Community members, residents, experts from across the city have worked together for many, many years, speaking at meetings like this, speaking at public presentations, organizing community forums, active transportation audits to see what the market needed, inviting experts like Janet Sadik Khan and using the media. Just a little bit of a reminder. Next slide, please. Just quickly to show you, since 2012 and 2013, some of the publications that we have done at Lowertown, together with community associations across the city and Ecology Ottawa, calling for the new vision for the market, which we're seeing here today. So here, next slide, please. Just to also remind you, in one of those events not too long ago when we could still gather together in the market, there was support from all levels of government for revitalizing the market. Many of you will remember, and we're confident that that remains today with new governments that still are committed to improving the Byward market through this great plan today. Next slide, please. Reminding you, when I spoke to you in 2016, these were the reasons we wanted to support the revitalization of the market, and the reasons remain the same. Only today we're also faced with COVID, and another important element, since our businesses are struggling and our food security is struggling, even more important to invest in the Byward market today. Next slide, please. Some of the pilots we've seen over the last few years have shown a real interest in the revitalized public spaces. So we have some things to build on. We're not starting from scratch. Next slide, please. And just again, just showing the people enjoying the small efforts that have been made so far. Next one. So today, we're urging you to approve, fund, and implement the plan, invest in infrastructure at the heart of the city. And through COVID recovery plans, we know we need to encourage secure local supply of food and the farmers market, enhance public spaces for us to get outside and enjoy, as Jill was saying, in the midst of our needs for fresh air and for being able to safely do so, active transportation and heritage, and then, as our previous speaker said, the local business and tourism elements for the future. We want to ensure that it's an investment priority for the city in 2021, and that the city commits to 30 million of the 129 million needed to implement the plan, and direct staff to seek funding from other levels of government through post-COVID-19 recovery programs. Next slide, please. And so who supports the plan today? I'm speaking excitedly with a broad range of colleagues, residents, community groups, environment groups, transportation, health, arts, business leaders, and other organizations. You'll hear from some of them, or already have, about their specific reasons to support the plan or concerns about how they want to improve it. But there is quite a broad consensus to build on, which is very exciting. Next slide, please. Yes, we want to pass the plan. We know it's not perfect. Residents of Lowertown want us to, we all want to fix clearance. Environmentalists, we're still concerned that it's not a 40% canopy tree cover, it's 30%. Active transportation, we're disappointed it's not car-free. Pedestrians and cyclists aren't prioritized quite enough. Too much parking. Well, businesses will say there's not enough parking. Design concerns about not bold enough of a design. So while we think it's not perfect, we all agree on one thing. We want you to approve the plan. Usually I'm an activist, and I'm usually hearing from you rather than telling you, don't let's have the perfect be the enemy of the good. But today I want to say, let's do it. Let's just ensure we move forward on this very solid, good plan.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Liz. Next is Ashley Hopkins, co-chair of the Byward Market BIA and Paradigm Properties, acting as an agent for the property. Ashley, you have 5 minutes.
Hi there. Thank you. So I'll open by thanking the chair and council for their time. I've mentioned my name is Ashley Hopkins. I'm CEO of Paradigm Properties, and I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the Byward Market BIA as co-chair of the board. I'm here to ask council to approve the Byward Market Public Realm Plan as it's proposed by the City of Ottawa. The Byward Market is making headlines for all the wrong reasons. It's becoming consistently a negative news story. That said, the public realm plan as it's proposed addresses many of the most pressing issues impacting the Byward Market. Infrastructure, design, public spaces, cleanliness. This plan will create a general sense of welcome to the market. In recent years, we've witnessed the success of the city's pilot projects in our area. We've seen increase in activity around the spaces and our destinations brought in. We need to build on this momentum. The work completed by Jill and the city's teams have been extremely valuable in setting the stage for change in public perception and laying the foundation that, if acted upon, will bolster the excitement and cultural rebirth of the Byward Market through these investments. I think we can all agree that a consistent public animation and experiences such as what we experienced in 2017 should be the rule rather than the exception, such that the public, both local and tourists, come to recognize and identify the Byward Market as a leader in tourism and commerce. The proposed public realm plan will open up the market and by extension Ottawa as a whole to new programming and development, and as a result will create business opportunities for our city. In putting this plan together, it feels like the city has listened. Pre-pandemic, we asked for a concise plan with aggressive timelines and an emphasis on community and city collaboration. Mid-pandemic, and with the submission of this plan in front of us, our ask is extremely focused. We're asking on behalf of each and every business in the Byward Market that the city recognize the impact the pandemic has had on Byward businesses who were already under great strain, and move forward with the plan with an aggressive level of urgency, recognizing that the businesses are in need of immediate revitalization in order to achieve recovery. Now more than ever, we need to crystallize the cultural, tourist, entertainment, and heritage elements of the market in the eyes of our residents and visitors. The market needs to be reestablished as a destination hub for the city. It was the birthplace of commerce in Ottawa, and the implementation of the proposed plan represents our opportunity to set the stage for the entrepreneurs of both today and tomorrow. Today, we are asking for a proactive approach around both timing and implementation. We cannot lose momentum or hesitate, but we need to simultaneously move forward and design a plan that minimizes disruption. Though the urgency has been prevalent for years, COVID has ravaged our businesses, yet they are tough enough and they are willing to weather this storm. But it's to be noted that it's our job collectively to ensure that we minimize all disruptions to those surviving businesses. If the city is willing to work with us on timing and implementation, we as a board are willing to work towards supporting our businesses in the affected areas throughout the rollout. After years of public consultation and research, this plan brings to the finish line within reach. We ask that you just do not lose momentum. Help us bring the plan to fruition so that those existing businesses feel supported and future businesses know that their sweat and effort will be matched by the efforts of the city. There is real opportunity for change in front of us, and out of respect for the tireless work of Court, Jill, the city's teams, and the thousands of passionate and collaborative business stakeholders who have participated to date, we need to thank you for recognizing this, and thank you for, in advance, for putting your collective drive towards revitalizing the Byward Market. This is our opportunity for true municipal leadership, doing what is right for our city now and into the future. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much, Ashley. Next is John Borston from Zach Steiner, followed by Brian Leahy from the Properties Group.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the invitation. I own Zach Steiner's for 34 years. I own the Grand Pizzeria, Metropolitan Brasserie. I've lived and worked in the Byward Market for close to 40 years. I can't add much to what Ashley just said or what Liz just said. It's just, all I can really say is that it's a great plan. It's time. It's the market's turn. And we can't wait or delay on this any longer. I don't think the market will survive. It's the center of the city. It's the center of economic activity in town and has been for 100 years. Our 200th anniversary coming up in 2026. It'd be a great time to get this rolling and have something to unveil at that point. And all I can say is myself as a business person down here and all our friends that are business people down here are fully supportive of this plan. And it won't take up any more of your time since you've had a long day.
Great, thank you. Brian Leahy, followed by Grant Hooker. Brian? Just unmute Brian there. There we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Well, first of all, we at the Properties Group have a 35-year history in the Byward market. Our company was one of the partners in the lease and renovation of the market, the city-owned market building. We've been a part of several city initiatives to clean up the market and combat issues like vagrants, graffiti, soft crime, and noise problems. We're so pleased that with the public realm plan, we are taking steps to solve these issues on a permanent basis. The market is the soul of our city. It's an important tourist destination, and residents of Ottawa are drawn to the market like moths to a flame. We owe it to ourselves to do this properly. A large pedestrian mall with patios and landscaping will be the salvation of the market. It must be done properly and thoroughly, and we believe the public realm plan does that, and we look forward to seeing it passed and implemented. This summer, restaurants on York and Clarence were allowed to expand onto the roadways. It was a great idea. It was an emergency response to COVID. Not to be critical, though, it was an exercise not to be repeated. We need guidelines and uniformity in fences and in the tents. And I know that will come with this plan. I just refer to page 49 of the study, and you see a lovely view of sidewalk cafes, tables and chairs. But if you'll notice what's missing, there's no fence. And surely we're as civilized as the cities in Europe. We don't need barriers to separate us from the walking areas. I'm sure this is an alcohol and gaming commission issue, but we should, as a city, change this. We'd also argue for a tabletop road on Clarence Street from Perron to Dalhousie. This will give us options in the future if we decide to make the entire street into a summer pedestrian mall, as we did this past summer, except for delivery hours. We do know that the need to accommodate cars is decreasing, and we should take this into account now so changes could be made in the future without a substantial cost. And finally, I'd like to speak to the discussion of retail versus bars and restaurants. It's a common complaint in the market that we're losing retail and it's becoming an entertainment area. We as substantial landlords in the area have tried to preserve and lease to retail operations. We've been willing to take substantially less in rent, and in many cases we've held out for over a year, turning down offers from restaurants, waiting for a retail tenant. We've often not been successful. And it's simply because retail tenants require a clean and attractive area in which to locate. Sadly, many parts of the market have deteriorated. It has attracted the wrong crowd, and retail cannot deal with the problems that follow. Clean up and beautify the area, and retailers will be anxious to be a part of the market once again. We need people to come to the market during retail hours. This plan will do that. If we can get the citizens of Ottawa to come to the market on a regular basis, not just in the summer, retail tenants will return to the market and we will have an international destination. The market's a precious asset of our city. The time has come to spend the money it needs to protect it and beautify that asset. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor El-Shantiri has a question for you, Brian.
Thank you very much, Brian, for your presentation. I'm just wondering, with obviously with COVID and many people working home, and we're not sure when would the government employee will go back. Do you have any any vision what's going to look like in next year or the year after, Brian?
Well, we view the coming, remaining 8 months or so of COVID, we hope, as just kind of treading water. We're doing everything possible to keep all our tenants in business. The federal rent assistance programs have been a lifesaver, and so I think that our existing tenants will remain. They'll have a tough year, so will we, but we'll all get through it. And by the summer, hopefully, we've got enough vaccine out there that we'll return to a normal function. And I think the public will they'll rebound like an elastic band. I think that they're so anxious to get back to the market and get back to patios and get back to dining out that I think we're going to have a great summer and fall.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lahi, for being here today.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you very much, Brian. Nice to see you. Next, we have Grant Hooker. The great Grant Hooker. Is Grant with us? I'm, of course, the founder of Beaver Tales, and Grant and I served on the board of the Canadian Tourism Commission for many years. He's a great booster of the market. There he is. A great booster of the market.
Thank you, Your Worship, and
the floor is yours.
Appreciate the opportunity to talk about the Byward market and the public realm study being considered by the committee today. Pam, my wife, and I have lived and worked in the Byward market for the past 40 years. We've appreciated the opportunity of presenting our Beaver Tales pastry in the market, first on the corner of William and York, and then after a relocation on the corner of William and George Street. The market without COVID is much, much more dynamic than what it was in the year we arrived. But of course, the city is much, much more dynamic than it was in 1980, thanks to the leadership of Your Worship and your council and your staff. In 1980, the market's main draws were the farmer vendors and long-term retailers of food and dry goods. The bustle that was common any day of the week pre-COVID, and especially in the warm weather season, was common back in 1980 on Saturdays only. And the market was deserted, and our Beaver Tales business was closed from late October until late April. The market without COVID is many, many times more dynamic and well utilized than it was 40 years ago, almost a night and day difference. But the market is also in need of repairs and upgrades, and it deserves consideration of the types of enhancements being recommended by the public realm study being considered today. Our market is unique in many ways. When I asked Pam how she would describe the role the market plays for the city and the region, she said, after a few moments of thought, it's Ottawa's story. It's where Ottawa began. And she's right. Our market is unique in North America. We've looked at a lot of them. Its predominant heritage architecture is authentic. It is Ottawa's traditional meeting place going back to 1827 and has functioned as such with iterations varying with the time and the cultures of the folks that have walked the market streets and sidewalks. Pam also said, it may sound a bit woo-woo or hippy-dippy, but the market has happy vibes. And maybe the vibes are a result of all the years of bartering, exchanging, laboring, socializing, romancing, and arguing that continue to take place in the market today. So we have this happy gathering place for people, but the market also serves the city and region economically in the role it plays in Ottawa's tourism mix. Before construction on Parliament Hill, my understanding was that the market was second only to Parliament as a regional tourist attraction. If council would ever question the value of nurturing the Byward market, it would be hoped that they would recognize that other cities often devote heavy financing in an attempt to create tourist attractions. And here with our market, we have not only a highly effective tourist attraction, but also a tourist attraction that gives visitors a strong sense of the vitality, beauty, and heritage of our city. As for the public realm study, I congratulate the Department of Economic Development, Rideau Vanier Ward Councillor Matthew Fleury, and Jillian Savage for recognizing the market's value in terms of dollars and cents. While there will be controversies regarding some of, or perhaps even many of the study's recommendations, the goal of revitalizing and enhancing the market should obviously be an ongoing priority for those responsible for the community's quality of life and well-being, meaning you as councilors and you as mayor. Three very basic priorities I would urge be considered as the discussions of the public realm proceed. First would be to concentrate on creating a healthy environment for farmers and street vendors in the market. I believe street vending by farmers, craftsmen, and others adds variety, animation, and opportunities for interchange to the market at little or no added burden to the market's administration costs. The second priority I would urge involves the replacement of the existing parking garage with a destination building public plaza. My first thought was that the public desire for parking, given their need to transport purchases, yes, sir, from the market to their homes, parking would continue to be a priority. Councillor Furry's assistant, Stephen Gallipo, turned me around on the parking lot issue by saying there will be an attempt to create replacement parking. And if that's the case, the use of space by the current parking garage is not the best use of space for the benefit of the market and for animation. So I'd support that. Finally, the third priority is that we would urge that it be considered as part of the if rejuvenation is pursued, that Beaver Tails would be allowed to remain on the corner of William and George Street. Please, please, please. My insightful wife, Pam, and I are very grateful for the opportunities we've enjoyed in the Byward Market, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to advocate the market today in front of you, Mayor Watson, and the committee.
Great. Well,
thank you
very much, and thank you for bringing up the farmers, because this past year, because of COVID and other issues, it was really quite sad the lack of farmers that were on the street. And I think if anything, we have to redouble our efforts to get farmers, actual growers, back on into the farmers market, whether it's giving them a deep discount of zero rent or
yes,
something to lure them back, because the color of the vegetables and the fruits and the colorful characters from the various families in Navan and so on that have helped keep the market alive is going to need our help as well. And we now, back in the day, there were two markets in the city, Parkdale and the Byward. Now I think there's 22 markets. Everyone has a market. There's the Lansdowne market and the one in Cumberland and the one in Beechwood and so on. So it's great, but it's taken a lot of business away from the Byward markets. We've got to redouble our efforts to do what we can to get the farmers to come back as well to the market. So thank you, Grant, very much for your advocacy and your generosity, because people may not know that Grant and Pam donated the bookend kiosks on either side of the Byward Market building, and that was a very generous gift that you gave to the city. So thank you for that. Appreciate it. So next is Norman Moyer, followed by Zachary Daler. Norman, good afternoon. Just we'll get you unmuted there.
I seem to still be on mute. Maybe you've got me off now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, members of FEDCO, for the chance to talk to you today. I'm delighted with the enthusiasm that I'm hearing for this reinvestment in Byward. I represent the Lower Town Community Association. Lower Town is all the things that the other people that have spoken have already said, but it is also a place where citizens of Ottawa live, are excited to live, are delighted to be able to go out and buy something from the farmers that come to the market. I've been living in the market long enough to have tasted many generations of beaver tail as they've gone through. I want to support what Court Curry said in his introduction. The best place to live is the best place to visit. Having a healthy community with people living in it, the people that are enjoying the living there, is going to make this a stronger, more effective tourism and commercial area. We've been disappointed that there has not been investment in the market in the recent past to the level that we think there is. We've been disappointed in the decline of the farmers market. We've been concerned about the overabundance of people in distress and of a monoculture of bars that has sprung up in parts of our area. What I'm going to do today is to support broadly the need for immediate action to get this new program going, but also to put a couple of parameters around it, I hope, that will help council to decide exactly what are the most important things to focus on. We agree that Lower Town and the Byward Market are at the very core of what people think of when they think of Ottawa. Heritage buildings, the heritage activities, and the opportunities today to just come and live and enjoy the market are essential for a healthy downtown community. Council has spoken a lot about the 15-minute community. Remember, Byward and Lower Town are the archetypical 15-minute community. We want to make sure that the ones we have continue to be successful, as well as building new 15-minute communities elsewhere. We are a diverse community. We are delighted to be the site of many successful businesses and a large part of the tourism area. We are very happy that we have managed in that mix to preserve vibrant residential communities, people who are dedicated to living there. People who live in an area are the eyes on the street. We're the ones that help to keep the community healthy and alive. We're the ones that will call in at 2 a.m. if there's a problem. We have been disturbed, as everyone has, by the impacts of COVID. But we also think there's some really interesting lessons coming to us from COVID that we should try to implement as this plan goes forward. Maybe one of the most important ones is the lessons that we've learned about food independence. Any community that's responsible and respectable should have the kind of link between its rural producers of food and its urban consumers of food. And we want to see the farmers market come back as the center, not only of the reality of this availability of local food production, but as a place where farmers are really in touch with the rest of the city and benefiting from us. We support the core elements of the plan. The investments along George and York and William Street are well thought out, are going to take us in the right direction and should begin immediately. We are concerned, however, about the approach that's being proposed for Clarence Street. All of you who know the market will know that Clarence is a very different street. It has only a 19-meter right-of-way as opposed to the 40-meter right-of-way, and it needs to be dealt with in a different way if we're going to be successful. We oppose closing Clarence Street at any time. The patios need to be limited. Every patio space is likely to compete successfully with other retailers. If we want the diversity of business that we think we should have, we need to be careful about the way in which we expand patio space. So we have 3 things that we'd like to say as our fundamental recommendations. This is a good plan. We think it can be better if the council will provide the following instructions to staff. Work should begin as soon as possible on investments along York, George,
if you
and
can
Williams.
wrap up, your time is up.
Yep, I've got just 2 other points. The first investment should be about the long-term effectiveness of the Byward Farmers Market. And finally, we would propose that investments on Clarence Street and Parent Street be postponed until a vision that's consistent with the residents that live there can be developed and shared. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Norman. Right on time. Our next speaker is Zachary Daler, who's Executive Director of Ottawa Markets, doing a great job down there, Zach. The floor is yours. We'll just unmute you. Just a second. There you go.
Thank you, Mayor Watson. Coming to you live from Byward Market today. I'm actually in 55 Byward Market Square. You can see the large historic windows behind me. For those of you who aren't aware, Ottawa Market's mission is to maximize the Byward and Parkdale Market's potential to be unique year-round places and destinations to purchase local produce and goods, as well as other services and products that meet the needs of local and citywide residents and, of course, tourists. Our aim is to build upon the rich history of the public market programs in their communities and to promote the importance of not only local food, sustainability, but also the larger idea of supporting local. And to some of the comments that have been made about farmers in Byward, I'm excited to let you know that our team is putting in place our new operational procedure that includes a farmers first policy. We are looking and working really hard on recruiting farmers back here to the market, and we hope that our work will align with the proposed public realm plan. We're here to support the advancement of the Byward Market Public Realm Plan. The Byward area and the market has a rich history and is deserving of such an investment as together, community, businesses, and city look to add a positive chapter over the next decade. Byward is at the center of our city, and we believe such a plan will go a long way in helping set the stage for an area the entire city can be proud of. What makes Ottawa, Ottawa has been shared by a few other folks. Our general support for the investment includes over the past year, our board has been working hard on our strategic implementation framework and action plan and looking to shift our programming and our work and our engagement with vendors back to the idea of supporting community benefit and bringing those needed activities like vending, like farmers, back in a unique way. The strategic plan and implementation framework, I think, aligns with the ambition of the public realm plan and charts specific actions that as a corporation, Ottawa Markets needs to take from, as I said, attracting more local producers and farming to enhancing quality and access to Canadian-made goods, but also engaging friendly and exciting programming that needs to happen to animate such a plan. We truly feel that this is a solid opportunity, as I said, to write the next chapter for the markets and address longstanding issues and set the area up for the next decade and beyond. Beside me here at my desk, I actually have the plan from 1979. There are some important things within that we're talking about today, from pedestrianizing space to farmers and vendors, and so it's time that we do that. A few notes of caution that I think are important. The outdoor market program is at the core of what we as Ottawa Markets are mandated to deliver. And the plan needs to make sure that Ottawa Markets is involved in defining programming, creating valuable outdoor vending spaces. It's clear that the public wants vibrant public markets, and we need to maintain and invest in space that allows us to do that. The plan also needs to consider supporting an authority to lead coordination on programming, promotion, and placemaking. I believe it was in Liz's slide and also in Jill's slide. There are a lot of people who are invested, a lot of groups who are invested in this area. And then, as I said, we're all distant right now, but this plan can bring us together, I think, in a really unique way that moves the area back into a position of excitement for not only residents, but building a place for those to come and visit. And in closing, I just want to take a moment and acknowledge the really hard work of the LCA, the local councillor, Matthew Fleury. They have been really driving this process and driving people, providing feedback and comment. And so we're appreciative of that. And I think right now you have the actors, you have the groups, you have the will, the wind is there. So let's fill our sails and move this forward. So thank you very much for your time.
Great, thank you. Matt Fleury, Councillor Fleury has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Zach, for the nice words. What could, so, there's been a number of delegation obviously supporting the plan, including yourself. And at the same time, speaking of farmers, I believe even the mayor was talking about the importance of farmers. And I too think it's a unique opportunity to showcase what's grown here locally in our rural communities and be sold in the heart of our city. What can we as a city do to support Ottawa Markets and your work to expand the farmers' experience in Byward specifically?
Thank you for the question. I think come and shop local, come on down to the market. That's really important. Make local food purchasing from farmers part of your routine. As we look to define our program and reignite our program at both Byward and Parkdale, as I said, we want to bring more farmers in, more local producers in. I think there's a major component to the, education. And so you hear the community association talk, and you hear a lot of people talk about the 15-minute neighborhood. These are not concepts that everybody really understands. And so I think working with groups like Ottawa Markets, the community association, we can do things to educate people on the importance of buying and produce and even retail locally. In terms of specific things, just to be quick, we are doing our Farmers First policy, and we are introducing a brand new pricing structure that really should incentivize farmers to come on down, at least on Saturdays, as we're launching producers only market on Saturdays on York Street as well. We hope not to get to all of our sort of exciting points, but we definitely believe there are things the community can do by just adjusting their behaviors a bit more and making going out to the markets and local retailers part of their daily habits.
Okay, merci. Thank you, Zach. Next is Jeff Darwin, followed by Caroline Panici. Is Jeff on the line? I see Jeff, Carol. I see Carol Ann. We're just looking for Jeff.
Jeff, are you able to say anything? I see your name, but I don't see you.
Okay, well, we'll go to Carol Ann. I see Carol Ann is there. Carol Ann Meehan and Carol Ann. I would mispronounce your last name, Carol Ann.
It's pitching in, like I'm pitching in to help you.
Pitching in. Well, Carol Ann was a very active member of 2017, and of course heads up the festival network, which obviously has had the festival's had a challenge, but she's been a great advocate for those important festivals that bring so much life and animation and balance into the economy. So the floor is yours, Carol Ann. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor Watson. It's a pleasure to be here and to see you. It's been quite some time. So hello, everyone. Just a little bit about our organization. Our network is celebrating 25 years next year, advancing our region's dynamic festival industry through research, advocacy, and education. And our members produce arts, culture, heritage, recreation, and sport programming and experiences, and they really range from emerging to emerged to community and world-class marquee events. And our industry, as Mayor Watson has said, is an important contributor to our economy. And I'll just give you a snapshot of our 2019 economic impact study, which tells the story of 37 of our over 100 annual events and festivals. So our industry accounts for a $222.6 million GDP. Our industry supports 235,000 hotel room nights and more than 968,000 visitor days. 68,000 jobs are supported by our local industry. We engage 16.6 thousand local volunteers, and we generate about 33 million tax dollars, and about 40% of Ottawa's festival artists are local performers. And many of you attend our local festivals, and you know that our industry is very diverse and that we support different communities and audiences. And event producers and audiences alike really benefit from varied sized, innovative, accessible, well fit up and safe community event production spaces. And so it's with that in mind that I believe that the Byward Market Public Realm Plan can really be another important space for our organization's vision of a vibrant, inspired, and prosperous festival city. And I know that you're well aware that our industry has been very hard hit by COVID, and we see this as just another impetus to help help us in our recovery efforts. It's also, another step in the right direction when you look at the city's draft report, Ottawa Next, Beyond 2036, of creating a livable city where its communities are socially, economically, and culturally connected. And I also just want to speak a little bit about some desirable new cultural policy development and investment for culture. I wanted to draw your attention to this 2019 report. It's called A Livable City for All, and it's our new cultural roadmap for Ottawa 2019 and 2022, and it engaged thousands of participants, including some citywide public consultation, and it identifies 5 priorities, 2 of which are to improve cultural infrastructure and develop and promote Ottawa as a cultural destination. So these 2 priorities include several recommendations that would directly be supported by this revitalized Byward Market Plan, and I wanted to just share some of those. 1, investing in more affordable cultural spaces. 2, increasing authentic neighborhood cultural happenings. 3, developing and growing Ottawa's cultural district and hubs. 4, enabling greater opportunity for collaboration between our cultural sector and our BIAs, and making Ottawa's diverse cultural assets more visible and accessible to residents and visitors. And our organization also hopes that the Byward Market Plan can be the impetus for the development of a City of Ottawa cultural tourism strategy, which was another important recommendation coming out of the roadmap report. Sorry, Mayor Watson, I didn't hear you. Did you say something?
1 minute left.
1 minute, thank you. Such a strategy would not only enable our integrated showcase of our city's numerous assets, but would also support our industry's competitiveness as a festival city destination, and strengthen our overall Canada in One City brand that Catherine spoke to earlier. The Byward Market offers new, varied, and enhanced spaces for festival delivery, and with proper investment will enable our festivals to do more to contribute to the vibrancy of our downtown core. Realizing this plan would be another way for our city to leverage our festival industry's value as an economic engine and as cultural creators and placemakers to amplify the Byward Market jewel of our beautiful city. Thank you.
There, perfect timing. Thank you very much. Carol Ian has a question for Carol-Ann Pitchinen. Councillor Meehan? Councillor Meehan there? Her hand, oh, there you are. Okay. We'll just unmute you there. Councillor Meehan.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I was on another call. Can you just remind me, is this, can we now comment on the public realm policy? Are they?
No, we're still hearing from people. Do you have a question for Carol-Ann Pitchinen?
No, I don't.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Councillor Luloff to our delegate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Carol-Ann, for your presentation today and for your continued work to do your best to shore up as many festivals as we can, whether it's in the digital realm or otherwise. Recently, we worked together on an agreement between the Ottawa Festival Network and the Ottawa Public Library, and I was wondering if you could take just a couple of moments to talk about that and to talk about the innovative work that your group is doing to ensure that we are still supporting our festivals in Ottawa.
Yes, thank you, councillors. This speaks to some of the work our organization has been doing this year. There have been new grant opportunities available to our organization, and in fact, the Ottawa Festival Network. I shared this very recently with our Economic Partners Task Force that we've applied for almost $750,000 of new grant investment for our organization and industry. This is a competitive process, and we won't know the outcomes of those grants until the spring of 2021. So our fingers are crossed. One of the areas of need and development for our sector is in the digital realm, of course, and we have applied to create what would be called a digital lab for our sector so that we can support them in the creation of digital products over the next couple of years. One of the things that's clear about what our festivals have learned through this opportunity is through COVID times, is the fact that they're able to extend their reach through the creation of digital products, so that they're not just showcasing live, but they're also showcasing and competing internationally through these digital products. So we're hopeful that we'll be able to support them and help them in their recovery, because monetization for festivals right now is very challenging. So I wanted to thank you, Councillor Lula, for your support, because one of the ways that we can help support our industry as they recover out of COVID is sharing and streaming their programs and their happenings through the Ottawa Public Library digital streaming service. So we're really hopeful that that will continue and maybe even be a possibility for us, even if we're not successful in that grant application.
Well, thanks again, Caroline. Really appreciate your presentation today and looking forward to continuing to work with you over the next year. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Caroline. Thank you, Councillor. Jeff Darwin has now joined us, I believe. We'll go back to Jeff. There, I don't see his name coming up here. Is Jeff with us? No, do you see him there? No, okay, well, we'll keep going. Todd Brown, followed by Su-Ling Ching. I see Todd, if we can unmute Todd. And welcome, Todd. You've got 5 minutes. Thank you for your input. We got him unmuted there. No.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, FEDCO, for taking the time to let me make some input into this public realm study. After everything everyone said, I don't really have a lot to add, other than when this process began, you likely couldn't have got any one of those people to agree on any vision forward. And due to the hard work of Court and the people who put this plan together, you now have everyone agreeing that this is a great plan and something to go forward with. And I think that's amazing. And the fact that they've created something that everyone is getting behind says that it's something that we really need to make happen. I've been in the Byward market since 1978. I started as a busboy. I have numerous businesses and numerous buildings there now. And I've never seen a group of people come together on ideas as has happened with this study and report. So I hope that the committee fully supports this and really looks at 2026 as a great time to make something happen and revitalize the market.
Great. Thank you very much for your input and bringing your perspective of many years working in the market to the council table today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Su-Ling Ching, followed by Ross Meredith. There's Su-Ling. Hi, Su-Ling. Welcome back.
Hi, thank you very much. I'll make my comments brief. A lot of what we support has already been said. I'll send along this letter and just lift the highlights for you. Of course, our mission is to create prosperity by cultivating business and community growth. So to that end, we are pleased to comment in support of the proposed plan for the Byward Market public realm, including the undertaking of the appropriate evaluations, funding opportunities, and studies as detailed by city staff. It is our understanding the city is engaged in extensive consultations to design this plan. We applaud this ongoing collaboration and particularly appreciate the recommendation that establishes a working group to focus on economic recovery for the Byward Market precinct. We support all strategies that create and enhance community amenities and culture, economic growth, and tourism assets. We attract the City of Ottawa global, national, and regional attention as the capital of Canada and a cultural and economic anchor in Eastern Ontario. Our collective effort to optimize this unique position is paramount to ensure a sustainable strategy to grow community prosperity and economic growth. We're very fortunate to have a major community and tourism asset like the Byward Market in the heart of our city. Its proximity to other attractions in the area are exponentially increase the appeal of all assets. So it is critical for us to continue to invest in it as part of our overall city building and destination development offering. As with all major funding and infrastructure initiatives, we encourage the city to conduct an economic impact assessment to ensure there is a clear understanding of the return on investment and our implications for sustainable community growth. The Byward Market is a cultural and economic hub that we must leverage as we contemplate residential and visitor attraction as a key economic driver in the National Capital Region. Thank you to the City of Ottawa Council and staff team for your ongoing collaboration and leadership. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Sue-Ling. Appreciate the board's input as always. Next, we have Ross Meredith, the General Manager of the Westin and Delta Hotels. Hello, Ross. Nice to see you.
Afternoon, Your Worship. Thank you for your time. I just wanted to, I'll keep my comments brief, but I just wanted to say, reach out and on behalf of certainly the Hotel Association, where I sit as a member of the board, and support Michael and the Ottawa Tourism Board. We fully support the capital investment in this project. We like the direction. We are excited about the farmers market focus and energy around that. I think the other thing that's important to acknowledge is that this is a downtown piece, but it really affects every ward and every part of our city. And there's that famous line that says, if you lose your downtown, you lose your city. So when I think of people from Barrhaven, Stittsville, all corners of our city, when they have visitors and guests coming to town, what do they want to do? They want to show off what we have. They want to celebrate our dynamic downtown core, and they bring them down to the market. And they leave, and their guests hopefully say, what a vibrant, exciting, wonderful place. And there's an enormous amount of pride, an enormous amount of city pride and confidence in what we do. So I'd just like to acknowledge and thank the rural councillors who are listening in and participating today, who don't have a geographical boundary connection to this market, and thank them for their open-mindedness to consider the capital investment and recognize that it's a citywide initiative and not a downtown single entity. So thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you very much, Ross, and appreciate your input. We now found Jeff Darwin. Jeff, welcome. You're our last presenter. We'll just get you on mute there. Just wait a second. There you go. The floor is yours. Whoops, sorry. We don't seem to hear you. Just a minute there. We'll just ask Carol, because it doesn't say mute. Are you muted on your end, Jeff? That's funny because there's no mute sign on my window, and we can't hear you, unfortunately. Yeah, I guess the best we can do is if you have written comments, if you can send them, we'll make sure they're circulated. I apologize for that, but this is the first time this has happened today, where there's no mute button, but we can't hear you. All right, well, thank you. So now it's members of council and committee. It's your opportunity to ask staff any questions or offer your comments, and then we'll take a vote on this item. So does anyone wish to speak?
Mr. Mayor, as you might imagine, I have comments. I'd love to be the last speaker before yourself.
Okay.
If possible.
So we'll go to Councillor Gower, followed by Councillor Meehan.
Thank you, Mayor. I've been first twice today. It's like on Jeopardy, getting your finger on the button first. Good. Well, I guess I had a question. I think a couple delegations mentioned it too. There's still a lot of surface parking in this plan, and I think my preference would be to see a little bit of less of that. But if someone, I guess, could answer as we go forward, or no, wait, let me ask it this way. was there consideration for reducing surface parking further, and why, or why have we ended up with the amount that we have? And in the future, would there be an opportunity to further reduce it as we go forward with the plans?
Thank you for the question, Councillor, through you, Chair. I would say that the market core area that was identified through the planning process does incorporate that tabletop condition I mentioned earlier, which really makes those spaces incredibly adaptable for just changes in demands over time. And so we have retained 2 sides of on-street parking for many of those street segments, not all of them. William Street obviously being closed to cars permanently, and Clarence now having reduced on-street parking. But the beauty of the design is that these spaces are flexible, and so they can transform and close very easily if we need them to, and we are piloting those ideas. And so that is where that balance of the plan is struck.
Okay, thank you. I do appreciate it. I mean, it is a much greener space, a much more pedestrian first space. Some of the maybe more impactful items like the Rito Sussex Gateway and so on, and the street reconstructions, I'm really encouraged to see this, and generally like what I see in the report. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Gower. Councillor Meehan, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I too applaud everyone who is involved in this public realm plan. It's long overdue and actually much needed. So I'm grateful for that. I worked out in the market for a number of years, so I'm quite familiar with some of the issues that exist down there. A report that didn't really get a whole lot of attention when it came out earlier this year was Linda Duxbury's report for police on before neighborhood policing was set up, and her survey of the market I think reflected some of the concerns that many people in the city have, and that centers around some of the social issues, crime. The hoteliers and tourists will tell you they weren't quite as blunt today as Ms. Duxbury was when she presented her report. So my question actually is, because we are going to undertake this extent of the work that's required in the market, are we working with a social service plan at the same time? Are we going to be taking a look at day programs for people who are clients of the mission or the shepherds, in order to have places for them to go during the day? You know what I'm asking, and it's a delicate issue. But these things have to be asked. I think along with beautification and infrastructure, we have to address some of the social issues. Until they're solved, I don't think we're going to have the space that we really envision for a tourist area in the heart of, just in the shadow of Parliament Hill or in the heart of the nation's capital. So are we looking at that? Are we working on it? That's what I'd like to ask.
Okay, who from staff?
Thank you for the question. That is an excellent question. And through you, Chair, I would say that, an underlying principle of the plan is to be a place that is welcoming and inviting for everyone. And that those sort of, by definition, includes people who are sort of, might be experiencing social issues in the area. And so we do intend for these spaces to be welcoming and dignified for everyone who would enjoy them. I was in attendance of Dr. Duxbury's presentation with many other people on today's agenda for this plan. And so I do know that it is important and crucial work. I also know that the issue is multidimensional and does require, like you suggest, a full network of community partners to sort of make improvements in the social issues faced by the Byward Market. The good news is that the economic recovery group that we're proposing will have that lens on it as well, because it is so important to the area, and many people who are invested already know that and are allies, and actually, to be quite honest, in helping the community in that sense.
So is the Economic Recovery Group, at what stage is it right now?
Through you, Chair, it is one of our recommendations today in front of you. So should the committee approve the set of recommendations, we will immediately launch the group and get started on those sort of immediate and short-term recommendations to help the area.
So are the Shepherds and the Mission, are they part of, will they be part of this economic group?
Councillor, we haven't defined specifically who from that sector will be on this group at this point, but we'll be working with Miss Gray's department on determining the appropriate representation as we move forward. As a current example, the Waller Street Pedestrian Mall project that we're currently designing, that project has benefited from a social equity and inclusion lens on it. We've had key stakeholders from the various sectors that you've spoken about in your remarks at the table during the design of that space, looking at it from a public safety and accessibility perspective. So it is extremely top of mind as we carry forward on the implementation of this plan.
May I add, Chair, we also have had partners of the Salvation Army Ottawa Booth Center and the Shepherds of Good Hope on our working group throughout the 2-year process, and they've been very sort of insightful on how to create spaces that are better for everyone, and they have been engaged over the last 2 years.
Well, with all due respect, if you want this to be a really public space, we're going to have to find day programs for some of the clients to have a place to go during the day. Otherwise, I don't want to say that. It's just that I think if we don't address the elephant in the room here, no matter how we dress up the market, we're going to be back in the same situation. The tourists don't want to be, dealing with panhandlers. We don't want people going out at night and experiencing, getting attacked. Or we don't want that. The shop owners don't want people vomiting on their front step. And I'm sorry, but this is all in Lynn Duxbury's report. I'm not saying anything that's new here. We've got to deal with the social issues before we start looking at infrastructure and beautification, or at least the two of them have to go hand in hand. So I would encourage us to sit down with all the partners and figure out what we're going to be doing, and it's got to be a unified plan. But that's all I'll say on that today. But thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fleury.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire, et merci à tous les intervenants aujourd'hui.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to everyone, including committee members. I know it's been a long day for everybody.
Everyone who participated, and specifically Jill Savage and Cord Curry, who did extensive conversations with all stakeholders in the area. Amazing work, as one of the speakers highlighted. Going back 8 years, we couldn't have had this type of report and get unanimous support from all the stakeholders. So I want to thank Jill and Cord and the entire team for the engagement. Mr. Mayor, I tried to invite CTV Ottawa to attend today and speak in favor of the report, but they declared conflict as they're hyper invested in our area. As you've heard from many speakers, the Byward Market is what Ottawa has to offer to Canada. When residents, when tourists come to our city and travel into our city. What's presented is big moves. I do think we struck the right balance to design, beautify, and invest in the spaces that can, when programmed, easily close, and when not programmed, sort of function as a lighter road network than what it is today. You've heard from many businesses, from residents, from tourism industry about the importance of these investments. So we have to go well beyond a plan and really see the importance of the dollar and striking out and seeing this in place before the anniversary of the Byward Market in 2026. And finally, on 2 points, programming. Once we beautify the market, I think then that'd be Ottawa tourism, Ottawa festivals, Ottawa markets with our farmers. There's a tremendous opportunity to showcase this area and what our city has to offer. As it relates to some of the challenges that are presented, we need to continue to be hyper-focused on issues of housing, addictions, mental health, which will directly alleviate some of the challenges that we're faced with. So this is an infrastructure report. It is a planned report for the entire district. And I want to thank everyone for your support.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Merci beaucoup, Conseiller. So we have a number of recommendations that are before us. Items 1 to 7 on the report. Carried?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you. Notices of motion for consideration at a subsequent meeting. Councillor Vice Chair Dudas, please. Is yours a notice of motion, Councillor?
It is, yes. Carol, do you mind just throwing it up there on the screen? Merci, madame.
Did you call him first?
So this, I've been the council liaison on the United Way East Ontario for almost 2 years now. And when COVID struck, part of what we did was we initiated a community response table that really spoke to not just the City of Ottawa's needs, but also the region at large in terms of how was all of these social service providers with the partnerships of the city and our provincial and federal levels going to start addressing some of the needs of our most vulnerable members of our community. The work at that table has been absolutely phenomenal. And one of the things that struck me is that the talk about recovery and how we can include grassroots, citizen-led social procurement enterprises in that recovery so that we could strengthen that, very, as I said, grassroots level of economic development. So that's the impetus for this motion, this notice of motion. I have been working very closely with staff on this, as well as some of our stakeholders, and I do have supportive staff, so I'll read it out loud. Whereas the City of Ottawa has implemented multiple economic recovery programs and initiatives in response to the impact of the pandemic on our city's economic well-being, and whereas the pandemic has resulted in an increase in unemployment rates to 8.2% in October, and placed additional strain on social service providers as they work to provide services to meet the rise in demand. And whereas increasing employment opportunities for the disadvantaged groups who may face barriers in accessing the labor market can cause a ripple effect, benefiting the city's greater economic and social situation. And whereas the City of Ottawa's Supply Services is actively supporting the city's sustainability objectives by pursuing social procurement strategies and opportunities to build capacity in the social enterprise marketplace. And whereas jurisdictions such as Vancouver, Toronto, and Calgary have successfully adopted social procurement plans and provide useful examples for the City of Ottawa to consider when looking at its own procurement policies as both a municipality and local anchor purchasing institution. And whereas social procurement is not an added cost, but an innovative adaptation of current procurement processes to achieve broader city goals, including local economic development, social impact, targeted employment or training, and environmental benefits. And whereas various Ottawa social sector organizations, such as the United Way East Ontario and others, have been working closely with social innovators and social entrepreneurs for many years now, and are well positioned to provide suggestions and advice on possible opportunities for city engagement to promote these social enterprises in the context of pandemic economic recovery initiatives. Therefore, it be resolved that as part of the city's COVID-19 economic recovery efforts, the Chief Procurement Officer identify opportunities to include and encourage the city's use of social procurement projects and social enterprises in city procurement in close collaboration with City Economic Development staff from the Community and Social Services Department, city staff on the Human Needs Task Force in West Ottawa, as well as community stakeholders such as the United Way East Ontario and Community Foundation, by Social Canada and others as appropriate, with the intent of ensuring citizen-led economic efforts, local social procurement capacity building, and job creation initiatives are included in the city's overall recovery strategy. And be it further resolved that the Chief Procurement Officer report back to the Finance and Economic Development Committee no later than the end of Q3 2021 with the actions taken to enhance social sustainability in city procurement and recommendations for corporate social enterprises in future city procurement for community and council's consideration. And be it further resolved that social procurement opportunities be considered as part of projects initiated by other levels of government where appropriate.
Okay, so we'll discuss that at our next FEDCO meeting. Thank you. Any other notices of motion for consideration of subsequent meeting? Est-ce qu'il y a des autres motions? No. Madam Committee Clerk, any written inquiries?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Other business? Adjourn. Our next meeting will be February 2nd, 2021, and members of the media, our media availability will take place in 10 minutes from now, which is approximately 3:40. So thank you all. A very productive meeting, lots on the agenda, and I very much appreciate everyone's patience and contributions. So the meeting is adjourned. Merci.